Chapter 1100. The Seventh Swordsman Challenged the Sword Mountain. The seventh swordsman challenged the Sword Mountain. Countless cultivators of the 9 counties of Dali and many from holy lands gazed forward. His sword proved that none in the 9 counties were able to take him on. Not even the 3 strongest from the battles of the 9 counties had actually been able to make him go all out, be it Li Hanqing, Zhuangdao, or Qinsong. In truth, none of them had been truly able to take that one sword attack he threw. Who the hell is this 7th swordsman? The people of the 9 counties were not the only ones being impressed, as even the county king of Yin became astonished by Yi Futian's power. That young man that the sword saint of fierce wind introduced to him had indeed made it seem like there were no swordsmen below Saint Plain but him. None had been able to take even one sword attack from him. Even someone as powerful as Li Hanqing proved utterly incapable of taking even a single attack from him. Spectacular. King Li, who was sitting on his throne on top of the steps, praised. He had truly dared to break the rules with his swords, ignoring the rules of the event, and went straight to the Sword Mountain, as if there were no swordsmen in all of the 9 counties to begin with. He was arrogant and unique. King Li did not mind at all, as he deemed that truly extraordinary people needed to possess the courage of breaking rules, and only truly extraordinary people had the right to do so. There had been quite a number of people from the battles fought between the 9 counties had been selected by the cultivators of the upper worlds. Qinsong of Shangqin, Zhuangdao of Dongyang, and Li Hanqing of Yin were all fine candidates. However, as the king who reigned all over the lower worlds of Dali, he nonetheless felt something was lacking. There was a lack of a figure who was truly able to stand above all, a lack of an absolutely exceptional genius who was able to shake the top forces of the upper worlds. While Qinsong had beaten Zhuangdao and came to be number 1 in the battles, there was still something lacking about him. The emergence of Yi Futian made up for that lacking. King Li saw a supreme youth who was truly unbridled, and one who possessed the combat prowess that truly stood above all. As King Li, he naturally knew that there was no lack for talent or geniuses in Dali dynasty. What the dynasty lacked was people like Lu Chuan, geniuses who were capable of steering the direction of the Battle of Empty Realm single-handedly. They lacked someone like Yi Futian, who had been able to single-handedly decide the outcome of the Battle of Empty Realm last year, through his efforts alone. While it would have been nice to have some geniuses enter the upper worlds to train, but it was probably someone like that would have truly caught the Imperial Advisor's attention. He did not know if the 7th swordsman had what it would have taken to live up to such expectations, but at the very least, he stood a chance of doing so. Lu Chuan gazed at Yi Futian, but he did not speak and did nothing. He simply watched the events unfolding silently. It was the shadow-bearing sword saint that led the ones from the Sword Mountain in that event. His eyes were pointed like swords as he gazed at Yi Futian. The Sword Mountain was the number 1 holy land of the sword in the upper worlds, and they had many students. Any one of them had made it through trials after trials, and all had superior talents. But then again, there were still stronger and weaker ones among them. In actual fact, Yi Futian had already proven the power of his way of the sword when he had defeated those swordsmen from the county of Yin. However, as the number 1 holy land of the sword, they were unable to simply allow anyone to ignore the rules and challenge them. Anyone who wanted to challenge the Sword Mountain needed to prove the strength of their way of the sword first. It was apparent that Yi Futian performed with flying colors in that department. "You're from the county of Yin?" the shadow-bearing sword saint asked. "I am," Yi Futian replied. "Who was your teacher?" The sword saint continued to ask. "I have learned and trained under many wandering swordsmen and rangers. I've been guided by them and walked the path of the sword, but I've never truly studied under any teacher in my journey," Yi Futian answered. "So you're self-taught then?" The shadow-bearing sword saint continued to ask. "How many ways of the sword have you developed?" "I assume that you have developed the general principles of the sword, the blazing sun, the freezing ice, the raging storms, and so on, all on your own, no?" "I've picked up quite a number of incomplete manuscripts about sword arts. If I were to be said to have a teacher, then one could say that I've picked up my arts learning from the sun, moon, stars, storm, and rain. The nature itself is my master," Yi Futian continued to answer. He then asked the sword saint, "Are you done with your questions, senior? Would you like to come with me and train in the Sword Mountain of the upper worlds then?" The sword saint did not ask any further, extending his invitation to Yi Futian instead. An invitation to ask him to train in the Sword Mountain. It was not a turn of events that would have surprised anyone, despite his unbridled personality, but Yi Futian's talents in the way of the sword proved superior and peerless among those of the lower worlds of Dali. Furthermore, there was simply no way the Sword Mountain would have simply let someone who was so pure in their seeking of the way of the sword. They would have even gladly overlooked his unbridled nature. I have spent 30 years studying the way of the sword. After venturing outside of the mountain of hidden swords and into the county of Yin, I quickly found none of the swordsmen of the county of Yin worthy of having me draw my sword. I then heard that King Li was gathering cultivators throughout the 9 counties, so I came here intending to find a worthy opponent. However, the cultivators of the 9 counties of Dali continued to be devoid of one such person. Yi Futian's voice was as sharp as the sword, as he turned around to look at shadow-bearing Sword Saint and said, I heard that the Sword Mountain was the #1 holy land of the sword in the upper worlds. If anyone from the Sword Mountain prove capable of defeating me, then I shall come with you, senior, to studying the way of the sword in Sword Mountain. So you're saying that if none of us are able to defeat you, then you wouldn't join us then? The shadow-bearing Sword Saint asked. If none of the students who emerged from the Sword Mountain is able to defeat me, then what is there in the Sword Mountain that would be worth seeking for me? Yi Futian said proudly, and those words made all who heard them speechless. None from the sword being able to defeat him? What is therein that would be worth seeking for him? It was clear that he remained as arrogant and unbridled as he had been. However, none of them saw Yi Futian with the same eyes they did before. That unbridled swordsman would have been able to join the Sword Mountain if he were to just simply nod. However, he sought only the way of the sword. Good point. The shadow-bearing Sword Saint smiled and said, not minding Yi Futian's attitude one bit. Truly extraordinary people seemed to be stubborn to a fault in furthering their way of the sword. That was a manifestation of their obsession with the sword and their yearning for it. He seemed to be able to see all of that from Yi Futian. Yuan Gang, the shadow-bearing Sword Saint called. A figure emerged from the crowd behind him. There were few from the Sword Mountain who came to the lower worlds, and there was coincidentally one who had just touched the Great Path recently. It would have been very difficult for anyone to defeat the 7th swordsman otherwise. In the previous battles, it was shown that Yi Futian was versed in many arts of the sword, and it was also seen that he possessed immense strength, being able to cleave Zhuangdao from above with just one swing of the sword from above, serving as testament to the might of his heavy sword. Yuan Gang was also versed in peculiar, uncommon ways of the sword. Yuan Gang stepped forward. His silhouette was clear, and it seemed that he was oozing with explosive power. Every step he took seemed to emanate a sense heaviness, instead of sharpness common with swordsmen. One was unable to even sense any sharpness from him. Draw your sword, Yuan Gang said to Yi Futian, with a heavy sword appearing right in front of him as soon as he finished. Furthermore, there was a sword without an edge, which was how he was like as a person. Heavy, clumsy, without any hint of sharpness. Many sported funny looks when they saw him in action. The blunt sword in Yuan Gang's hand seemed to be utterly incapable of piercing into the body of anyone. However, given that he was nonetheless a student from the Sword Mountain, there was still no one who dared to underestimate him. Yi Futian stepped out, the light of the sun bright and scorching as it shone from above. He held the sword of blazing Sunday, its heat burning the sky as it was brought down from above. One swing with the sword, and the air looked as if a fire dragon had manifested. Yuan Gang seemed to be cradling the blunt sword at first. His body then coursed with silver light, transforming into a suit of armor. Boom! He stepped out and his movements looked clumsy and heavy. He held the blunt sword and swung it, clapping Yi Futian's sword aside. Yuan Gang did not pierce with his sword. He bashed with it instead. The sword of blazing sun was brought down and banged onto the blunt sword. Sparks sprayed all over, and Yuan Gang leapt into the air with his sword. Yi Futian's sword of blazing sun cut all the way through the air onto Yuan Gang's blunt sword. The terrifying flames actually reeled back and causing the sword of blazing sun to be shaved off bit by bit. Boom! The blunt sword continued to clap and Yi Futian took to the air, heading straight into the clouds and gazed below. Boom! Yuan Gang shot to the air while cradling his sword. Multiple blunt swords appeared in the sky, and they grew in numbers as they stacked on top of each other. It seemed as if their surroundings were filled with nothing else but that edgeless blunt sword. All ways of the world could be made into swords, the shadow-bearing sword saint said as he pointed the fact out. Many came to realize that they were thousands of ways of the sword, instead of being confined to one single path. That sword saint from the Sword Mountain was actually letting Yuan Gang teach everyone else a lesson. You are correct, Senior. All ways of the world could be made into swords. Futian replied with a brimming voice high above in the sky. He extended his hand and multiple heavy swords appeared around him, carrying the weight of stars. Every single sword seemed to be emanating terrifying powers. A humongous heavy sword materialized between his hands. Rumbling noises were heard as Yuan Gang shot upwards with his layers of shadows of the blunt sword, heading straight for Futian. Go! Futian took one step in the air and dived, which seemed to be melding with his way of the sword. The swords around him dived as well, bombarding the first blunt sword his opponent was wielding. Intense explosions continued to be heard afterwards. The rumbling shook the world around them. The stacks of blunt swords clashed with Futian's swords. Yuan Gang finally reached his target with the sword in his hands. He yelled and the shadow of blunt swords swept above. However, Futian arrived at that moment, bringing down that heavy sword that was imbued with limitless power down. Countless swords of the stars around him fell, clashing with the heavy swords. Two massive forces clashed with each other, whipping up a devastating storm in an instant. Down! Futian uttered a word. Extremely furious power burst with the will of great path. The heavy sword he wielded bombarded the blunt sword, pummeling it down. Boom, boom, boom. Tremendously terrifying explosions continued to be heard. The crowd was shocked to find two silhouettes dropping at extreme speeds. The stacks of heavy swords before Yuan Gang continued to explode and shatter as they went. He roared and yet remained incapable of stopping that overwhelming tide. The seventh swordsman pointed at the sky with one hand, summoning more heavy swords to rain downwards. Rumbling noises continued to be heard. Boom! A massive rumble was heard all over the place. Yuan Gang's body became pinned on the platform. His hands continued to resist with that huge, blunt sword of his, but Futian came down with the sword of the Great Path, bringing down one attack after another on him, causing Yuan Gang to grunt. He then spit blood and the armor on him shattered. Futian took one furious step and finally, the blunt sword was shattered. Yuan Gang remained all sprawled on the ground. Futian got up to the sky again using the recoil. He stood tall in the air and turned to look at shadow-bearing Sword Saint, asking, "Who else?" His booming voice was heard throughout the venue. Everyone from the 9 states of Dali felt their hearts racing. The 7th swordsman did not only make it as if there was no formidable fighters in all of the 9 counties. His power was such that even a swordsman from the number 1 holy land of the sword in the upper worlds lost by his hands. It did not matter that his opponent was someone from the upper worlds. He took them down all the same. The shadow-bearing sword saint looked at Yuan Gang, who was being pinned flat on the ground, and was unable to say anything at that moment to reply Futian's question. Chapter 11:01. Everybody looked in the direction of Sword Mountain, as if they could perceive the silence of the Sword Saint of Shadow-bearing. Many people had a strange look on their faces. What came after was shock. Did it mean even the disciples of Sword Mountain were not able to fight him? Everybody looked in the direction of Sword Mountain, as if they could perceive the silence of the Sword Saint of Shadow-bearing. Many people had a strange look on their faces. What came after was shock. Did it mean even the disciples of Sword Mountain were not able to fight him? Looking at that peerless figure, many were speechless. This peerless person, who came from nowhere, not only conquered the elites of the 9 commanderies of the Greatly all by himself, but he also made no one in Sword Mountain dare fight. Who else could question that he broke the rule? Perhaps now, even the powers of the uppermost rank, such as Sword Mountain, were all planning to recruit him. This time the kingly convened practitioners of the 9 commanderies, including so many gallant heroes. But now, it seemed all became nothing but a foil for this swordsman in training. He conquered everything as if the aura of the greatly only belonged to himself. The sword saint of fierce wind stood aside and watched the scene, slightly affected. Although he had thought that this seventh swordsman was something, he had not expected him to be this strong and defeat the swordsman in training of Sword Mountain with one strike. As for Huan Shui, who stood beside him, she had already been stupefied. Yi Futian's presumptuous words were still in her ears. However, were they presumptuous? Who in the Great Li could withstand his attack? I didn't expect that such an outstanding swordsman in training could appear in the Yin commandery of my Great Li, King Li said, smiling. Seventh swordsman, since you have mastered swordsmanship of such a level, you are overqualified to cultivate in the lower realm of the Great Li. The Sword Mountain is the holy land of swordsmanship cultivation for the kingdom of Great Li Upper and Lower Realm. How about you follow the elders of Sword Mountain to cultivate in the upper realm? You won the battle, but this time, the Sword Mountain didn't bring many swordsmen in training to the lower realm. If you join the Sword Mountain, of course, you can find rivals there. The kingly commended Yi Futian's gift and unraveled the awkwardness of Sword Mountain at the same time. Many people slightly nodded. Although Sword Mountain was mighty, they were in the lower realm, and the Real Masters might be all in the upper realm. Let's call it a day, King Li continued. Yi Futian weakened his force and landed on the ground from the hollow sky. He stopped where he should stay. He had achieved his goal. The people from both the upper and lower realm had remembered the name of the seventh swordsman. If he had entered the field and joined the fight in the law battle and taken first place all the time, he could have made the people of the Great Li remember him, too, but obviously, they would not have been so impressed. He broke the rules and skipped all the people of the 9 commanderies to directly challenge Sword Mountain, which made him more like a swordsman in training who was arrogant to the extreme. Your Majesty, I came here just for an opportunity to find opponents. Since there is no sword for me to seek in Sword Mountain, I will not go there, replied Yi Futian. Although you defeated Yuan Gang, there are stronger swordsmen in training in Sword Mountain, numerous classics of swordsmanship and sword saints who can guide you. How do you know there is no sword that you want? The sword saint of shadow-bearing said. Apparently, he cherished his talent. So even though Yi Futian had disrespected Sword Mountain, as long as he showed extraordinary talent in swordsmanship, the disrespect could be ignored. This was what a real swordsman should be like. He didn't know that the reason why Yi Futian dared to push his luck like this was that he knew the upper realm was seeking talent from the lower realm. Since the imperial advisor of the Great Li had given the order in person to convene the cultivators of the 9 commanderies and select the peerless genius to cultivate in the upper realm, as an unequaled person in the lower realm, he would not bring trouble to himself. If you can't find the sword you want in Sword Mountain, then where is the place for you to seek the sword in the Great Li? King Li also said, saving enough face for Sword Mountain. I appreciate your kind thoughts, Yi Futian said, slightly bowing to him. It's just that I have spent 30 years to comprehend the pith of swordsmanship and have just started to cultivate in the secular world to pursue the law of the sword. The Sword Mountain is the swordsmanship holy land of the First Order. Still, if I entered the sect to cultivate, even though I would receive guidance from the elders and learn from important classics, I am afraid my state of mind would change, and the spirit of my sword would be constricted. I would no longer be able to wander around the world like what I am doing now, free of limitations and welcoming knowledge from the universe. So, if anyone of my level from Sword Mountain can defeat the sword in my hand, this can prove that the law of Sword Mountain is better than my law, and then I will be willing to cultivate in the mountain. If no one can defeat me, it proves that the path I choose is a path toward the great law. So what's the point to forsake the right way and make a detour, he continued. I hope your Majesty and every elder here understands the way I am pursuing. As he finished speaking, even King Li of the third plane of the divine path was caught off guard for a second and looked at Yi Futian in surprise. As a person of the sage plane, this seventh sword was able to utter such words, which made the king even more impressed. Many notables of the upper realm nodded and showed approval to him. For all the swordsmen in training in the world, who were not proud of joining the Sword Mountain, everyone hoped to cultivate swordsmanship in the Great Li swordsmanship holy land of the First Order. However, this person thought that the swordsmanship holy land of the First Order was also one kind of imprisonment of swordsmanship thoughts. He challenged Sword Mountain just to verify which was better between the law of the Sword Mountain and the law of his own. Even some figures of the Holy Plane felt ashamed in front of his such spiritual stature. Good. The Sword Saint of Shadow-bearing was not angry about what he said. The seventh sword was only at the Sage Plane, but had such a stature of pursuing the law. If a prestigious man like him became furious about this, that would be a shame for the law of sword. On the contrary, he showed more appreciation to Futian. If all the swordsmen in training in this world could have the stature of the seventh sword, how much prosperity would be brought to the swordsmanship of the Great Li? But even if you are reluctant to join Sword Mountain now, you can still come to cultivate in the upper realm. After you reach the upper realm, I can arrange disciples of Sword Mountain to practice swordsmanship with you, and you can decide whether to join the Sword Mountain at that time. I respect your decision about whether you agree or not. Countless pairs of eyes looked toward the Sword Saint of Shadow-bearing. The Sword Saint of the Shadow-bearing was much admired. This was what the conversation between two swordsmen in training should be like. The Swordsman Junior wholeheartedly pursued the law, and the Swordsman Senior cherished the talent and wanted to reward him with the law. Of course, at this moment, Futian had also provoked the envy of countless cultivators, especially the swordsmen in training of the Yin commanderies. Studying swordsmanship in Sword Mountain was the dream of all cultivators. However, Futian won the chance hands down but still hesitated. It was as if the Sword Mountain begged him to join. Totally absurd. Well done, well done. Thank you, sir, Futian said, and saluted the Sword Saint of Shadow-bearing. He was proud, but he showed respect in front of elders. Today's conversation in the palace will always be remembered, King Li said, laughing. He was satisfied with such an ending. If the seventh sword had not appeared, however, everything would have just been ordinary and tedious. How could they know that the protagonist of this conversation was actually the opponent of the Great Li, whose fame had just reached every corner of the domain of Emperor Xia because of the Battle of Empty Realm? Besides, what Futian was doing had nothing to do with the so-called spiritual stature. He was just a good actor. Since he acted as the seventh sword, he needed to keep in mind what kind of person the seventh sword was. His personality, a peerless, arrogant, and paranoid swordsman who pursued nothing but swordsmanship. If he had aimed at climbing up to a high rank in the kingdom of the Great Li, he would not have been the seventh sword and had flaws in his acting. The seventh sword, how about you stay in the palace and later head toward the upper realm of the kingdom of the Great Li together with the elders of the upper realm? The King Li asked the seventh sword. Sure, Futian said, nodding. Seeing that all elders of Sword Mountain and the King Li showed so much appreciation to the seventh sword, everybody understood that if nothing unexpected happened, the seventh sword would most likely become a top swordsman in training in the upper realm. After the feast, the people of the Great Li departed in succession, but many people were still not satisfied. The long-lasting battle of law let numerous cultivators of the Great Li witness the elite rivalries under the holy plane of the Great Li, especially the seventh sword, who appeared out of nowhere. He was hard to forget. The king of the commandery Yin was also preparing to lead his swordsmen in training to leave. They bowed to King Li. Behind the king of the commandery Yin, Yin Xingyi, Yin Ziyi, Kai Huang, Huan Shui, Nie Yun, and others all looked at Futian. The shock brought by Futian to them was so strong that maybe it would stay in their mind for a long time. The seventh sword, I know you concentrate on the law of swordsmanship, but after you reach the upper world, you should keep a low profile sometimes, especially when facing the notables of the upper realm. Avoid attracting too much attention. The voice of the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind whispered into Futian's ears. He had the impression that the seventh sword's talent in swordsmanship was peerless. Still, because he only concentrated on pursuing swordsmanship, he couldn't get along with people, and his personality was flawed. Still, perhaps that was the reason why he could use all his energy on swordsmanship and achieve his aim. But before leaving, he didn't forget to remind Futian that the situation of the upper realm was complicated, and there were many more experts. Not every notable would cherish talents, and if he offended someone, even though he had extraordinary talent, he would risk ending up with a murderous outcome. Thank you, sir, Futian whispered back to him. The Sword Saint of Fierce Wind fixed a gaze on him and said, I hope one day you can achieve your law of the sword. and I can hear your name in the commandery yen again." And then, he turned around and left together with the swordsman in training of the commandery yen. The sword saint of Fierce Wind would not expect what the situation would be like the next time he heard about Futian. Futian didn't turn his head, neither did he see him off. He didn't want to talk to anyone. One after another, the people of the 9 commanderies left. In the palace, there were only some cultivators of the upper world, King Li, and the Chosen One. At this time, one gaze fell upon the 7th sword. Futian raised his head and noticed a smiling person looking at him. The person raised his glass and introduced himself, Lu Chuan, the Great Li. Futian had already known Lu Chuan's identity. Still, it was not until now that he actually looked up and down at Lu Chuan, the legendary figure in the Battle of the Empty Realm 10 years ago, the disciple directly taught by the imperial advisor of the Great Li. This leading figure, who had vanquished more than half of the army of Emperor Xia's city, didn't even have a slight aura of violence around him. All Futian could see was a Confucian sage-like figure with extraordinary composure and elegance. Futian couldn't help but become alert. This Lu Chuan must be an uncommon figure, he thought to himself. The 7th sword, a swordsman in training, Futian said. He nodded to Lu Chuan and didn't let his gaze linger on him for too long. These 2 decisive figures of the Battle of Empty Realm greeted and toasted each other in such a mild way after 10 years. Mr. Lu and the 7th sword will become the mainstay of our dynasty of the Great Li. I will toast to both of you, Princess Li Yuqian said, with a slight smile and no pretension at all. I would be honored, replied Futian. The cultivators of the Great Li were not inferior to the ones in Emperor Xia's domain. Chapter 1102. The next day morning, in the palace of the Great Li, warriors of the upper realms gathered in front of the matrix of the space portal. Lu Chuan, swordsman of Sword Mountain, and the chosen winners ready to cultivate in the upper realms were all here. So was Futian. He had agreed to go with them to the upper realms for cultivation. Although he didn't promise to join Sword Mountain, as a swordsman of his level, he should go to the upper realms to pursue swordsmanship. The next day morning, in the palace of the Great Li, warriors of the upper realms gathered in front of the matrix of the space portal. Lu Chuan, swordsman of Sword Mountain, and the chosen winners ready to cultivate in the upper realms were all here. So was Futian. He had agreed to go with them to the upper realms for cultivation. Although he didn't promise to join Sword Mountain, as a swordsman of his level, he should go to the upper realms to pursue swordsmanship. King Li saw them off in person. Many in the palace went with them, such as the Princess Li Yu. The Great Li dynasty ruled over both realms. King Li was the king of the lower realms, but he was also a duke in the upper realms because he was a royal member of the Great Li dynasty. The princes and princesses in King Li's palace also had royal blood coursing through their veins, so there was no need for them to pass an assessment in order to cultivate in the upper realms. For much of their time, they stayed in the palace of the upper realms. The giant matrix of the space portal at their front was the direct access to the villa of King Li in the upper realms. It could be used to commute any time. Your Majesty, we can see ourselves out here, Lu Chuan saluted with his fist and said to King Li. The swordsman echoed, Please return, Your Majesty. We will come back to visit someday if we have the chance. Okay, please take care, King Li nodded and said. When all the people stood on the matrix of the space portal, one person triggered the matrix using sacred spirit stones. All of a sudden, boundless glares erupted. The dazzles rose up high as if they had pierced through the sky dome and been projected into the upper regions of infinite distance, vanishing with the group of people. The matrix of the space portal opened up both realms, so besides the colossal matrix, the launching process each time would also cost enormous sacred spirit stones to create enough energy to send one into the indefinitely distant space. The longer the distance was, the more scared spirit stones it required. So, even for ones of the royal hierarchy, it was very rare to employ the matrix of the space portal, and almost only royal members had the privilege of using it. During the Battle of Empty Realm, the matrix of the space portal was used by Futian and others to cross the endless void space from Emperor Xia's realm into the realm of empty space. They arrived at the Great Li dynasty in the upper realms. Rows of lofty palaces standing erect on the ground exhibited the imperial grandeur. Standing on the top of one palace of this villa and looking afar, one would see a palace of the ninth sky that towered into the clouds like a sacred temple. That was the royal palace of the Great Li dynasty. The villa that stood in the neighborhood of the royal palace of the Great Li must also be uncommon, and in fact, it was where the mansion of the King Li, the lower realms King Li's residential home in the upper realms located. A beam of dazzling light discharged from the mansion of the King Li and hit into the sky dome, containing a very strong spirit of the space law. Following the appearance of the beam, a large team of people showed up in the villa. At this location, the void space was emitting dazzling space rays. A myriad of formations of the Great Law surrounded this area. Everyone's body spun around in the formations until they finally landed. The luminous pattern gradually dimmed, too, until it vanished. Only then did they adjust and stand still. In the villa, several figures came near. The person who took the lead with unusual charisma was the King Li's eldest son. He somehow took after the King Li and always guarded the mansion of the King Li in the upper realms. The King Li ruled the lower realms for the Emperor Li, while his eldest son Li Yang was arranged to inherit the mansion of the King Li in the upper realms. "I am glad to see you back." Li Yang made a fist salute and said to all of them. "Your Highness," they answered. "Brother Lu Chuan, how was your trip?" Li Yang asked Lu Chuan. Apparently, they knew each other. After all, the mansion of the imperial advisor was also in the surrounding. Not bad. There were indeed some extraordinary talents in the lower realms of the Great Li, and we have brought them to the upper realms this time, Li Yang said. Sounds good. You must be tired now. Everybody, please have a seat in the villa. I will ask my servants to prepare a feast, Lu Chuan said. Thank you so much for your generosity, Your Highness, but the King Li have served us very well for many days, so we should not bother anymore. It's time to bid farewell, someone said. I should go back and report to my master, too. Don't bother preparing it. Li Yang nodded, saying, If so, I will not persuade you all to stay. Please take care. Farewell. People made fist salute and flew away from the place. Lu Chuan and cultivators of the Sword's Mountain were the last to leave. The Saint's Sword of Shadow-Bearing's gaze fell upon Futian and asked, Now we have reached the upper realms. What is your plan? Do you want to come with me to Sword Mountain first? Sword Mountain was the swordsmanship holy place of the first rank in the Great Li, but it was not in this area and rather far away. Where are we now? Futian asked. Here is the mansion of the King Li, close to the imperial palace of the Great Li. This district includes not only the imperial palace, the mansion of the King Li, but also the mansion of the imperial advisor and many residential palaces of royal members. It is the center of the Great Li dynasty, Princess Li Yu replied. If so, I will find a place to cultivate nearby. There must be many top swordsmen in the center district of the Great Li, Futian said. Of course, I will not forget the promise between us, sir. If any disciple of Sword Mountain can defeat the sword in my hand, I will definitely go to Sword Mountain to cultivate. The Sword Saint of Shadow-Bearing kept silent for a while after hearing Futian's words. Li Yu laughed and said, Sir, let me arrange for the seventh sword. If he doesn't mind, he can always stay in the villa. The Sword Saint of Shadow-Bearing took a look at Li Yao and slightly nodded. In fact, he really hoped to take Futian to cultivate in Sword Mountain. He had seen Futian's swordplay, and of course he didn't want to miss such an extraordinarily potential young man. If he could join Sword Mountain, he would definitely become a preeminent swordsman in training. Good. If Princess can take care of him, I don't need to worry about anything. So now I will go back to Sword Mountain, the Sword Saint of Shadow-Bearing said. It made Li Yang a little curious about Futian. This handsome young man seemed to be somehow unusual. Both Sword Mountain and his sister Li Yu specially talked about him. Lu Chuan didn't leave as if he was waiting for an arrangement for him as well. The Sword Saint of Shadow-Bearing led all his swordsmen in training to leave. Lu Chuan said, I should go too. Let me see you out, said Li Yu. No need to bother about me. I can go back by myself, Lu Chuan said, smiling, and then looked back to Futian. We shall meet again. See you again someday, Futian nodded and said. Lu Chuan left with his people as well. After a short while, only people of the mansion of the Great Li and Futian were left. Yu Li, you haven't introduced him to me yet, Li Yang said with a laugh and looked at Futian. This gentleman, the seventh sword, is a swordsman in training of our Great Li. As a recluse swordsman, He learned various laws of the swordsmanship by himself. He was the champion among the 9 commanderies of the Great Li, and nobody could resist the attack of his sword. Even Yuan Gang of Sword Mountain was defeated by him. Our father held the feast to convene all the talents of the world where the attention of the realms only belonged to the 7th sword himself. He is peerless in the lower realms. Liu smiled, continued introducing, and the Sword Saint of Shadowing Bearing invited the 7th sword to cultivate in Sword Mountain and promised if any disciple of Sword Mountain could defeat him, the 7th sword would join Sword Mountain. Otherwise, his current law of swordsmanship will be proved to be the best in the world, and he will not join Sword Mountain. Li Yang's eyes widened slightly. A swordsman in training, peerless in the upper realms, and refused to join the sword? No wonder the Sword Saint of Shadow Bearing treated you with special respect. It's so glad to see such a gallant hero emerging from the upper realms of our Great Li, Li Yang said, laughing. I am Li Yang of the Great Li. Li Yang was the King Li's son who was from the direct bloodline of the Great Li dynasty, so he called himself as Li Yang of the Great Li like what Lu Chuan did. Lu Chuan was the disciple of the Imperial Advisor, and the Imperial Advisor of the Great Li dynasty was a close confidant of Emperor Li. So when he introduced himself, he also called himself as Lu Chuan of the Great Li. If one was a disciple of Sword Mountain, he would not call himself like that. Instead, he would add Sword Mountain after his name. I am the 7th sword, a swordsman in training, said Yi Futian. I am very flattered by Princess. I am a similar age to you, so if you don't mind, you can directly call me Yuli. Calling me Princess sounds like our relationship is distant, Yuli said, smiling. Yi Futian looked at her beautiful noble face. Her smile was as soft as a spring breeze that made one feel warm. She was indeed an irresistibly attractive woman. When she sat in the palace of the King Li of the lower realm, she was a vision of grace and elegance. But now, she was as close as a friend who would never let one feel a sense of distance. Yuli Princess, Yi Futian directly called her name, but added her title Princess after it, which adequately kept his distance. Yuli paused a second, laughed and said, My father is always in the lower realms, so the villa is often empty. If you don't mind, how about staying in the mansion of the King Li for a few days? Although the King Li was of royal lineage and granted with the title of king, in the world of cultivation, it was one's real strength that determined the rank he belonged to. Take the Imperial Advisor as an example. Which royal member dared to claim that his position was higher than the Imperial Advisor? Even the king's own son was extremely deferential to him. There were quite a lot of powers of high rank in the Great Li, such as Sword Mountain and Chao family. Given the talent Yi Tianfu had exhibited, if he joined Sword Mountain, it was very likely that he would become an important figure of Sword Mountain. If he chose not to join Sword Mountain, that would mean no peer of Sword Mountain could defeat him, so wouldn't his accomplishment be great in the future? And now such a figure appeared in the mansion of the King Li. As a princess, Yuli naturally would like to get close to him and establish a relationship. There were only advantages for the mansion, no disadvantages whatsoever. I appreciate your kindness, Princess. It's just I have been accustomed to living alone on the path of cultivation, and I am afraid I will feel restricted when living in the mansion, so I think I will not stay, Yi Futian refused. It was no doubt that he would approach the core of the Great Li someday, but not in such a way. If so, I respect your decision, Yuli said with a smile, but you just came here from the lower realms, and there are many things you are not familiar with in the Imperial City. You will not mind if I arrange your accommodation, will you? Yi Futian could see the sincerity from her gorgeous eyes. It was indeed hard to decline it since Yuli had said in such a way, so he nodded and said, If so, I am greatly thankful for your help. It's no bother at all, Yuli said. You said here is the Imperial City, Princess? Said Yi Futian. Yes, Liu nodded and said, You can come up with me. She leapt up onto the roof after she talked. Yi Futian followed her. Yuli pointed a finger into a far distance, and there Yi Futian saw a palace that towered into the clouds. That is the Imperial Palace, the absolute center of the Great Li, surrounded by sites such as the Mansion of the Great Li. Although there is no specific dividing line between regions, people of the Great Li usually call this district the Imperial District, Liu explained. Yi Futian looked up to the palace that towered into the sky. Liao, he must be living there. Until he reached here, Yi Futian had taken a detour from Emperor Xia's realm and crossed the lower realm, but approaching the imperial palace this quick was indeed out of his expectation. It was his luck to catch such an epical opportunity. Otherwise, if he wanted to go to the upper realms, he would probably have to take much more time to attract the King Li's attention. Chapter 1103. In Emperor Li's city, there was a very famous main street called Emperor Li Avenue. In Emperor Li's city, there was a very famous main street called Emperor Li Avenue. This avenue was the absolute center of Emperor Li's city, as well as the busiest ever place of the boundless Emperor Li dynasty. On both sides of the Emperor Li Avenue, that was to say the outlying district of the Emperor Li's palace, located residential villas whose owners were probably the most prominent figures of the Great Li dynasty. There was a joke that even the doctrine saint of the first level of Saint Plain must behave himself and act humble when walking on the Emperor Li Avenue, because any young person that came out of the revenue might become a figure that ordinary saints didn't want to mess up with. It sounded like a joke, but if one knew whom the villas near the Emperor Li Avenue belonged to, he might not feel it funny. The Emperor Li dynasty ruled over both the upper and lower worlds, and its control to the Great Li was much firmer than in the Emperor Xia's realm. The neighborhood of the Emperor Li Avenue was where the true corridors of power in the Great Li located. There was one advisor and 4 kings in the Great Li, and on the 2 sides of the Emperor Li Avenue, 3 kings and the advisor lived here. Advisor referred to the imperial advisor of the Great Li, and the imperial advisor's residence was in the district of the Emperor Li Avenue. Besides imperial advisor, 3 out of the 4 powerful kings also had mansions here. The kingly residence was one, but King Li only assisted Emperor Li to govern the lower worlds. He had supreme power in the lower worlds, but in fact, King Li was considered as the weakest among the 4 kings. His influence in the upper worlds was far less than other kings, and so was his strength. The other 3 kings were legendary beings of the Nirvana state, all in the ultimate level of Saint Plain. Prince Regent, the uncle of today's Great Li dynasty ruler Emperor Li, once had been in power before Emperor Li was enthroned and now assisted the emperor to rule the Great Li dynasty. As a venerable senior politician of the Great Li, even though he had retired from politics, Emperor Li still remembered his accomplishments and had not deprived him of the title of Prince Regent. Among all royal members, Prince Regent had an extremely high rank and numerous followers. Even Emperor Li attended his celebrating birthday parties in person. So you would know, the Shao clan in Emperor Xia's realm was not comparable with him. In addition to Prince Regent and King Li, another king also had his mansion located in this district. King White, the head of all 3 forces in Emperor Li's realm, ranked even higher than the sacred general of Tian in Emperor Xia's realm. Few could compare with King White in terms of noble status in Emperor Li's realm. However, the imperial advisor was one of them. So was King Tiandao, the most powerful among the 4 kings, and the one who was in charge of the Western army for Emperor Li. People in the Great Li said that among the 4 kings, the King Li ruled the lower worlds but was the weakest. Prince Regent had the most prestigious status and was most respected, but speaking of power and strength, King Tiandao was the strongest. He was Emperor Li's elder brother. If succession to the Great Li throne had been decided by birth order, King Tiandao would have been the one who inherited the throne. Once King Tiandao had been considered to be the one who inherited the Great Li dynasty, but later Emperor Li caught up from behind and became the one who sat firmly on the throne. The reason was that Emperor Li was qualified to do so. He made his breakthrough and entered the Runhuang Plain successfully. There was no voice against him in the Great Li. In the world of cultivation, real strength spoke loudest. Of course, even so, King Tiandao's power in the Great Li was still terrifying. It was only him who dared to directly challenge the imperial advisor. In order to revive the spirit of martial arts, the imperial advisor established the prominent Dali National Academy. Emperor Li devoted all his efforts to promote it, and royal members all joined the Dali Academy to cultivate. The imperial advisor of the Great Li served as the dean in person and cultivated numerous excellent figures for the Great Li dynasty. It was now considered as the top 1 cultivation holy land in the Great Li. The Dali National Academy was also located on the Emperor Li Avenue. King Tiandao envied that Emperor Li paid too much attention to the imperial advisor and was afraid the imperial advisor would gain a status second only to the one on the throne. So he also established Daily Mountain on the land of the West. Now Daily Mountain had become a holy land of the West and cultivated numerous outstanding figures for the Western Army, as if it was trying to compete with the Dali National Academy. So, people of the Greatly said, inside there was the Imperial Advisor, and outside there was King Daly. Even though they too had conflicts, the displeasure would not affect either their positions in the Greatly capital or the contributions they had made to the Greatly. Emperor Li was also fully aware of their achievements, but he intentionally let alone their competition because such benign rivalry would be no harm to the Greatly. In fact, he hoped King Li was also capable to build up a holy land such as the Dali National Academy or Daily Mountain. It was just that the gap between the lower and upper worlds was way too huge. Even the whole upper worlds was not able to compete with Dali National Academy or Daily Mountain. But now, Yi Futian had been arranged by Princess Li Yu, the daughter of King Li, to stay on the busiest street of the Great Li, Emperor Li Avenue, where numerous top figures lived. In Emperor Li's realm, the avenue referred not only to the street itself, but also to the neighborhood around the street. At this moment, Yi Futian lived alone in a villa on the Emperor Li Avenue and concentrated on cultivation. Li Yu had thought about arranging a maid to take care of him, but he declined, since it might be an inconvenience during his cultivation, and according to the Seventh Sword's personality, he was supposed to act in this way. Li Yu did not mind. Yi Futian squeezed his eyes shut, and his soul traveled an infinite distance away, to Emperor Xia's palace where Black Wind Condor was with Xia Qing'e. Files were piled up high in front of Black Wind Condor. He flipped them page by page, and carefully browsed these files which recorded all had happened in the Emperor Xia's realm. Soon, Yi Futian came to know where he was, the very center of the Great Li. After finishing reading, Black Wind Condor flapped its wings. A wind rose up and closed the files. He lifted his head and looked at Xia Qingyuan with a pair of pitch-black eyes. "You live on the Emperor Li Avenue?" Xia Qingyuan asked, staring at Black Wind Condor. It was so fast. Last time he said he was in the palace of King Li in the lower worlds of Great Li, and now he had already reached the center of the Great Li. "Yes," Black Wind Condor nodded, and said in Yi Futian's tone, "Lu Chuan, people of Sword Mountain and the prince and princess of the King Li residence all value me and are not suspicious. The daughter of King Li has arranged me to stay in the district of Emperor Li Avenue. Maybe I will start my cultivation from now on." "You really have some abilities," Xia Qingyuan said coldly. "You haven't told me what you want, when you will come back. In the Great Li, nothing is in my control. What do you expect me to do? Now I can only do what I can do and see how it goes. But don't worry, princess, now my identity is as a swordsman in training, and I have no conflict with anyone else. Nobody is targeting me. There is not much difference between cultivating in Emperor Xia's realm or in the Great Li. As for how long, maybe 1 year, maybe 10 years, I have no idea either," said Yi Futian. Xia Qingyuan became even colder after hearing what being said from the Black Wind Condor's mouth. This bastard was going to stay for 10 years there? He didn't even stay that long in Emperor Xia's realm. "Whatever you want to do, don't be rash. And be careful of the Imperial Advisor," Xia Qingyuan reminded him. "It is said that the Imperial Advisor of the Great Li is extremely knowledgeable and skillful. He cultivates in tens of thousands of ways, even including astrology. He was able to see the past and the future. Maybe it is just an exaggeration, but my father said he is really very dangerous. Even though your illusion could dupe my father, you should still always be careful." "Thank you for your care, princess," Yi Futian said. "Care?" Xia Qingyuan looked at the Black Wind Condor's eyes with coldness and said in an aloof tone, "I just don't want you to die outside. No one will bury your body. Sorry for bringing concern to you, princess. Time to go. I will come back if anything happens." After he said that, Black Wind Condor's eyesight changed. Xiao Qingyuan knew Yi Futian had left. Frost spread all over her face as if her mood was not good. He would come to her if anything happened? Good. Releasing the coldness from her body, she moved her palm and struck it on the head of Black Wind Condor, directly crushing him to the ground. "Ee!" The Black Wind Condor let out a piercing cry and climbed up, staring at Xia Qingyuan in anger. "What are you looking at?" Xia Qingyuan asked with coldness. "Not looking at you anyway," the Black Wind Condor said, but obviously there was a lack of pride in his voice. He turned around and strutted away, unwilling to submit and kept groaning to himself, "The Princess Peacock is much cuter than you." Lord Condor had some nostalgia when he thought about the time he flirted with Kong Xian in the Empty Realm. This princess was too fierce to mess up with. Shao Qing, Xiaqing Yuan called the name. Suddenly strong gusts of wind rose, and from the sky, a Cyan Argusianus holy beast swooped down on the black wind condor. "What?" said Lord Condor. Panicked, he let loose his wings and ran for his life. She was such a bully. Soon, the poor black wind condor was ridden by the Cyan Argusianus and beaten like hell. The sound of screaming and pleading echoed in the princess's mansion. Lord Condor swore, one day, he would ride on their backs, too. The Imperial Advisor residence, Emperor Li Avenue. The great Lu Chuan had been waiting in the front of a palace since he came back. At this moment, a figure in a Taoist gown showed up. It was the Imperial Advisor who came back from the Imperial Palace. "Master, Mr. Advisor." Lu Chuan and others made salutes in a deferential manner. "How was your trip?" the Imperial Advisor asked. "Master," Lu Chuan told him everything that had happened in the lower worlds from beginning to end and said, "It seems that the seventh sword is wholeheartedly pursuing swordsmanship and has an extreme personality. The Sword Saint of Shadow-Bearing wants to recruit him, so I didn't get involved, but if the seventh sword chooses not to join Strahd Mountain, do you think we should invite him to cultivate in the Dali National Academy, Master?" "Let Sword Mountain move first," the Imperial Advisor said, "and you spread the word that I will recruit one more direct disciple." Lu Chuan paused a second. Other people also got strange looks in their eyes. The Imperial Advisor was the Dean of the Dali National Academy, but in fact, he only had very few direct disciples, and his disciples were all extremely prominent figures. In the Great Li, as long as one could become a disciple of the Imperial Advisor, his future was destined to be a brilliant one. But of course, there were exceptions such as Xiang Yuanjin who died on the battlefield of the Empty Realm. "Yes, Master," Lu Chuan bowed to him. "Now I should leave if you excuse me." "All right," the Imperial Advisor nodded. So Lu Chuan and others left. After they were gone, the Imperial Advisor of the Great Li looked up to the sky. The positions of celestial bodies had changed. The fate of the Great Li was also revolving around a star, transforming. He thought to himself, "The Chosen One has showed up." Chapter 1104. Some big news made its way out from the residence of the Imperial Advisor of the Dali dynasty. The Imperial Advisor was going to take on another disciple personally. This news shook Emperor Li's city in an instant. Some big news made its way out from the residence of the Imperial Advisor of the Dali dynasty. The Imperial Advisor was going to take on another disciple personally. This news shook Emperor Li's city in an instant. The Imperial Advisor's reputation was so excellent that even the four kings could not suppress him. He was as noble and prestigious as the Prince Regent, and as strong as King Tiandao. One of these men was Emperor Li's uncle, and the other was his brother. Neither of them could suppress him. He truly was subordinate to only one man, and above tens of thousands. Each of the Imperial Advisor's students was also outstanding. Lu Chuan, who had seized victory for Emperor Li's realm at the Empty Realm 10 years ago, was one of them, and there were even several disciples above him. Every one of their names was well known throughout Emperor Li's realm. For example, his great disciple Yin Yuan was now at the third tier of the Divine Path, the tier of unblemished holiness. He almost stood among the greatest cultivators in Emperor Li's realm. After all, there were so few who had achieved the Nirvana tier. In all of Emperor Li's realm, there were not even 10. Thus, one who attained the tier of unblemished holiness was already at the top and far above most. Moreover, some people said that Yin Yuan was at the top of the third tier of the Divine Path, and that there was no one else at this level in Emperor Li's realm who could defeat him. And the Imperial Advisor's second disciple was also at the level of unblemished holiness. Thus, the Imperial Advisor's reputation within the Dali dynasty, in reality, was no less than that of Emperor Li's sons. This could be seen from the Emperor's son Li Yao's attitude towards Yuan Jin, a disciple of the Imperial Advisor, at the Battle of Empty Realm. Li Yao was a fellow disciple of Yuan Jin and had great respect for him. And Li Yao was also a disciple of the Imperial Advisor, but he was not personally taught by him. He was just a registered disciple. If the emperor's son wanted to seek training from the imperial advisor, he naturally could not deny him that. Because of all this, when the news came out that the imperial advisor was personally taking on another student, Emperor Li's realm was shaken. Many people said that it was because of Yuan Jin's death and that he wanted to take another disciple to replace him. Everyone sighed when they thought of Yuan Jin. He had initially been an outstanding figure at Dali Academy, who had achieved the limit of what was possible below the Saint Plane. There are very few people who could rival him. And yet he had met his death at the Battle of Empty Realm. Not many people knew the details of that battle, but some rumors said that Yuan Jin had managed to enter the Saint Plane, but had still been slain by his two opponents working together. Of the two people, one of them was Xiaqing Yuan of Emperor Xia's realm, and the other was the one who had won victories left and right at the Battle of Empty Realm, Futian. This was an unfamiliar name to the people of Emperor Li's realm. No one knew who Futian was, but since he had taken control of the Battle of Empty Realm and slain Yuan Jin, he must be an outstanding and powerful figure. Was the imperial advisor personally taking on another disciple in order to train someone who could compete with this incredibly powerful junior from Emperor Xia's realm? Perhaps he had a plan like this. As for who he would choose, many people in Emperor Li's city already had a guess. It would be the student at Dali Academy, Dong Qin. At the time of the defeat at the Battle of Empty Realm last year, Dali Academy had held its annual forum. Dong Qin had undoubtedly been the first-place finisher from Dali Academy with his perfect performance. He had been number one in terms of both debate and polemic. The debate at the Dali Academy Forum was an argument in which they discussed their opinions and feelings about cultivation. The polemic, on the other hand, was a battle. Dong Qin had given perfect answers. The one who had done this before him had been Yuan Jin. Some said that if Dong Qin had been born a few years earlier, he would have been the one to enter the imperial advisor's household and not Yuan Jin, even though Yuan Jin was also an outstanding talent and a hero of his age. Yuan Jin had gone to the Battle of Empty Realm, and Dong Qin had not. Yuan Jin had died at the Battle of Empty Realm, and the imperial advisor was taking another disciple. Dong Qin was the most likely candidate. Many people seemed to already be sure that Dong Qin of Dali Academy would soon enter the imperial advisor's household to cultivate. At that moment, many people at Dali Academy were discussing this matter. Even among those outside Dali Academy, there were some people who would talk about it from time to time. At this time, a handsome figure was standing outside of this top holy land that had been personally prepared by the imperial advisor with the full support of Emperor Li. He was looking at the Grand Dali Academy before him. Dali Academy was not old, and standing before it, one could faintly sense that it was full of vitality. The vast majority of the cultivators who came out of Dali Academy were extremely young, seeming to be about the same age as him. But they had all already reached various stages of the sage plane, having left the noble plane far behind. The true heroic figures of the Dali dynasty were all gathered together at Dali Academy. Even members of Emperor Li's own family came here to cultivate. He had let his sons and daughters come here to train, so how could the other noble families dare not to follow suit? Many people noticed Futian standing outside Dali Academy and were quite curious. This young man was extremely handsome. Could it be that he was a student there as well? Perhaps he was a youth who sought to enter the academy. For who in Emperor Li's realm would not want to enter Dali Academy? But even the sons of noble families would not necessarily be qualified to enroll. The entrance exam for Dali Academy was the strictest in the Dali dynasty. There were none others like it. Futian stood outside and sighed inwardly. He had come to Emperor Li's realm from Emperor Xia's realm. Upon seeing the differences between them, he had realized that Emperor Li's realm's sense of unity was greater than that of Emperor Xia's realm. The imperial advisor seemed like someone who possessed great talent and bold vision. At that moment, a sword will suddenly shrieked beside Futian, and everyone who was outside Dali Academy was instantly drawn to him. And those disciples inside Dali Academy looked at him sharply. This man dared to draw a sword outside Dali Academy. What was he trying to do? There were also people there who had come to pay their respects to Dali Academy. When they saw what he had done, they turned to him one by one. Their faces froze in surprised expressions. They only saw endless sword wills wrapping around Futian's body, which then formed into real swords. The swords flew up into the air, then fell back to the ground, causing a series of loud noises. 7 swords were pierced directly into the ground. The sounds resonated together, and an even more powerful sword will spread out from among them. Futian stepped forward, standing behind the swords. A powerful storm of sword chi was born and gathered together around his body. And then a voice came from Futian. I, the 7th swordsman, who has reached the peak of the sage level, have come to Dali Academy to seek the path and to cultivate. His voice swept out, making everyone's hearts beat faster, especially those who had come to Dali Academy to pay their respects. They all looked at him strangely. Had he come to Dali Academy to seek the path? The disciples of Dali Academy also looked at him strangely. Was he wielding a sword outside the academy? Someone looked at Futian from a distance and asked, "How do you wish to seek the path?" "By training in swordsmanship," Futian answered. "Is that a challenge?" asked the one who had spoken before. "I am not challenging you. I am seeking the path," answered Futian. Asking to practice his swordsmanship in order to seek the path was indeed a challenge, but he wouldn't admit it. To stand outside Dali Academy and issue a challenge would not sound too good. It would be more provocative. Seeking the path sounded much better. It was humble, and his opponents could find no faults with it. The 7th swordsman had come to the upper realm and was seeking the path at Dali Academy. Many of the disciples of Dali Academy were looking at Futian. Was he doing this to draw attention to his performance, and thus gain entry to Dali Academy to cultivate? This method was very direct, but to be so arrogant as to stand outside Dali Academy and ask to seek the path would end very badly for him. Seemingly drawn by his words, more disciples walked out of Dali Academy. But most of them were just smiling and laughing and did not take any direct action. As disciples of Dali Academy, they naturally had their pride. Someone had come to seek the path, but he was nobody worth taking action against. At that moment, a figure walked out from the crowd. He was carefree and easy, and he bowed slightly to Futian, saying, "I am Suyu of Dali Academy. I am the 7th swordsman." Futian touched his sword to his chest in a gesture of respect. "I hope to learn from you," said Suyu. "And you as well," answered Futian. Boom. As soon as the two of them were finished speaking, Suyu stepped forward as fast as a bolt of lightning, and in an instant, he was in the air. Up in the sky, a majestic force surrounded him, and it gradually formed into the image of a dragon. It roared, and the sky trembled. Suyu raised his hands into the air and clapped them, and suddenly the golden dragon swept out, rushing through the air towards Futian to crush him. "Rise!" called Futian, and suddenly one of his 7 swords cut through the air. He stepped forward, and clutching his sword in his hand, his body shot up into the sky like an arrow. A ferocious storm gathered as Futian's sword sliced through the air, and suddenly, a hurricane of illusory swords appeared in the sky and collided with the golden dragon. Everyone could only see the storm slicing through the air and cutting through the dragon's body. But the giant swords were also gradually destroyed. Futian flew upwards, and he seemed to transform into a storm. His swords followed behind him, and suddenly, thousands of sword wills burst out from them. Each one seemed able to cut through the very air itself. The images of dragons behind Suyu were overbearing to the extreme. He clapped his hands together again with what seemed like enough force to topple the mountains into the sea. A pure-blooded dragon Madra shook the skies until it seemed as if they would collapse, and it collided wildly with Futian's swords. Everyone saw the terrible scene unfolding in the sky. In only an instant, the two of them had struck each other countless times. Of course, Futian was not using his full power. He was indeed practicing his swordsmanship and his ability to call upon storms of swords. He had come to the Dali dynasty not only for revenge, but also to cultivate. Finally, an extremely brilliant storm of swords slashed down from the sky, and all the pure-blooded dragons were completely shattered. Suyu was sent flying backward. He panted heavily as he stared at the swordsman before him. "You win," said Suyu. "Thank you for the match." Futian nodded, and then descended to the ground. He brought his swords back down, keeping them held out in front of him. A strange look came over everyone's faces. Suyu was not well known in Dali Academy, but no one there was a weakling. All of them were outstanding people. From the battle that had just taken place, they could tell that both combatants' combat power was extremely strong. Suyu was absolutely not weak, but he had still lost to the seventh swordsman. It seemed that this swordsman did indeed have remarkable power, which was why he had dared to come to Dali Academy to seek the path. This battle caused great waves, and drew in even more people. Disciples streamed forth from the academy continuously, and in an instant the area grew extremely lively. Chapter 1105. Someone had come and was standing outside Dali Academy, challenging people to fight and talking about seeking the path. Although many people inside Dali Academy scorned him, they did not care about him and thought that he was nothing more than someone who was trying to please the public with his claptrap. He was doing this because all he wanted to do was enter Dali Academy to cultivate, nothing more. But some powerful figures walked out of the academy and gave a bit of attention to him. If he wanted to seek the path, they would fulfill his wish. Someone had come and was standing outside Dali Academy, challenging people to fight and talking about seeking the path. Although many people inside Dali Academy scorned him, they did not care about him and thought that he was nothing more than someone who was trying to please the public with his claptrap. He was doing this because all he wanted to do was enter Dali Academy to cultivate, nothing more. But some powerful figures walked out of the academy and gave a bit of attention to him. If he wanted to seek the path, they would fulfill his wish. Before long, someone else had moved against Futian. A student from Dali Academy who was good at manipulating space rule power attacked him directly, turning himself into a shadow and moving extremely quickly. It was nearly impossible even to get a glimpse of him. His attack power was extreme. Futian was still only using one sword at a time. His swordsmanship was about to reach its peak, and his speed at drawing his sword, when combined with his natural speed, was simply frightening. He was able to block the disciple of Dali Academy's attack completely. In the end, his sword slashed through the air, and the disciple of Dali Academy fell in defeat. Many people decided then and there that this swordsman who had come seeking the path was incredibly powerful. And why did he have 7 swords in front of him? Could it be that they represented 7 different kinds of swordsmanship? For each fight, he only drew one sword. Did that mean he was not using his full power in any of the battles? Before long, the third challenger attacked, seemingly to confirm everyone's suspicions. Futian still only used one sword to defeat the man from Dali Academy who was attacking him. This swordsman who had come seeking the path had won 3 times. For a time, the disciples of Dali Academy all had solemn expressions on their faces. It seemed that this swordsman had not just come to boast emptily, but had truly come to seek the path and to use the disciples of Dali Academy to hone his swordsmanship. At that moment, a young man wearing golden robes stood among the crowd. His features were sharp as a sword. His deep eyes flashed with different kinds of light that constantly changed. 7th swordsman. His eyes flashed with cold light as he smiled. He looked at the figures behind him and then strode forward out of the crowd. A strange look came over the faces of the disciples from Dali Academy as they saw him come forward. For a time, all became quieter. This person was at least moderately famous in Dali Academy. Your swords are not bad. The man who had walked forward swept his gaze over Futian's swords. But what gives you the guts to dare to come to Dali Academy and taunt us? I will give you 10 seconds to get out of here. When they heard this, everyone looked a bit confused. They had thought he had gone forward to fight. They would never have imagined he would directly ask the swordsman to get out of there. But when they remembered who he was, they all felt relieved. This was just his usual style. His surname was Li. This was the surname of the imperial house in Emperor Li's city. He was Li Xian, a 3rd-generation member of the house of the Prince Regent and the Prince Regent's grandson. When he heard what Li Xian had said, Futian's eyes grew as sharp as swords. He swept his gaze over his opponent. He was familiar with his golden robes. He had seen them in Emperor Li's palace. Seeing his opponent's arrogant demeanor, he could sort of guess at his history. He was a prince of the Li house. Of course, in Emperor Li's city, and particularly at Dali Academy, there was nothing strange about running into someone from the imperial family. If you can defeat me while I wield the sword in my hand, then I will get out of here, Futian said to Li Xian. Li Xian looked at Futian with a bit of mockery in his eyes. His look was full of contempt. He was like someone who had been destined to rule others, mocking a toy that he held in his hand. Boom! A violent aura burst forth from Li Xian, and a group of golden afterimages appeared, stretching out his body. It was like there were countless Li Xians who had all appeared at the same time. The foremost Li Xian appeared right in front of Futian and reached out for him. At that moment, all the swords in front of Futian trembled and resonated together. Not only that, but Futian also felt like his swords were about to be shattered into pieces. Moreover, the space where he was standing was subjected to a ferocious binding power and a terrible shattering power. It seemed like he was about to be crushed. Futian drew his sword, and in a flash, lightning swept out, raging wildly in the air like the light of catastrophe. His sword had given birth to the ultimate catastrophe. Purple lightning appeared before Futian, and space itself seemed to split as his power collided with the oncoming attack. Boom! Crack! There was a loud noise as his opponent's arms seemed to turn golden and slammed into his sword. The sword struck his hand, but he felt the almost saint-like power of his opponent. Boom! His opponent's arms continued forward and smashed everything, including his sword. His arms seemed to have been forged out of divine implements. He had come seeking the path, but Li Xian had not taken this as a training battle. Otherwise, he would not have used the power of a divine implement. When he felt the terrible destructive power in his opponent's hands, Futian left behind many afterimages as he retreated. At the same time, his will spread out from him, and sword will shrieked as a great sword appeared in his hands. Boom! Futian suddenly stopped retreating, then stepped forward. Li Xian felt as if he had stepped right on his heart. In the next moment, the great sword whistled forward. It was incomparably heavy as it smashed into his hand. A loud noise rang out as the great sword left a mark in Li Xian's hand. Even though he had a divine implement there, his arm still trembled violently, and he felt like it was going to break off. He was thrown backward, but Futian continued forward with the great sword following behind him. Li Xian's heart beat wildly as heavy sword wills struck towards him. Boom! 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 Violent impacts rang out one by one. Li Xian was driven backward, his feet scraping along the ground until he finally stopped. The great sword disappeared, and Futian gave him a cold look. Li Xian lowered his arms, but they were still trembling slightly. That had obviously been extremely difficult for him to bear. A figure appeared behind Li Xian, but he seemed not to see it. He was just looking up at Futian. A sarcastic look flashed in his eyes, and his mouth curled into a wicked grin. He spat out a command, "Kill him! Kill him!" These words that came out of his mouth had a chilling effect. This was not a joke. Even many of the people from Dali Academy were shocked by what he had said. This swordsman had directly challenged Dali Academy, but had phrased it as seeking the path. Even though that was a little bit disrespectful, Dali Academy could defeat him in battle to save face. Just giving him a beating would be enough to get their revenge. And ordering a saint-level figure to kill him after being defeated was not something to be proud of. After all, Li Xian was someone of particularly high status. Being a disciple of Dali Academy proved you were of high status, and moreover, Li Xian was a member of the imperial family. What Li Xian was doing went beyond what was right and proper, but it seemed that his opponent had been reckless and arrogant all along. For someone of Li Xian's status, killing a mere swordsman who had come seeking the path was not something that he would be held accountable for. The saint-level figure behind Li Xian suddenly moved to carry out his order. He moved so quickly that it seemed as if there was no distance between them. In a flash, Futian felt a powerful force bearing down on him. A giant golden hand pressed towards him, seemingly invincible. As the hand pressed down, it was like the apocalypse. Futian felt like everything in the area was going to be crushed, and it was difficult to even breathe. A saint-level cultivator had directly gotten involved, and he was definitely a killer. There was no trace of hesitation. If Li Xian had ordered him to kill, he would kill. Although he had been full of confidence and carelessness ever since he had come to Emperor Li's realm, Futian had not meant to offend anyone too much, nor had he intended to create any conflicts of interest between himself and them. He had seemed wild, but in reality, he had been quite cautious to prevent powerful saints from acting against him. He had come to Dali Academy, not admitting that he challenged them, but instead saying that he had come to seek the path. It was all very regular. The students of Dali Academy were known as the best and the brightest of Emperor Li's city. The foremost holy land in Emperor Li's realm would naturally want to save face, and thus would not try to do anything to him. But there could always be some accident, or some person who did not care about the rules and had no morality at all. An example was Li Xian. This was the first time that Futian had met him, but his eyes were already full of mockery and scorn. After he had been defeated, he had immediately asked his saint to kill him. As far as Futian was concerned, things had gone from bad to worse. He had already attracted the attention of a powerful figure, and he had not even reached the true center of the Dali dynasty yet. Without revealing his identity, there would be those who would try to kill him. At that moment, his will flared up wildly, and a great sword appeared before him and shot towards the giant hand that was pressing down towards him. Boom! There was a loud noise that seemed so violent that it would shake the sky until it collapsed. The golden hand that smashed through the air destroyed everything in its path, including the great sword. It continued downward, and Futian was sent flying, giving off a muffled cry. But he had withstood the assault. His eyes went cold, and a terrible storm of sword will erupted around him as he glared at his opponent. When facing saint-level figures in Emperor Li's realm, he could not use the halberd of time and space as he had in Emperor Xia's realm. Otherwise, he would be revealed. Nor could he use other extremely powerful divine implements. If a lone swordsman who had come from the lower realm brought out an extremely high-level divine implement, there would be something wrong with that. And so, Futian could not even draw upon the power of a divine implement to fight this saint. Futian stared at his opponent, then glanced at Li Xian far away. He stood there calmly, quietly watching the battlefield. Or rather, he was watching Futian. The seventh swordsman had come outside Dali Academy to seek the path? Who did he think he was? Even though the lower realms had shown their unparalleled strength at Emperor Li's palace, now that one of them had fallen into his hands, he would not be polite. Chapter 1106. The saint-level cultivator saw Futian block his attack and could not help but feel slightly surprised. Those at the level of the divine path were so powerful. Futian was just an enlightened sage. The gap between them should have been enormous. The saint-level cultivator saw Futian block his attack and could not help but feel slightly surprised. Those at the level of the divine path were so powerful. Futian was just an enlightened sage. The gap between them should have been enormous. He stepped forward, and the majesty of the great path swept down, pressing on Futian. Even the many cultivators who were surrounding them and observing the battle could feel the invisible force. But since they were outside of Dali Academy at the moment, the saint controlled the scope of his power. He did not dare to let loose and break anything. He flooded his will into his hand, and another palm print smashed down from the sky, even stronger than the last one. Futian looked up and felt that the palm print crashing down above him would crush everything in the area. A suffocating pressure descended. If it had been someone at the peak of the sage level facing this, they would probably have trouble even moving. But he did not retreat. Futian moved his hands, and suddenly, his sword will transformed, forming numerous great swords. A dozen or so swords appeared before him, and each one was filled with vast power. Boom! Futian took a step into the air, and suddenly, one of the great swords cut through the sky, piercing through the void as it swept through everything. It rushed towards the oncoming handprint to withstand its mighty power. Boom! He took another step and clapped his hands together with enough force to collapse mountains. Suddenly, all the great swords shot through the air one by one, each one following the last. The palm print descended, and a loud sound rang out. The great sword at the front was immediately destroyed. The giant hand pressed down with incredible speed, and booming sounds rang out continuously as the air itself trembled violently. Great sword after great sword was destroyed, but the hand did slow a bit, and slight cracks appeared in it. Rumble. Whoosh. Futian took a step forward. The last great sword shot through the sky and finally sliced through the hand. But at the same time, the saint stepped forward and descended directly above Futian. This swordsman might be so strong that he could destroy a saint-level palm print, but destroying a palm print was all that he had managed to do. The saint's hand pressed down like a millstone, and suddenly, a frightening golden storm appeared, destroying everything below it. Go! Futian pointed up into the sky, and suddenly, all the sword wool surrounding him shot up into the air. The sword shone brightly, and everything between heaven and earth seemed to be filled with swords. There was no trace of Futian. Illusory swords? The saint-level cultivator was uncertain. The golden storm continued to press downward, and the illusory swords were violently destroyed. Devastating pressure descended on Futian that tried to shock him back down to the ground. But as he fell back, Futian reached out with his hand, and suddenly another sword appeared. As he pulled out the sword, his figure disappeared from where it had been. He firmly cut through the pressure that was coming from his opponent and managed to escape. At that same time, Futian felt a strong sense of threat descending. In the next instant, he saw Futian waving his blade of light off in the distance. In a flash, he appeared before him, swift as a cloud and smooth as water. This was spatial swordsmanship. Sword wool billowed from Futian, and Futian went flying backward. But he could not outrun a sword. He could only stretch out his hands and clap them in front of him. His eyes were cold. Did he want to take care of him in a single instant? A divine implement protected his body, and a divine implement also covered his hands as he grabbed Futian's sword. The sword slammed into his hands. Futian tried to yank it away, but he only saw golden light flashing by. The sword pierced through his hands and cut open his defensive light curtain, plunging towards his throat. In a flash, Futian felt a bit of coldness at his throat. He suddenly stopped moving his hands. His body stayed in that strange posture as he stiffened up. At the same time, the saint stepped forward and landed close beside them. He had felt it when Futian had slashed him with his sword, but it had only slowed him down a little. As long as Futian could block his sword, it would give him enough time. But clearly, Futian could not block even a single blow. As the disciples of Dali Academy beheld this scene, they all looked shocked. While facing that assault of a saint-level cultivator, he had fled the battlefield and with a single sword stroke, had gained mastery over Futian's life and death. That sword could truly be called amazing. This swordsman who had come to Dali Academy to seek the path was truly formidable. Let him go. The saint stepped forward. Futian did not turn to look at him. Sword wool billowed out from him as the tip of his sword touched the skin of Futian's throat. With only a slight movement, he could pierce through his throat and end his life. Futian tilted his head slightly. His face did not seem too disturbed as he felt the coldness at his throat. He slowly put down his hands and lowered his head, but he still stared at Futian with eyes full of coldness and pride. He was indeed worthy of being called matchless in the lower realms. He had defeated the swordsman of Sword Mountain and was able to control him with a single sword. That was amazing. My name is Li. Futian stared at Futian as he said this. That is a good sword you have there. Take it away from me, and I will let you leave. Futian kept his sword in place. He looked at Futian and said, Why did you attack me? How could I let Dali Academy be so easily humiliated? Said Futian proudly. Futian saw that his opponent had remained calm all along, especially when giving the order to kill him. This was not because he had taunted Dali Academy. Moreover, he had come seeking the path and had said nothing humiliating. If Futian were genuinely thinking of Dali Academy's honor, he would not have had a saint try to kill him after losing. Futian was lying. But this was his first time meeting him, and there was no conflict of interest between them. Then why would he try to kill him? However, judging by Futian's attitude, it would probably be impossible to ask him the reason. And in any case, it would be meaningless to do so. Let him go. The saint stepped forward again. His aura was frightening. Sword wheels swirled around Futian, and he moved the sword forward, pressing it bit by bit into Futian's throat. He looked back at the saint and said, If you take another step forward, I can't promise you that my sword won't pierce through his throat. Blood trickled down Futian's neck. He felt the coldness there, and his eyes changed a little bit, going very cold. If you don't take your sword away, I can't promise that you will leave here alive today, Futian said. As he said this, His throat grew colder, and the sword pressed further in. His skin crawled, and his face went a little pale. He gazed fixedly at Futian. "I promise that you will die before me," said Futian coldly. Also, someone who called in a saint to help him after he had already lost promises have no weight. "So, you can shut up now." Xian obediently shut up. The sword was already in his throat. If it went any further, it would kill him. He could do nothing but close his mouth. All was suddenly silent outside Dali Academy. A group of figures flew through the sky. The headmaster of the academy had heard the news and had hurried over. As the people arrived and saw the scene before them, their faces changed. Although this Xian was not an outstanding cultivator there at Dali Academy, he was still surnamely. If he died here, it would certainly bring them no end of trouble. But that swordsman's sword did not move even a hair. He stood there still. They seemed to have entered a stalemate. Futian did not know what would happen after he let Xian go. So, before he could guarantee his safety, his sword would not leave Xian's throat. "Xian has wronged you in this matter, but why don't you let him go first?" the saint of Dali Academy said to Futian. "I have heard that Dali Academy is the best holy land for cultivating in Dali. That is why I came here to seek the path. However, after I defeated this man, he ordered a saint to kill me. I had no choice but to do this. I ask you, Elder, if I let him go, will you swear on the honor of Dali Academy that you will guarantee my safety?" asked Futian. The saint was silent for a moment after Futian had said his piece. Xian had a special status. He was a descendant of the Prince Regent. If he wanted to retaliate against Futian, the saint would have no power to ensure Futian's safety. He naturally did not dare to swear this on Dali Academy's good name. Thus, he could only be silent. When a man is angered, the bloodshed he causes spreads far beyond him. "And if you cannot guarantee my safety here, then you will be burying Xian with me," continued Futian. He kept waiting. Xian's face finally darkened. Was what the seventh swordsman meant was that if no one could absolutely guarantee his safety, he would kill him? Many of the people in Dali Academy secretly praised the swordsman. When he was angered, he would spread bloodshed. Xian's actions had indeed been too much. If this swordsman had been a little bit weaker, he would be dead. However, other than the most powerful figures of Dali Academy or a great figure from the Prince Regent's household, anyone who tried to guarantee Futian's safety would be talking nonsense. "Are you the seventh swordsman who came up from Emperor Li's palace with Lu Chuan and the others?" asked one of the elders of Dali Academy. "Yes," answered Futian. A look of surprise suddenly came over everyone's faces. The one who Xian had tried to kill was the foremost of those chosen from the lower worlds by Lu Chuan. It was said that Sword Mountain wanted to take him as a disciple. Some people reported this within Dali Academy. This was going to be troublesome. Outside the academy, all still seemed very calm. Two people stood in the middle of it all, not moving a muscle. At that moment, a line of figures stepped forward. "Greetings, Brother Yin." The disciples of Dali Academy bowed to the one who was coming one by one, their gazes full of respect. Those who had come from afar to visit the college also gazed worshipfully at him. It was the great disciple of the imperial advisor, Yin Yuan. Now, the matter that was facing Dali Academy was basically up to him to decide. The imperial advisor was a headmaster of Dali Academy. All the cultivators of the academy could thus call Yin Yuan their sworn brother. Yin Yuan already knew what was going on. He walked in front of Xian and Futian and looked at the two of them. Then he said to Xian, "Xian, you were the one who started this. How do you plan to solve it?" "Brother Yin, if he removes his sword, I won't kill him," said Xian. Yin Yuan looked at Futian. Futian said, "I don't believe him. He doesn't believe you. How can you assure him?" Yin Yuan asked Xian, "If he doesn't believe me, what can I do?" Xian's face grew ugly. "Since there's no way to solve this, we're at a stalemate. So, seventh swordsman, use your sword," continued Yin Yuan. As he said this, everyone's gaze froze on him. He had asked the seventh swordsman to use his sword. Xian went pale. Did he want the two of them to die together? How could the seventh swordsman's life be worth as much as his? Chapter 1107. A strange expression came over Futian's face. He was shocked. A strange expression came over Yi Futian's face. He was shocked. Yin Yuan was the disciple of the imperial advisor, and a saint at the third tier of the divine path, unblemished holiness. According to the records at Emperor Xia's palace, it was highly likely that he was at the peak of this level. Li Xin was of the blood of Dali. He had been brought here to the upper worlds by Li Xin's sworn brother Lu Chuan to cultivate. No matter which way he looked at it, Yin Yuan should be trying to mediate a solution, not asking him to use his sword. If he used his sword, there was only one possible outcome. Both he and Li Xin would die. Yi Futian glanced over Yin Yuan and saw that he was wearing only a simple robe. His was like brilliant jade, and his figure was slender and elegant. At that moment, his eyes were calm, without even a hint of disturbance. It was like what he had said was the most normal thing in the world. But Yi Futian and even those people in and around Dali Academy who were watching did not know why he had told Yi Futian to use his sword. He wants to kill you, and now you have him. You can't escape, and he can't guarantee your life. With such a deadlock, why are you still hesitating? Yin Yuan looked at Yi Futian as he spoke. It was as if he were trying to provoke him. What you have said makes sense, answered Yi Futian. His sword will shrieked, and his arm moved slightly as he continued pressing the point of his sword into Li Xin's throat. That action caused Li Xin to go pale. Wait, he cried out. Yi Futian's sword stopped, and he looked at him. Li Xin's face was extremely dark as he stared at Yi Futian. You may not be able to trust me, but can you trust Dali Academy? I can, answered Yi Futian without hesitation. Brother Yin. Li Xin turned his gaze to Yin Yuan. He was scared enough that he was willing to concede and turn over negotiations to Yin Yuan. Seventh Swordsman, what will it take to make you put down your sword? Yin Yuan asked Yi Futian. Guarantee that I will live. Yi Futian's words were simple yet forceful. He was using his sword to preserve his own life. That is simple enough. Yin Yuan turned towards Li Xin and said, Li Xin, I can make this guarantee for you on Dali Academy's good name, but if you can't do this, then what should we do? Li Xin stared at Yi Futian and saw his cold eyes. He knew what kind of beast this seventh swordsman was. He would not do anything by half measures. He would not put down his sword. I swear on my life. Li Xin's voice was hoarse but icy. Excellent. Yin Yuan nodded. In that case, I swear on the honor of Dali Academy that if you put down your sword, Li Xin will not pursue this matter any further. Otherwise, it will be equivalent to Li Xin trampling on the good name of Dali University. He has offered up his life as a guarantee. Is this enough for you? It's not just Li Xin. If the man behind him pursues this matter, it will be equivalent to Li Xin doing so, said Yi Futian. A surprised look came over the faces of everyone watching. This swordsman's combat ability was extraordinary, but they had not expected him to be so careful. He had not given Li Xin any chance to get revenge. Very well. Li Xin's voice was still hoarse. Yi Futian stared at him and saw that Li Xin's eyes were full of cold, murderous intent. But Yi Futian did not care. Put down your sword, said Yin Yuan. Yi Futian pulled back his sword, and suddenly, the saint from before flashed over behind Li Xin, looking at Yi Futian coldly. He was at fault for what had happened. Yi Futian had fled the battle under his attacks and had instead attacked Li Xin. His opponent was quite skilled at spatial swordsmanship. Let us end the matter here, said Yin Yuan. Then he turned to leave as if nothing had happened. The other saints of Dali Academy left with him. Li Xin had sworn it on his life. He would certainly not dare to do anything. Many of the disciples of Dali Academy watched Yin Yuan leaving and admired him in secret. Yin Yuan telling Yi Futian to use his sword had been a case of making concessions to gain advantages. Since neither of them had been willing to step back, he had to see who would be more firm and who would compromise. Obviously, Li Xin had compromised first and had asked him for help. Li Xin may have sworn on his life, but it was something that he had sought help from Yin Yuan about. No one had made him do it, so even the Prince Regent could find no fault with what had happened. Li Xin had lost this conflict without a doubt. He did not dare to trade his life for his enemies. After pulling back his sword, Yi Futian turned to leave. He no longer defended himself. From what he understood of the Imperial Advisor and Dali Academy, even a grandson of the Prince Regent, or even a prince, would not dare to besmirch Dali Academy's reputation. Li Xian had sworn on his life. If he acted against Yi Futian now, he would be seeking his death. Yin Yuan may have left as if nothing had happened, but Yi Futian did not think that Yin Yuan had handled the situation so well. Was it truly that easy to become a top figure at Dali Academy? Seventh Swordsman. At that moment, a voice rang out, and a group of figures flashed over towards him. At their head were Li Yang and Li Yu. "My prince, my lord," Yi Futian called to them. Li Yang and Li Yu looked at Li Xian and saw him looking back at them. The Prince Regent and King Li were both of the four kings, but the Prince Regent was the elder, and so King Li had to call him uncle. Thus, from the point of view of seniority, Li Yang, Li Yu, and the Prince Regent's grandson Li Xian were of the same generation. Moreover, he was the direct descendant of two kings, giving him double status. "Is everything all right?" Li Yu asked Yi Futian. "Everything is fine," Yi Futian answered. At that moment, Li Yu's face grew a bit ugly, and not only because of Yi Futian's talent. Yi Futian had come from the lower worlds. Her father, King Li, was the master of the lower worlds. Lu Chuan and the people of Sword Mountain had chosen Yi Futian. In some sense, King Li's palace had formed some level of relationship with Yi Futian. Thus, Li Yu had always been good to Yi Futian because he had come from the lower worlds and had outstanding talent. But she knew that the seventh swordsman had almost died at Li Xian's hands. The most powerful figure from the lower worlds, who was controlled by her father, had almost died so unexpectedly. She was naturally out of sorts, but she still said nothing. She heard Li Xian say, "Li Yang, Li Yu, is he one of your people? Master Seventh Swordsman has been invited by Lu Chuan to come up from the lower worlds. He is the most powerful figure in the lower worlds under our control. Master Shadow-bearing Sword, Saint of Sword Mountain, invited him to Sword Mountain to cultivate," she said coldly. "Li Xian, you almost became a murderer back there. Why?" Everyone who heard Li Yu's words looked shocked. No wonder this swordsman had been so strong and could get to Li Xian even under the assault of a saint. He was the foremost figure of the lower worlds, the one who Lu Chuan and the others had brought to the upper worlds. Many people knew about Lu Chuan's affairs in the lower worlds. This was why everyone had a look of wonder on their faces. They had thought that this was just a simple surprise attack. However, no, it seemed not to be that simple. Who was Yin Yuan? He was Lu Chuan's sworn brother, and the two of them had a close relationship. They valued each other greatly. Since Seventh Swordsman was the one that Lu Chuan had brought to the upper worlds, Yin Yuan had probably realized this as soon as he heard his name. However, Yin Yuan had just barely told Seventh Swordsman to use his sword. From Yin Yuan's perspective, he was just a mediator and was not trying to help either side. He was trying to solve the issue. But which one of them had Yin Yuan secretly been biased towards? Or maybe he was not biased at all. What was interesting was whether or not Li Xian had known that Seventh Swordsman was the person whom Lu Chuan had brought to the upper worlds. If he did know, then that was food for thought. That's how it is. Li Xian looked at Li Yu. No wonder he had the guts to come to Dali Academy and taunt us. And his swordsmanship is indeed quite good. On saying this, he placed a hand on his neck to wipe away the blood. There was still pain there, and a feeling of coldness. However, I may have promised not to pursue this matter, but he better not do anything else improper, otherwise once I get my hands on him. Li Xian's face was cold. He did not hide his murderous intent at all, no matter who he is. So, you better keep your distance from him, so you don't get hurt. On saying this, Li Xian cast a cold glance at Yi Futian, then walked away. The murderous intent was clear for all to see. Today, the point of this swordsman's sword had pricked his throat, threatening his very life. This matter was not over. He would watch this seventh swordsman. Li Yang and Li Yu looked a bit angry as they watched him leave until he disappeared. "Master Seventh Swordsman, let us take you back," said Li Yu. Yi Futian nodded. "Thank you." He was not under threat anymore, but he still did not refuse Li Yu's kindness. As for seeking the path, after the surprise attack, he no longer needed to continue to do so. The group of them left, and the disciples of Dali Academy and the cultivators around the academy dispersed. They all went to look up a certain name, Seventh Swordsman. Yi Futian flew through the air with Li Yu and the others. "Who is Li Xian?" he asked. He had looked up the top powers in Emperor Li's realm in the scrolls, but it was impossible to know everyone in the imperial family. From the moment that Yin Yuan had told him to use his sword, he had realized that his opponent was not a prince. He must be another descendant of the imperial bloodline. But he still did not know his actual identity. He was not of the blood of King Li. He is the grandson of the Prince Regent, said Li Yu. Li Xian always does things very casually and is a bit wanton, but I would never have thought he'd try to kill you. The grandson of the Prince Regent, Yi Futian thought to himself. No wonder he dared to be so wanton. He had nothing to be afraid of. Tell it to me straight. He must have known that I came from the lower world's part of Emperor Li's realm, said Yi Futian. Li Xian had not seemed like a man of noble birth to him. He had seemed more like an assassin. Li Yang and Li Yu looked surprised when they heard Yi Futian. They looked at each other. If Li Xian had known, then that could be punishable by death. His Majesty highly regarded the imperial advisor, and the people of Dali Imperial City said he only answered to one man. Obviously, in their hearts, he was only inferior to His Majesty. It was public knowledge that King Tiandao was not happy with this, and thus he was always in conflict with the imperial advisor. Everyone in Dali knew this. But the Prince Regent was still very low-key, and over the past few years had gotten involved in very few external affairs. The people of the Prince Regent's household definitely would have ideas of their own. Lu Chuan had brought Yi Futian to the upper worlds. If Li Xian knew Yi Futian's identity but had pretended not to know as he tried to kill him, then he definitely had ulterior motives. He may have been deliberately trying to stir things up. Li Yang and Li Yu brought Yi Futian back to a private residence on Emperor Li's road. Li Yang and Li Yu brought Yi Futian back to a private residence on Emperor Li's road. Would you like me to station some people here? Li Yu asked Yi Futian. Li Xian may have promised not to do anything, but he had done so unwillingly. No need. If Li Xian were willing to trade his life for mine, he would have asked Yin Yuan for help, said Yi Futian. He had just gotten back. Who besides Li Xian would be trying to kill him? And Li Xian was not that stupid, especially because he thought that Li Xian's acting against him back there had been premeditated. He was not a simple scion of a noble house. Even though he had compromised in the end, all the time that Yi Futian had been pressing his sword into his throat, he had been extremely calm. All right. Be careful, master, said Li Yu. But if you can, you should go to Sword Mountain to cultivate. She naturally meant well. All Yi Futian had to do was nod, and he would be able to go to Sword Mountain to cultivate. Because of the involvement of Sword Mountain, Li Xian did not dare to do anything rash against Yi Futian. After all, that was the foremost holy land for swordsmanship in the Dali dynasty, similar to Lihan Heaven in Emperor Xia's realm. The master of Sword Mountain was a saint at the fourth there of the Saint Plain, Nirvana, and he truly stood at the peak of the people in the Dali dynasty. There were few people like him. I will think about it carefully, said Yi Futian. Li Yang and Li Yu said farewell and left. After they left, Yi Futian sat down in the courtyard and closed his eyes to cultivate. Today's events had made him more vigilant. After coming to Dali, he had observed the situation and been cautious. He had not gotten into conflicts of interest with those who he could not compete with. And if he had been a bit arrogant, saint-level figures were too high above him to care about it. And even if they did care, they wouldn't kill him over it. But the affair with Li Xian had made him understand that here in the power center of Dali Imperial City, sometimes even when he did nothing, disasters could still befall him. Actually, this was not only true of Emperor Li's realm. The whole world was like this. Those who had cultivated weakly would die when battles broke out between powerful figures, and they would not even know why they were dying. Thus, there was only one way to avoid these threats that you could not see coming. Make yourself stronger. If he had not had enough combat power today, the saint would have directly killed him. He had truly wanted to slay him. Li Xian had not been joking. Thus, he had used his combat prowess to capture Li Xian with his sword and avoid danger. If he became a saint, then killing him would not be something that a saint at the first tier of the Saint Plane could do. However, the gap between sage and saint was extremely difficult to cross. It was like a moat. Many people were stopped on one side of it, and even if they worked their whole lives, they would never be able to cross it. Yi Futian pushed away these distracting thoughts and closed his eyes. It seemed there was a rustling sound ringing out through his life palace. The world tree was swaying and giving off jade green light. Many patterns were blooming around the tree. They were other life spirits. The world tree's light flowed towards his body and then spread out into the distance. Suddenly, Futian felt that he had turned into a tree. His every thought and every piece of his aura were branches stretching out into the distance to touch the essence of nature, heaven, and earth. He could feel the power of heaven and earth. Man was modeled after heaven, after earth, after the path, and the path was modeled after nature. A marvelous airflow swept out from him and was immersed in his cultivation. When he had fought Yuan Jin at the Battle of Empty Realm, he had also entered this mysterious plane where he could sense the power of the great path. Since man made the path was an extension of man's will. Of course, to actually extend one's will was too hard. Futian's perception was not strong enough right now. But by plunging himself into the path of the sword, he could already create many kinds of swords. He could gain a name for himself with his swords and thus walk around in Dali. The seventh swordsman was a powerful fighter, but that was, in fact, an illusion. Many months had passed since he had cultivated the Taishian Sword Sutra. Although his swordsmanship was already exquisite, he was more integrated with the power of multiple elements, and combined with the other skills he had learned while cultivating, he could unleash outstandingly powerful swords. Of course, his sword itself was not too bad. The Taishian Sword Sutra provided a general outline for his swordsmanship. He had cultivated many elemental powers, but he had truly cultivated different types of elemental sword magic. He had been able to apply these many kinds of abilities to his sword, so his swordsmanship alone was quite formidable. But if he could integrate the power he had before into his swordsmanship, it would naturally be even stronger. Now, he needed to forge an even more powerful sword so that he could truly make a name for himself with it and create a foothold in Dali. Futian did not go out for a while. He stayed in his residence, cultivating. However, Seventh Swordsman's name began to circulate in the outside world. Dali Academy had a prestigious place in Emperor Li's realm, and so the things that had happened were passed along quite quickly. Moreover, since the first person who Lu Chuan had brought from the lower worlds to cultivate, the Prince Regent's grandson, and Yin Yuan had all been there, it would have been impossible for the news not to spread. Many people in Emperor Xia's realm were curious the first time that Seventh Swordsman's name spread throughout the upper worlds. How strong was this man from the lower worlds who dared to stand directly outside Dali Academy and seek the path? Li Xian had ruined Seventh Swordsman's battles for seeking the path. If he had been able to continue, a much stronger disciple from Dali Academy would have come out, and then they would have been able to see. After a few days, some more slightly shocking news came out. And there were two sides to this news. The first was that a swordsman had come from 1,000 miles away in the primary holy land for swordsmanship in Dali Imperial City, Sword Mountain. It seemed that he had come for an appointment and had met with Seventh Swordsman by chance. The reason that this was shocking was that the one who had come from Sword Mountain was Jian Wu, who was called the most outstanding disciple among the younger generation of Sword Mountain. He was at the limit of what was possible below the saint level. Once upon a time, many people had wanted to see a battle between Jian Wu and Yuan Jin and had speculated about who was stronger between them. However, Yuan Jin had fallen, and Dong Chun would probably take his place and become the personal disciple of the Imperial Advisor. Who was stronger, Dong Chun or Jian Wu of Sword Mountain? But Jian Wu's reason for coming was not Dong Chun of Dali Academy, but Seventh Swordsman. From this, it could be seen that Sword Mountain thought highly of this junior swordsman who had come from the lower worlds. Indeed, he had made Jian Wu come off the mountain. The second reason the news was shocking was very similar to the first reason. It was because someone else had come to Dali Imperial City who was almost a saint. It was Dihao of Daily Mountain. King Tiandao had always been overtly in conflict with the Imperial Advisor. The Imperial Advisor had founded Dali Academy, and so King Tiandao had founded Daily Mountain in the west as a holy land for cultivating. Not long ago, the Imperial Advisor had announced that he recalled his disciples. Now, the disciples of Daily Mountain were coming from far away. This made people speculate wildly. And the one who had come was Dihao. King Tiandao controlled the Western Army, and all of the disciples of Daily Mountain had battle experience. They were all geniuses forged in the fires of battle. Dihao had the honor of being the best disciple of Daily Mountain. King Tiandao thought very highly of him and had adopted him. So, how could someone like this coming to Dali Imperial City not cause a great disturbance? Especially since Jianwu of Sword Mountain had also come. At that time, Yuan Jin and Dong Qian of Dali Academy, Dihao of Daily Mountain, and Jianwu of Sword Mountain were the best that there was below the saint level, and the most prestigious people at that level in the Dali dynasty. Yuan Jin had gone to the Battle of Empty Realm, but Dong Qian had not. As for Jianwu, the imperial advisor had not wanted to order him to go and had wanted even less to have Dihao go. Generally speaking, the imperial advisor's household was responsible for commanding the Battle of Empty Realm, and one of his disciples was always there. And it would obviously not be suitable for the imperial advisor's people to show up at the same place as King Tiandao's people. The three strongest figures in the Dali dynasty below the saint level were all in Dali Imperial City. Even though they weren't saints, they still attracted a lot of attention, and people had great expectations for them. Many people even wondered if the three of them would stand upon the same stage and battle. They would be able to see which one of them was worthy of being called the greatest figure in Dali Imperial City below the saint level. As for seventh swordsman, he was naturally overlooked. Even though he had gained a little bit of fame outside Dali Academy, he was still not worth looking at when compared to those three. How could the foremost person from the lower worlds compare with the strongest people from the upper worlds? Many people even argued about how many sword strokes seventh swordsman could last at Jianwu's hands. As Dali Imperial City was being shocked by these two pieces of news, Futian was improving his swordsmanship at his residence. He sat there cross-legged with an old tree beside him. The tree was swaying, and its leaves were falling off and swirling around Futian. They seemed to circle him in some sort of majestic pattern. What was more incredible was that each leaf seemed extremely sharp. At that moment, Futian suddenly opened his eyes. The leaves suddenly flew wildly as a terrible shriek rang out all around. The sound was ear-piercing, and the leaves all flashed in the same direction, seeming to cut through space itself. Slash! A wall was cut through piece by the leaves, and the whole thing crumbled to the ground. A vertical line appeared where the leaves had cut through, and on the other side of the wall, several figures appeared. The leaves flew back to Futian and drifted behind him. "Your sword of raging storms is becoming as pure as flame," said Liu with a smile. "Why have you come?" asked Futian with a bow. "You have been staying here practicing swordsmanship for several days, so you probably don't know what has happened in the outside world. You have a meeting with the shadow-bearing sword saint, who has just arrived in Dali Imperial City. And the most outstanding disciple of Sword Mountain, Jianwu, has also come," said Liu. "Oh." Futian nodded. It seemed that the shadow-bearing sword saint wanted to take him to Sword Mountain as a disciple. Otherwise, he would not have been so considerate. "You have been at peace here, but you don't know the disturbances that have taken place outside. Jianwu is the best swordsman of Sword Mountain below the saint level. And not only that, he is one of the strongest people below the saint level in Dali Dynasty. The fact that the shadow-bearing sword saint brought him here means that he firmly wants to defeat you and bring you back to Sword Mountain with him," said Liu with a smile. It would be good if Futian went to Sword Mountain. Sword Mountain was the best place for practicing swordsmanship for those below the saint level. At that moment, Futian thought of Wang Chuan. But this time, he would compete with his opponent with his sword. The three great holy lands for cultivation in Dali. Futian saw Liu smile and said, "If I am defeated, then I will fulfill my promise and go to Sword Mountain to practice my swordsmanship." Liu nodded. Sword Mountain is the best place in the Dali dynasty to practice swordsmanship. If you were to go there to train, you wouldn't have to go to Dali Academy like last time. Liu was certain that Futian would be defeated. No matter how strong he was, his opponent was stronger. He was the foremost junior of Sword Mountain. Futian nodded slightly and didn't say any more arrogant things. If he gave it his all, he believed that he could defeat anyone in Dali below the saint level. But right now, he could only do it via his swordsmanship, and he had placed many constraints on himself. If he wanted to win, he could only do so with his sword. If he could not win with his sword, then even if he could defeat his opponent, he still could not win. If he won with his sword, then he won. If he lost with his sword, then he lost. If he faced an opponent like Wang Chuan, he still did not genuinely have absolute assurance of victory with his sword alone. Oh right, one more thing, but it doesn't have much to do with you. Are you interested in hearing it? Asked Li Yu with a smile. Please tell me, said Futian with a nod. Jianwu is not the only one to come to Dali Imperial City now. Di Hao from Daily Mountain has come as well, she said. Di Hao? Asked Futian, confused. He knew of Daily Mountain. The records told him that it had been founded by King Tiandao, who controlled the Western Army. At the moment, there are 3 powerful holy lands for cultivation in the Dali dynasty: Dali Academy, Daily Mountain, and Sword Mountain, said Li Yu slowly. Dali Imperial City is not among them, but in the eyes of the dynasty, it lies at the center of these 3 holy lands. Dali Academy, which was founded by the Imperial Advisor, is there. Since it receives the full support of His Majesty and has the advantage of being located in the Imperial City, it is considered the best of the 3 holy lands. The second best is Daily Mountain. King Tiandao has been stationed in the west for many years, and the Western Army completely controls that area. King Tiandao's household holds absolute power in the west. Many families and sects look to them for leadership. Given this background, King Tiandao was able to leverage the power he held in the west to call together all the young geniuses and found Daily Mountain. All the disciples of Daily Mountain have experience on the field of battle. That is how Daily Mountain, which is the foremost holy land in the west and the second best in all the land. The third best holy land for cultivating is Sword Mountain. Di Hao comes from Daily Mountain, and King Tiandao has adopted him. Many people look at him as the future king of the west. He has never been the Dali Imperial City before, and the great figures of the city have no concrete information about his power. Still, many people speculate that he is the strongest person in the Dali dynasty below the saint level. None of the disciples of Dali Academy can defeat him? Asked Futian curiously. Dong Chan of Dali Academy is indeed very strong. Now that the Imperial Advisor is going to choose another disciple, Dong Chan is probably best qualified for the spot. Many people think it will be him. His strength is obvious, but King Tiandao is very conceited and arrogant. He probably sent Di Hao to Dali Imperial City to attack the cultivators that the Imperial Advisor has summoned. You can see the trust he puts in Di Hao, said Li Yu. Thus, there are those who call Di Hao the most powerful figure in the Dali dynasty below the saint level. Of course, some think it is Dong Chen, but without a doubt, one must add Jianwu to that list. They are certainly the 3 most powerful figures below the saint level in the Dali dynasty and the most famous. And no, they will all be together in Dali Imperial City. But Li Yu looked at Futian and smiled. If you can defeat Jianwu, you will be one of the top 3. Of course, she was being polite. In reality, she didn't think Futian could defeat Jianwu. Futian smiled and said nothing. Li Yu took her leave, saying, I will return. If there is more news, I will come tell you. You can just send someone to tell me, said Futian. Very well. It's also possible that the people from Sword Mountain will personally visit us, said Li Yu with a nod. She couldn't keep coming here all the time. After Li Yu left, Futian continued cultivating, doing all he could to integrate his power into his sword. He used Taishian Sword Sutra to temper his sword. The next time he faced a powerful foe, it wouldn't be like it had been in the lower worlds. Jianwu of Sword Mountain was ranked in the top 3 figures below the saint level in the Dali dynasty. The cultivators from Daily Mountain and Sword Mountain were arriving at Dali Imperial City one by one. The commotion shook the city at the center of the Dali dynasty. Everyone was waiting for some news. They did not have to wait too long. Soon, the people from Daily Mountain went to pay a visit to Dali Academy and arranged to go to Dali Academy again in 7 days to seek the path. Daily Mountain wanted to come into conflict with Dali Academy openly. And just like Futian, they said they were seeking the path, just because it sounded good. In reality, they were challenging them to battle. The 2 most powerful holy lands of the Dali dynasty were in open conflict. This was King Tiandao provoking the Imperial Advisor. He wanted to prove that Daily Mountain trained better disciples than Dali Academy. Since Di Hao had come, many people expected that they would get to see the battle between him and Dong Chen. Many people thought about what it would be like if Dihao defeated Dongqian. Would the imperial advisor's authority come under threat? Just as people were becoming worried about the imperial advisor, some news came from his household. In 7 days, the imperial advisor would personally come to Dali Academy, and he had invited all the top figures of Dali Imperial City to go and observe the forum. Even Sword Mountain was on the list of those invited, and on that day, he would choose his next disciple. There was a great stir in Dali Imperial City as the news spread. This was the imperial advisor's manner. Just as many people were worried about him and were afraid that he would be defeated, he had said that he would personally observe the battle and choose a disciple. No matter if he won or lost, he had shown himself to be 2 steps ahead of everyone else. On the second day, news also came from Sword Mountain. Jianwu would invite someone to go to the forum at Dali Academy with him. 7th Swordsman. Suddenly, 7th Swordman's name was once again ringing throughout Dali Imperial City. The strongest cultivators of the younger generation of Sword Mountain, Jianwu, had challenged 7th Swordsman. The time. The day of the forum between Dali Academy and Daily Mountain. The place. Dali Academy. This news caused great waves and shocked all the people in Dali Imperial City. They were now full of great expectations for the forum in several days. Not only Dali Academy and Daily Mountain would be attending, but Sword Mountain would also be there and would fight with 7 swordsmen. The 3 greatest holy lands in the Dali dynasty would all be there, and so would the 3 strongest cultivators in the Dali dynasty below the saint level. On that day, Futian was still in the residence where he was staying, tempering his sword. At that moment, he had a slightly strange feeling. He opened his eyes and looked up into the distant sky. He saw a group of swordsmen flying over, and they landed outside his residence. "Greetings, 7th Swordsman," came a voice from outside. "Please come in," said Futian. As he said this, the group of cultivators flew in and descended into the courtyard. They all looked at Futian, who was sitting there, cultivating. "I come in the name of the shadow-bearing sword, saint with news. In 5 days, Sword Mountain will await you at Dali Academy. Please keep your promise," one of them said. Futian already knew from Liu that Jianwu would be there, so he knew what the promise the man had mentioned was about. But he was a little surprised about the location. It would be at Dali Academy. "All right. Please tell the shadow-bearing sword saint that I will be there on time," answered Futian. "Very well. Farewell." The man nodded, and then the group of them flew up into the sky and disappeared in a flash. Not long after they left, Liu arrived and told him what had happened outside. This made Futian anticipate what would happen in 5 days at Dali Academy. The 3 strongest people in the Dali dynasty below the saint level would all be there together. The days finally passed as everyone in the city waited expectantly. On that day, powerful figures were continuously descending from the sky outside of Dali Academy. Some of them rode on swords, others on carriages. Some of the figures who were coming down from their carriages had powerful auras. Many people from the imperial family have come. Everyone's hearts trembled. It seemed that the imperial family was quite interested in this forum. A dragon roared in the sky, as a divine golden dragon came pulling a carriage. Several gold-robed figures were on the carriage. Everyone gasped as they saw them. It was not just people from the imperial family who had come, as even the prince of the Dali dynasty had come to Dali Academy. If Futian had seen this, he would have realized that the person on the carriage was the one that he had come to this place for. It was Liao, the prince of Dali Imperial City. The huge golden dragon descended outside Dai Academy, and the carriage came to the ground. The prince stepped into the academy, but no one came out to greet him. The imperial advisor had founded Dali Academy and had desired to train the best fighters of the Dali dynasty there. When he first founded it, His Majesty Emperor Li had once ordered people to build a statue outside the academy, a statue of the imperial advisor, highlighting his powerful position. However, when the imperial advisor found out about this, he had personally requested that the statue be torn down. Emperor Li had agreed, and the imperial advisor had destroyed the statue with his own hands. He had declared that Dali Academy did not advocate advancing the individual, but was to be a place for training cultivators for the Dali dynasty. There was no rank or authority here. Everyone who entered the academy was equal. However, after that day, The people of the Dali dynasty's respect for the imperial advisor only grew stronger. After this, His Majesty Emperor Li had personally ordered that anyone who entered Dali Academy must come down from their carriage. They could not rudely fly in, not even princes and princesses. Afterward, Emperor Li had made the princes and princesses go to Dali Academy to cultivate. Thus, now that Li Yao and his entourage had arrived, they still had to get out of their carriage, even though they were royalty. They had to walk into Dali Academy, and there was no one there to welcome them. This was Dali Academy, the foremost holy land for cultivating in the Dali dynasty. But today, Daily Mountain was coming there to seek the path. All the disciples of Dali Academy were gathered together, having shown up for the sparring session. There were many disciples on both sides of the area, but they were behaving in an orderly manner, casually chatting and occasionally casting glances off into the distance. All the disciples of Dali Academy were gathered together, having shown up for the sparring session. There were many disciples on both sides of the area, but they were behaving in an orderly manner, casually chatting and occasionally casting glances off into the distance. There were many seats on the steps in front of the sparring session platform that had been prepared for many of the elders that had come here today. There were already many more elders of Dali Academy waiting here than usual, and they were all looking off into the distance as well. The great disciple of Dali Academy, Yin Yuan, was already there. Li Yao and his entourage approached from the distance, coming in front of the building. They bowed slightly to Yin Yuan and the many saints of Dali Academy and called, "Greetings, sirs." Yin Yuan was usually responsible for events held at Dali Academy, and thus he was seated in the highest position. "Please, have a seat, Your Highness," said Yin Yuan with a slight smile. Li Yao and the others nodded, and 3 of them stepped forward and were seated. Afterward, more and more people arrived, many of whom were of the imperial family. There were many people of Emperor Li's bloodline in the city. Other than the few kings who had been given their titles by His Majesty himself, many others had been born into the imperial household. At that moment, many people were clustering around a single person. He was wearing a golden robe, and Li Xian stood by his side. Li Su was Li Xian's elder brother and the Prince Regent's grandson and had the highest status of the royal grandsons. Many people thought that he would one day inherit the Prince Regent's mantle. The Prince Regent's position in the imperial family was extremely high. After all, he was the emperor's uncle, and so he was highly respected. King Tiandao was extremely powerful, but he was His Majesty's brother. In some sense, King Tiandao and the emperor were the closest, being of such close blood. He did not bother to get closer to other members of the imperial family, and since he was in the West, the Prince Regent had gradually become the leader of the imperial family. As for King Li, although he was a king, not many people cared about him. His status was not very high. King Li was the weakest of the 4 kings, and so he had the lowest position. Although relationships between members of the imperial family were slightly delicate, Emperor Li did not care. This was the world of cultivators after all. If they didn't gang up and form cliques, how could they have any power? As long as the members of the imperial household did not do anything too improper and stayed within the rules, Emperor Li would not bother with their affairs. Emperor Li would not even ask questions about the conflict between King Tiandao and the imperial advisor. A little benign competition was not a bad thing for Emperor Li, and King Tiandao and the imperial advisor both had a sense of propriety. "Li Xian, I heard that several days ago, someone put a sword up to your throat. If Yin Yuan had not shown up, perhaps you would have been slain," said a voice. Everyone looked up to where it had come from. The speaker was a young man next to Li Yao, who was wearing bright and beautiful robes. He looked a lot like Li Yao, and was clearly someone extraordinary, and his aura was mighty. He was clearly at a very high level. This naturally another prince, Li Sun. He was Li Yao's brother and a saint-level figure. There was a bit of mockery in his words. Li Xian was of the same generation as these princes, but they were not very close. Li Xian naturally did not dare to be as arrogant as he usually was in the face of this opponent. He looked a bit embarrassed. He bowed slightly to Li Sun and said, "Your Highness, it was because I was too generous." "I think it was because you were too arrogant," said Li Sun with a smile. "He had come to Dali Academy to seek the path, and you tried to kill him. What a temper you have. But in the end, he got you. How does that feel?" Li Xian nodded. This matter had indeed been very shameful. You'll have to cultivate more in the future and spend less time stirring up trouble, said Li Sun. He then looked at Li Su beside him. Li Su, make sure to teach this guy well from now on. He's outrageous. All right. Li Su nodded and bowed to Yin Yuan. I apologize for disturbing you with this matter, sir. It's no problem, answered Yin Yuan indifferently. He looked at Li Xian and saw him bowing his head. He was clearly uncomfortable right now. Dong Chun is here, came a call. A group of figures appeared off in the distance, and suddenly everyone was making way for them. Dong Chun and his people were coming over. Birds of a feather flocked together. The people beside Dong Chun were all outstanding cultivators from Dali Academy. Brother, Your Majesty, said Dong Chun to Yin Yuan and Li Sun. Li Yao and the others all bowed. Daily Mountain is coming here on this day to seek the path. Make sure to prepare well, said Yin Yuan. Yes, sir. Dong Chun took a polite step backward. Someone said, I heard that Hao Di of Daily Mountain will one day be named King of the West. King Tiandao has adopted him, so he must be a stunning figure. It will truly be amazing when he gets here to seek the path. Brother Dong Chun is full of learning. At the year-end sparring session last year, he took first place. I am very excited about the battle between him and the future King of the West. The disciples of Dali Academy were naturally full of confidence in Dong Chen. Dali Academy would definitely win this battle. I'm excited too, came a voice from outside. Everyone saw a black-robed figure walking in, with many people following him. When this person entered, there was an invisible aura all around. Everyone felt bursts of pressure. How can an elder of the Chao clan have time to come here today? Asked Li Sun with a smile. The one who had come was a cultivator of the Chao clan's demonic clan. He was an unblemished saint of the Chao clan. His name was Chao Zhan, and he was extremely powerful. This is a battle of the greatest figures below the saint level in the Dali dynasty. So naturally, I brought some of my juniors along to open up their eyes, said Chao Zhan. It seems that several members of the imperial family are here as well. Your juniors must be eager to get involved. Do they want to step onto the platform? Asked Li Sun with a smile. There are a few youngsters in the Chao clan who aren't bad, said Chao Zhan heartily. But they're nothing compared to Dong Chun and Di Hao. It seems that you have a clear understanding of your weaknesses, said Yin Yuan. Chao Zhan looked at Yin Yuan and said, I'm not looking to fight with you here at this sparring session for the youngsters. Please sit, said Yin Yuan. Chao Zhan stepped forward and took his seat. As for his juniors, they could only stand below him. Sword Mountain has come to greet Dali Academy, came a voice from outside. Soon, a group of swordsmen entered. The shadow-bearing sword saint was leading them, but the disciples of Dali Academy were paying attention to the young swordsman behind him. He was clothed in black and standing there calmly with no aura coming off of him. It was as if he did not exist, but he still gave people a strong sense of threat. He was one of the juniors of Sword Mountain, at the extreme of what was possible below the saint level. He was someone who was often mentioned in the same breath as Dong Chen, Jin Wu. Sword Mountain had been invited to Dali Academy, but Jin Wu had received a personal invitation to take part in the sparring session. The foremost figure of the Dali lower worlds, seventh swordsman, had also been brought here by the imperial advisor's disciple, Lu Chuan. It seems that the top figures of the Dali dynasty are all here today, said Li Sun with a smile. Beside him, Yin Yuan pointed out a seat and said, Please be seated. The shadow-bearing sword saint and the other elders of Sword Mountain took their seats, and their juniors stood beside them as they continued to wait. The important faction today was Daily Mountain, and they had not arrived yet. When Futian arrived, he was much more low-key than the Chao clan and Sword Mountain. He had come with Li Yong and Li Yu. King Li had been garrisoned in the lower worlds for a long time, and his power was unmatched down there. But his influence in the upper worlds was relatively weak. After Futian had arrived, the shadow-bearing sword saint's gaze fell upon him. Yuan Gang, who had once lost to Futian, was also there. He said something quietly into the dark-clothed man's ear. Jian Wu's gaze turned to Futian, and his eyes were as sharp as swords. But in a flash, he turned his gaze away. However, Futian still felt it. But he did not look over at him. He just followed Li Yu into the crowd. Your Highness, sir. Li Yang and Li Yu bowed slightly to Li Xian and Yin Yuan. Li Yang, Li Yu, said Li Sun with a smile. You are becoming more and more beautiful, Li Yu. It seems like I will have to talk to your father when I have a chance and see if we can find a suitable family for a match. Even though they were of the same generation when it came to cultivating, there was a significant gap in their ages. Li Sun, Li Yao, Li Xian, Li Yu, and many others were all of the same generation, but Li Sun was older than them all. He was their elder brother, and kind of their elder. Moreover, he was prince, but by the way he spoke, he seemed very familiar with them. You must be joking, Your Highness. I'm serious, said Li Sun with a smile. He looked at Yi Futian beside her and said, This must be seventh swordsman. Seventh swordsman of the lower worlds greets you, Your Highness, said Yi Futian with a bow. He naturally had seen that Li Yao was there, but he did not look at him as if he was a stranger. Right now, he was seventh swordsman, not Yi Futian, who had come for vengeance. If he wanted revenge, he would have to be patient. He had created the identity of seventh swordsman from the lower worlds with great difficulty, so he could not so quickly reveal himself. I heard that you defeated all the geniuses of the 9 commanderies of Great Li. That is very good. Before, you came to Dali Academy seeking the path, and now there is a battle of top talents here. You should observe it closely, said Li Sun. Yi Futian nodded. All right. Li Sun said nothing else. Li Yu and the others stepped back, but at that moment, Li Xian said coldly, Li Yang, Li Yu, it seems that you have ignored what I said last time. Li Yu turned and looked back at Li Xian. Seventh swordsman is my friend. Your friend? Said Li Xian coldly. You must have forgotten that I am your brother. Li Xian, it seems that you learned nothing from last time, yelled Li Sun. Li Xian suddenly bowed his head. Do not forget yourself again, said Li Sun. Li Xian nodded. Yes, sir. The disciple of Daily Mountain has come to seek the path. A voice came, shaking heaven and earth. Everyone suddenly looked up into the distance. The sound of footsteps seemed to come from far away, but a few moments later, everyone saw a group of figures coming towards them. These people had supernatural auras. They walked in good order, all in uniform, and all of them were light and carefree. Their manner showed how extraordinary they were. Dong Chen and his entourage walked out of the crowd and looked towards the figures that were coming. Their opponents had arrived. Many people had come from Daily Mountain, and the one at their head had a powerful aura. He was a saint who had cultivated to be very powerful. They walked to the front of the platform, then stopped and swept their gazes over the seats. They bowed slightly and said, Greetings, Your Highness. Many people had come from Daily Mountain, and the one at their head had a powerful aura. He was a saint who had cultivated to be very powerful. They walked to the front of the platform, then stopped and swept their gazes over the seats. They bowed slightly and said, Greetings, Your Highness. Today, you have come here to take part in the sparring session. We are just here to watch, so there is no need to be so polite. Don't worry about us, said Li Sun with a smile. Dali Academy and Daily Mountain were the 2 strongest holy lands in the Dali dynasty. He was also looking forward to the battle between these 2 vast holy lands. It would undoubtedly be marvelous. At that moment, Lu Sun's gaze fell upon a young man who was standing among the crowd. He was standing up straight and tall, and was looking forward calmly. No emotion could be seen in his bright and clear eyes. They were as calm and still as water. However, even so, the people in the crowd took notice of him as soon as they saw him. Some people had this kind of quality that even when they were in a crowd, everyone would look at them. Di Hao of Daily Mountain was said to be the strongest person in the Dali dynasty below the saint level, and he had cultivated himself to be infinitesimally close to the saint plane. The cultivators of Daily Mountain greet our brothers on the path from Dali Academy. The cultivators from Daily Academy may have come seeking the path, but they still expressed themselves very politely. Not a trace of arrogance or taunting could be seen from them. It was as if they had just come to pay a visit. You are all so polite. Please sit. Yin Yuan pointed out the seats for the cultivators from Daily Mountain. The elders of Daily Mountain took their seats, while Di Hao and the other youths remained standing. They had come to seek the path, not a banquet. The disciples of Dali Academy were also standing. they would not sit either. "The imperial advisor is coming," said Li Sun. From far away, they could see another group of figures coming. In the crowd, Futian also looked up. Among the group of people who were coming were Lu Chuan, who he had seen before. But this time, Lu Chuan was standing behind someone else. He was a middle-aged man wearing sky-blue robes. His face was square and even, and there was no strong sense of majesty coming off him, making him seem like an elegant and refined person. But even though there was no aura bursting from him, one could still feel that he had a strong spirit within him. Everyone sitting in their seats rose, even the princes Li Yao and Li Sun and the great figures from the top forces. All of them bowed to him. The disciples of Dali Academy and Daily Mountain naturally did the same, and they respectfully called out to the one who was coming, "Greetings, Imperial Advisor." No matter if you liked him or not, no matter if you sympathized with him or not, as soon as you saw this middle-aged man, you could do nothing but bow respectfully and call out his name. He had not been born into the imperial family, but he stood at the peak of the Dali dynasty and was said only to be subject to one person. Moreover, even if you didn't like him, you had to admit that he had worked his heart out for the Dali dynasty. He had bent his mind and skill towards training people. He was even basically responsible for carrying out the Battle of Empty Realm. This middle-aged man was indeed the top figure in Emperor Li's realm. Dali Academy alone had trained countless top cultivators. Before he had come to the Dali dynasty, Futian had heard a lot of rumors about him in the Battle of Empty Realm. Many in Emperor Xia's realm even said that he was a strange and evil man who practiced dark magic. But since coming to Dali, all he had seen and heard was the absolute admiration that people in both the upper and lower worlds had for him. Even the princes of Dali Imperial City bowed to him when they saw him. King Tiandao's household was not at peace with the imperial advisor, but the people of Daily Mountain still had to show respect when they saw him. This was what he had seen of the imperial advisor in the Dali dynasty. He had wondered what kind of person this man, who stood at the peak of the Dali dynasty, was. Perhaps only those who stood beside him could truly know anything about him. The imperial advisor walked to his seat and bowed slightly to Li Sun and the others, saying, "May I be seated, Your Highness?" "Please," said Li Sun politely. The imperial advisor was not a stickler about where he sat, and so Li Sun and the others always left him several possible places of honor at the center. After he sat, the imperial advisor looked at the vast sparring field before him. With only a glance, he gave everyone there a strange feeling. It was as if he were looking directly at them. Everyone had this same feeling, and Futian was no exception. There are many holy lands for cultivating in Dali dynasty, but few of them are in contact with each other. Today, Daily Mountain has come seeking the path, and this is a good thing. Thus, I have invited many people from Dali Imperial City and Sword Mountain to come and witness the sparring session, said the imperial advisor. For the vast majority of people, there are boundaries to cultivation, and once you have reached a certain level, it is difficult to move forward. You can only wait for your juniors to overtake you. I hope that the juniors of the Dali dynasty can continue to surpass their elders. As a member of the Dali dynasty, seeing so many outstanding juniors gathered here for this sparring session soothes my heart. If you all can keep coming to seek the path in the future, that would be a beautiful thing. When you spar with each other, you can see your weaknesses, scrutinize yourself, and then keep moving forward. Today, I will choose a disciple from among those sparring here. Of course, if he is not willing, I will not force him. I now give you all time to yourselves. And on saying this, he said no more. In reality, all the disciples of both Dali Academy and Daily Mountain were outstanding people, and all of them were at the sage level. There were many things that their elders didn't need to do. Here, all they had to do was observe. These disciples would do very well on their own. At that moment, a figure walked out of the group of disciples of Daily Mountain. There was a fierce expression on his face. He wanted to look even more dangerous than Dihao. His eyes were as sharp as knives, and he gave off a pressing aura. But this aura was not too strong. When he released his rule power, everyone could feel that he had only cultivated up to the lower sage level. But he was undoubtedly at the peak of that plane. I am Kuang Shao of Daily Mountain. I have no name of my own, as found on the battlefield and brought back by the army. The king gave me my name, as my father probably died in battle. The youth looked at the disciples of Dali Academy. In this life, most of my time has been spent either cultivating or in battle. I have killed many enemies and have snatched victory from the jaws of defeat many times. The disciples of Dali Academy cultivate here in the city, reading books. Yet, they receive the respect of the masses and enjoy many cultivation resources, even though they have rarely experienced the threat of death. This is because no one dares to do anything against them. Thus, I wish to test if my cultivation methods are better, or if those of Dali Academy are better. Kuang Zhao's dashing spirit was carried in his voice, and he did not hide his talent. Even the bit of aura that he was projecting was extremely wild. Unlike Daily Mountain, Dali Academy was located in a city. Thus, the environment that the disciples of Dali Academy lived in was indeed much more peaceful. And each disciple of the academy was relatively famous, with everyone knowing about them. In contrast, the cultivators of Daily Mountain, which was located in the west, often faced death on the battlefield, and yet few in the Dali dynasty knew their names. Only Di Hao attracted anyone's attention. This diatribe that Kuang Zhao had launched against the disciples of Dali Academy was calling Dali Academy itself into question, as well as the imperial advisor's ideas. In some sense, Daily Mountain's attitude was king of the West Tiandao's attitude. Li Sun looked at Kuang Zhao. His kingly uncle seemed to want to prove something by this sparring session. The cultivators of Dali Academy talked among themselves quietly, and then a mighty and powerful figure walked out from their midst. That is Qian Shan, who has been called the most talented student of rhythmic sorcery in Dali Academy, Li Yu told Yi Futian. Dali Academy naturally did not only have top-level sages. It had cultivators of all levels. And Qian Shan was an extremely powerful lower-level sage. After he had stepped forward, Qian Shan bowed to the crowd, then looked towards Kuang Zhao and said, "The great path is long. There is no weakest person on it, just those who are better suited, and those who are less suited. Reading leads to cultivation, as does killing enemies on the field of battle. There is no distinction about which is better. Moreover, we do not receive cultivation resources and the respect of the masses just because we are disciples of Dali Academy. Anytime the Dali dynasty needs us, we can go to war. In last year's Battle of Empty Realm, Brother Yuan Jin died on the field of battle." Everyone nodded slightly. Qian Shan's argument was outstanding. "You may say there is no distinction about which is better, but there is," said Kuang Zhao. His wild aura swept out from him. Qian Shan nodded. "Please." He knelt on the vast sparring field, and a Guqin spirit appeared. He began to pluck the Guqin, and the notes resonated. The melody was warm and calm, seemingly able to calm the anger of a human heart. Kuang Zhao's life spirit blossomed, and the figure an impossibly giant beast appeared behind him, full of ferocity and anger. It was the vicious beast Taowu. A suffocating pressure swept across the sparring field, and Kuang Zhao suddenly stepped forward. The ground trembled continuously. He seemed to be one with Taowu, having transformed into a beast of war as he charged at Qian Shan. Qian Shan continued plucking the Guqin strings, and the notes resonated with heaven and earth. Suddenly, an invisible force pierced through everything, as the musical sorcery turned into invisible power and shot towards Kuang Zhao and Taowu, slowing them down considerably. Hearing the music, Yi Futian felt that the worldly rules had been infected by it. It seemed that in that area, everything would only move according to the music. Even those watching on the sidelines had an illusion that their perception and movements had been slowed. Kuang Zhao will probably lose, thought Yi Futian. Although he was very wild, and his combat ability was very high, Qian Shan's music could control him. Moreover, as a disciple of Dali Academy, Qian Shan's rule spells would certainly not be weak. Sure enough, a snowstorm seemed to appear along with the trembling notes. The temperature plummeted, and waves began to crash towards his opponent. The whole area seemed to have turned into a sea world, and the watery prison affected Kuang Zhao's movements. As soon as Kuang Zhao had stepped forward, the disciples of Dali Academy must have guessed that he was good at close combat. Kuang Zhao's attack was extremely brutal. Even if it was being sealed by frost and bound by the water prison, it continued its wild attack toward the other. With his body as the center, many giant Taowu appeared, rushing forward and tearing away at the frosty seal. At this moment, his body seemed to be fused with the Taowu, and this incredibly violent war beast stood in front of Qian Shan. Its sharp claws clamped down, trying to destroy and vanquish this space. Kuang Zhao's attack was extremely brutal. Even if it was being sealed by frost and bound by the water prison, it continued its wild attack toward the other. With his body as the center, many giant Taowu appeared, rushing forward and tearing away at the frosty seal. At this moment, his body seemed to be fused with the Taowu, and this incredibly violent war beast stood in front of Qian Shan. Its sharp claws clamped down, trying to destroy and vanquish this space. Qian Shan sat quietly. In this space of illusion, he seemed to be at the bottom of the ocean. He did not look up, only stroking the strings, and the musical notes turned into ripples of sound waves, rushing into the ears of Kuang Zhao. The closer he got to Qian Shan, the stronger the power that oscillated, rocking his entire will so that everything in front of him seemed somewhat blurred. But even so, it was impossible to stop him from continuing his attacks. The water waves roared upon Qian Shan, and a water dragon encircled around his body, moving upward, and then rushed to the war beast and entangled the body of the other, which blocked Kuang Zhao's attack. Along with a violent shock, their two bodies were simultaneously slammed backward. Kuang Zhao is on the verge of defeat, many exclaimed inside their hearts. The technique of Qian Shan's music was able to weaken Kuang Zhao's combat ability continuously. At the beginning of the battle was when Kuang Zhao had the most chance to win. Still, as that attack did not overcome his opponent, the likelihood of another opportunity later in the fight was slight. As expected by everyone, the battle lasted quite a long time. Qian Shan's musical spell defended Kuang Zhao's violent attacks until Kuang Zhao was weakened to his eventual defeat by Qian Shan. Much obliged. Qian Shan collected the Guqing spirit, got up, and bowed to the cultivators of Daily Mountain, then returned among the disciples of the Dali Academy. Kuang Zhao's face was icy, and there were bloodstains at the corners of his mouth. He also returned to the people of Daily Mountain. Did you understand? Among the crowd of Daily Mountain, next to Dihao, a young man looked at Kuang Zhao and asked. Kuang Zhao bowed his head. On the battlefield, if defeated, it often meant death. He was the first one of the Daily Mountain to battle. Therefore, the defeat was particularly shameful. On the battlefield, you were brave enough to face thousands, rushing into the army without hesitation. But from the very beginning, Qian Shan of Dali Academy restricted your ability. His musical talent was superb, and his spells extraordinary. Even though you possessed immensely strong offensive powers, it was still difficult for you to fully exert your power. After you return to Daily Mount, you should self-reflect. Empty courage ultimately will achieve nothing. In addition to the trials of life and death, more studying is needed. The young man continued to lecture. Many people looked with surprise at the young man. From what he had said, it seemed that the battle was just a trial for the disciples of Daily Mountain, not a real battle to seek the way. He had used this battle to teach Kuang Zhao, a disciple of Daily Mountain. Yes, senior brother. Kuang Zhao bowed his head. He seemed to be extremely respectful to the young man. The young man stepped forward, and suddenly, the eyes of all the disciples of the Dali Academy fell on him. The affectation of the young man was even more extraordinary than Kuang Zhao, and he was about half a head taller. He was clad in all black, and his eyes, though calm, were extremely deep. This person stood next to Dihao among the disciples of the Daily Mountain, and from this alone, one could detect his status. Presumably, he was mighty. 7 sins of Daily Mountain, swordsman of the peak of Sage Plain, half step into Saint Plain, pleased to meet you. The moment his voice fell, an invisible sword will instantly envelop the entire platform, cold and sharp. Although he was still standing there calmly, there was an extreme sense of danger coming out of him. The faces of the disciples of Dali Academy were darkened. Clearly, this person was very powerful. Moreover, when he introduced himself, he bluntly declared that he was a swordsman, half step into Saint Plain. This was a kind of self-confidence. He informed everyone of his level of cultivation. He released the atmosphere so the other party could perceive it, allowing Dali Academy to choose the next person to answer the battle call. Even the eyes of those from Sword Mountain were focused on this person who walked out. Many of the swordsmen in training wore a grave look on their faces. From the sword will that was released from the other, they had felt an authoritative pressure of sword way. 7 Sins, swordsman in training. This was a cultivator who did not enjoy any fame in Dali Imperial City. Before now, almost no one had heard of his existence. Never mind him, even Di Hao was only known because of his adopted father, King Tiandao. The people of Dali focused on Dali Academy Way more than they did Dali Mountain, especially inside this imperial city. Dali Academy had countless cultivators, which was a conglomeration of all the elites of Dali. Naturally, some were half-step into the Saint Plain. If Di Hao did not answer the call of battle, clearly, Dong Chun would not either. Otherwise, who could battle Di Hao? At this time, a disciple from Dali Academy stepped out. He was wearing a golden shirt and seemed very thin. When he stepped onto the platform, the sword will released from 7 Sins could be felt, yet his footsteps were steady. A ray of golden light permeated from him, and there seemed to be a strange rhythm that rocked the invisible space, which gradually turned into a strong pressure, sweeping towards 7 Sins. Zuozong. Many were not surprised to see the appearance of this person. In Dali Academy, Dongchen and Zuozong were the closest to Saint Plain. At the most recent battle forum at Dali Academy, Dongchen was first, and Zuozong was second. Zuozong, a disciple of the Dali Academy, pleased to meet you, Zuozong said. As his voice fell, the golden robe fluttered without wind, and a suffocating pressure shrouded the forum platform. At this instant, although the two had not yet made any exchanges, they were already competing with their aura, and the airflow on the platform became extremely agitated. Even the cultivators around them could feel that suffocating pressure. The sword will was madly condensing, and everyone could see violent currents of sword wei gathering in front of 7 Sins, making sharp and harsh sounds. It was followed by a sword, suspended in front of him, humming. This sword looked to be greedily devouring of the currents of sword wei that rose between heaven and earth. The sword itself was extremely thin, but there was a terrible texture carved upon it, puffing out shocking radiance. Many people of Sword Mountain showed a sharpness in their eyes. Their expression now mirrored that of a sharp sword. Even the shadow-bearing sword saint was moved slightly. Sword of Cassiopeia, shadow-bearing sword saint said. Suddenly, many of the powerful principal's people were stunned. The name of the sword of Cassiopeia originated from a Cassiopeia sword saint many years ago, whose swordway was unparalleled. He was known as the first person of the Dali swordway. Later, the Cassiopeia sword saint had gone missing, and the sword of Cassiopeia never surfaced again. Now, could the sword in the hand of 7 Sins be the sword of Cassiopeia? The sword was thin as a leaf, and indeed the shape of a leaf could be faintly detected. Although it was extremely thin, its sword will was astounding. First sword, 7 Sins spat, and the sword shot out like a light. It disappeared in a flash. Zuozong apparently also perceived the strength of the other. He released his life spirit, and suddenly a golden brilliance flowed upon his torso. A huge golden shadow covering him, just like an ancient golden god. Dong! A loud bang rocked the void and let out a roar, and a terrible storm swept out and turned into countless golden spears. However, the sword penetrated directly and split one of the golden spears down the middle, but did not touch the other spears. It continued the forward momentum towards Zuozong, as fast as light. The huge golden palm of Zuozong lifted up and slammed toward the sword. It was like the waves of a storm, and even the void trembled. However, that sword was far too thin. As if there was nowhere to exert the force, it directly pierced into the golden palm print and penetrated it bit by bit. It came out from the back of the palm, continuing to stab towards Zuozong. On the golden body of Zuozong, brilliant golden lines also appeared, and a clear sound was heard. Terrible shockwaves swept out, but in the face of this terrible storm, the sword still stabbed toward that golden torso, penetrating bit by bit. Halfway, it was finally blocked. The disciples of the Dali Academy looked grave. Zuozong's offensive and defensive skills were considered unparalleled below the Saint Plain, but the sword of his opponent actually penetrated him halfway. Zhuozong wanted to grab onto the sword with his left hand, but saw that the sword instantly exited, like a golden streaming light. It then wrapped around and twirled above Zhuozong's body. Many people look at Seven Sins again. He was controlling the sword. Not only that, but a second sword appeared in front of him. Second sword. As his voice fell, the sword struck again. It once again went towards Zhuozong. At the same time, the first sword also started to move back. The two swords simultaneously cutting the body of the ancient god that was summoned by Zhuozong, tearing it apart little by little. Dong! A loud noise seemed to rock heaven and earth. Zhuozong stepped out, allowing the swords to cut at him while he continued walking towards Seven Sins. A golden arm smashed towards Seven Sins. When his foot stepped down, there was a pressure of the way that covered this space and oppressed the void. Seven Sins stood indifferently. He looked up and glanced at the arm that was slamming toward him. Sword will surrounded his body, tearing the void. In an instant, Seven Sins broken through the sky, as if ignoring the pressure, and his body disappeared. Then, the body of the Seven Sins appeared above Zhuozong. The way of the space. The sword of Kasayapa could only be cultivated by those who specialized in the way of the space. The third sword. In front of Seven Sins, the third sword of Kasayapa stabbed forward. Upon the immense body of Zhuozong, suddenly, there appeared many golden arms, grabbing toward the void at the same time. The figure of Seven Sins disappeared once more, like a golden afterimage, shuttling upon the platform. His spiritual willpower was released to the extreme. While dodging, he still controlled the swords that cut at the body of Zhuozong without ceasing. The disciples of the Dali Academy looked serious. If this continued, Zhuozong would be defeated. As they expected, when the sword of Kasayapa manifested the 13th time, a terrible storm of the sword of Kasayapa started around Zhuozong. His huge golden battle form was now being slashed and shattered, slowly being destroyed. Soon, even the incomparably sturdy body of the ancient god could no longer be sustained, and its body collapsed and shattered. The 13 swords surrounded Zhuozong's body. The sword will was covering the sky. The body of Seven Sins suspended in the sky, still looking indifferent. Zhuozong of the Dali Academy had been defeated. Many looked up at Seven Sins, who was in the void. It was unexpected that besides Di Hao, there still existed such a strong person. So, just how strong was Di Hao? Even if Futian's eyes, while looking at Seven Sins, changed somewhat, the one who stood at the peak of Dali was indeed extraordinary. I didn't expect the sword of Kasayapa, which had been lost for a long time, to appear here today. It was certainly worth the trip, shadow-bearing sword saint said. Could he compete with Jianwu? Asked Li Sun. He certainly could. Shadow-bearing sword saint nodded, and everyone looked at Seven Sins. Jianwu was praised as the first swordsman of Dali under the Saint Plane, the first disciple of Sword Mountain. Seven Sins could compete with him. This demonstrated the formidable strength of Seven Sins. Today's forum battle has gotten even more interesting. I didn't know if we would be seeing the sword battle of the younger generation of Dali, to see the sword of Sword Mountain compete with the sword of Kasayapa. The shadow-bearing sword saint looked at Jianwu and then looked at Futian. The Sword Mountain had come to Emperor Li's city to fulfill a contract to allow Jianwu to descend the mountain and to defeat the seventh swordsman so he could cultivate at Sword Mountain. Now, there was also a peak swordsman in Daily Mountain in the appearance of the long-lost sword of Kasayapa. Li Sun noticed the gaze of the shadow-bearing sword saint and suddenly looked at Futian, saying, I almost forgot that this trip of the Sword Mountain was to come for the seventh swordsman. Seventh swordsman is the first swordsman from the lower worlds. What is your opinion of the sword of Seven Sins? Many people looked at Futian. At this moment, it was the first time that many top figures of Dali had truly noticed Futian. Among them, there was the advisor of Dali and the royal prince of Dali. Many people looked at Futian. At this moment, it was the first time that many top figures of Dali had truly noticed Futian. Among them, there was the advisor of Dali and the royal prince of Dali. Futian's eyes fell on Li Sun, and he saw that Li Yao, who was next to Li Sun, was also looking at him. However, Li Yao would not know who he was, or for whom he came for. Once upon a time in the 9 states, Li Yao caused Jieyu's death and also caused the death of many in the 9 states. In the empty realm, Li Yao forced him to react after he was defeated. Yaya and senior brother were both seriously injured. Both of them and Wuchen almost died in the battle. If it weren't for the sword from the swordmaster of Lihan that allowed Yi Wuchen to block the attack, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Therefore, he came to Dali. There were some things that he needed to do. If it was merely relying on cultivation to kill Li Yao, and judging from Li Yao's status, when would that be? But even though his heart was full of hatred, his eyes were calm and without disturbance. He did not cast so much as a sideways glance at Li Yao. He merely focused on Li Sun and said, "The way of the sword was outstanding, and its power was truly amazing." When many heard what Yi Futian had to say, they secretly agreed. 7 Sins was indeed outstanding. This man himself had once come to the Dali Academy, also seeking instruction. He was now known as the first person of the Dali lower realm. He must have been quite extraordinary himself. However, this time, Jianwu of the Sword Mountain and 7 Sins were both present. There were also Dongqian and Dihao, 2 peak characters, so there wouldn't be much required of him. However, it was still an opportunity to observe and learn. Li Sun nodded with a smile and said, "Today is a rare opportunity. Sword Mountain came because of you. There are also 2 great young swordsmen in training at their peak, a great way to sharpen your sword way. You can ask them for instruction later." "I do not agree with your highness," Yi Futian said. "Why?" asked Li Sun. "Your highness said that Jianwu and 7 Sins are the great young swordsmen of Dali. Though the first sword of Sword Mountain and the sword of 7 Sins are strong, they may not necessarily be at the peak. The sword of 7 Sins had fatal flaws. If your highness wanted to talk about the peak sword way below the Saint Plane, then I ought to be included," Yi Futian said. "Oh." Hearing his words, Li Sun showed a look of surprise. All witnessed the force of 7 Sins' sword. He had realized the way of the space and integrated it into the sword. The power of the sword of Kasayapa was unparalleled. But the 7th swordsman claimed that the sword of 7 Sins had fatal flaws. Many who knew the name of the 7th swordsman had heard that his entire mind was bent on seeking the way of the sword. His behavior was quite arrogant, and he thought that his sword way was the one and only. It seemed that this was indeed the case. He had come alone to seek the way from Dali Academy. He had just witnessed the sword of 7 Sins in action, but he was now saying that there were imperfections in the sword of 7 Sins. The 7th swordsman felt that he ought to be the person at the peak of the sword way. However, in the eyes of most people present today, the 7th swordsman, though outstanding in his own right, he was bound to be at some distance from the few who were at the peak of the Dali upper realm. Li Sun did not deny Yi Futian's claim but said, "If so, let me witness your sword. How about it?" Yi Futian looked toward Li Sun. The status of Li Sun, as the royal prince of the Saint Plane, was no lesser than Li Yao. "Since your highness wishes to see, I will oblige," Yi Futian responded. He stepped forward and looked at 7 Sins in the crowd of Daily Mountain. He called out, "The 7th swordsman in training. Ask for instruction in the way of the sword." 7 Sins cast a glance at Yi Futian. He did not recognize who he was. He came here today for Dali Academy, and this person just critiqued his sword as having fatal flaws. He naturally relegated it as nonsense. 7 Sins looked at Yi Futian. He did not speak and did not step out. Many eyes were looking toward the direction of Daily Mountain, falling on 7 Sins. For a time, this space was rather silent. 7 Sins did not respond to the call of battle, not because he dared not to. His eyes were casual and calm, and he moved his sight away. It was as if he had not heard anything Yi Futian said. The cultivators of the Daily Mountain, likewise, glanced at Yi Futian. No one spoke. The silent space was like a silent jeer. Yi Futian dared to criticize that the sword of 7 Sins, so it was understandable that the people of Daily Mountain would eschew all etiquette on that account. The silence at the moment was a statement. Not just anyone could ask 7 Sins of Daily Mountain for a fight. 7 Sins did not care to move his little finger. Many people felt uncomfortable in this slightly embarrassing atmosphere. This first swordsman from the lower worlds was obviously not quite up to par. Even if he had personally asked for 7 Sins to instruct the way of the sword, he was ignored by 7 Sins. Those in power felt the embarrassing atmosphere of the forum, but they did not speak, just watching Futian. How would this swordsman in training handle the situation? Li Sun looked at Futian. His face changed slightly. This embarrassing situation would make Futian feel he was losing face. Shadow-bearing sword, Saint was thinking whether or not to ask Jian Wu to step out instead to resolve the impasse. This seventh swordsman was dedicated to seeking the way of the sword, and his speech was quite arrogant. The unparalleled in the lower worlds also had the right to be arrogant. It was only that in the upper worlds, among the top figures here, it was inevitable that this attitude would suffer some disadvantage. However, with the right challenges and trials, great achievement was a definite outcome. Of course, Futian knew that he was being ignored, but he did not feel anything out of the ordinary when he saw the reaction of the people of Daily Mountain. Being ignored was, in itself, quite within expectation. After all, this was one of the two strongest holy lands to cultivate in Dali Imperial City, and Seven Sins was someone who stood at the top. Seventh swordsman in training asks Daily Mountain for instruction of the way. Futian continued, and this time, he was not asking for Seven Sins only. Instead, he was asking Daily Mountain. In other words, anyone from Daily Mountain would suffice. The people of Daily Mountain glanced at him and saw Futian standing there. His body stood tall. It seemed as if he had not felt any shame whatsoever. After being ignored the first time, he was still insisting. In the direction of Daily Mountain, a burly figure walked out. It was a cultivator of the sage plain of Daily Mountain. Today, it was Daily Mountain asking Dali Academy for instruction, not an occasion for Futian to cause trouble. However, since he had affected them, they had to clean it up. Dong. The cultivator who came out did not announce himself, but merely stepped right out and released a terrible force. "Are you ready?" asked Futian. "Get it on," the other responded coldly. Futian's palm stretched out, and suddenly, sword will started whistling. It surrounded him and gathered into a massive sword in front of him. This heavy sword rotated in front of Futian, whistling and humming, and its breath was getting stronger and stronger with terrible power. The force that came out of it contained a strong sense of annihilation. A few cultivators of Daily Mountain expressed a stern look. This person did not seem to be weak. Raising his palm, Futian reached out and clasped the end of the sword, and then pushed the sword forward with breakneck speed. Loud noises whistled. The Daily Mountain cultivator suddenly lunged forward with both palms extended forward, and a golden pattern appeared in front of him immediately. Futian came with the sword, and his palm pressed toward the front. As the sword arrived, the loud roaring noise came out, and instantly the golden pattern exploded and was pulverized. The heavy sword continued its movement forward. The cultivator let out an angry roar. His face changed slightly, and he stepped out once again. His life spirit was released, and a huge golden behemoth appeared. The strength of both palms, like a hurricane, blasted out fiercely. Futian ignored the attempt of the other, and his palm continued to push the heavy sword. Everything shattered and exploded, and the body of the other continued to backpedal. He let out sounds of frustrated exertion, and it was still useless. His feet ground against the floor, and the clothing on his arms were shredded. Blue veins on his arms were bulging. The sounds of friction could be heard as if his bones were about to be crushed. Futian did not deal a fatality. He had folded one hand behind him, using only his right hand pushing forward, oppressing the other with the ease of a stroll. Enough. A voice was heard, and Futian stopped to turn his head, looking toward the direction of Daily Mountain. Over there, Seven Sins walked out and looked at Futian. His expression was as sharp as a sword. Clearly, this battle made him feel that Futian possessed incredible strength. Futian let go of the opponent, and the sword disappeared. He won a Seven Sins, and the two stood face to face. "My sword, what's wrong with it?" asked Seven Sins. "Are you ready?" Futian asked the same as he had before. Seven Sins frowned and replied, "Yes." He needed no preparation. Around him, the sword will shot to the sky, and the sword of Cassiopeia was condensing. But as he was concentrating on forming the sword, Futian's body turned into a stream of light, and Seven Sins felt that he was locked down by spiritual power. Yi Futian had a sword in his hand, a common-looking sword. But when the sword struck, a horrible storm that came between heaven and earth appeared. It was as if everywhere it passed, everything would be crushed. So fast, everyone blinked, and then they saw the sword will of 7 sins coursing out. His body seemed to disappear. It was like a light that moved in and out of thin air. However, in the next moment, everyone's pupils contracted. They saw that Yi Futian had also disappeared. In the void, Yi Futian's sword was still swinging. This sword seemed to have accompanied him traversing the void and was aimed directly at 7 sins. The sword will around 7 sins was extremely powerful, and it madly screamed toward Yi Futian for the kill. But Yi Futian was also surrounded by an equally terrible sword storm. Buzz. 7 sins once again disappeared from where he was standing. Almost at the same time, everyone saw that Yi Futian had also disappeared. The pupils of everyone contracted and stared at the battlefield. They saw a sword. This sword seemed to be a sword from another dimension, appearing through the void so that there seemed to be a sword light crossing the space of the void. From that sword light, it seemed that the position of the two could be deciphered. All of this, in fact, happened in an instant, and there only seemed to be a sword that crossed heaven and earth. In the next instant, 2 figures appeared at the same time. Yi Futian stood in the void, but 7 sins appeared on the forum platform. The sword in his hand was broken. 7 sins looked somewhat bewildered at the sword that had not yet formed, and his face was slightly pale. Not only him, but many people around him trembled and watched the scene in front of them with shock. One sword strike. That beautiful scene in the void was just one sword strike. 7 sins, the swordsman who stood at the peak of Dali, whose sword was cut in half by another. Those from Daly Mountain looked extremely concerned, and they looked up at Yi Futian. I said, "Your flaw was too fatal," Yi Futian said. The sword of Cassiopeia was mighty and would get stronger as the battle went on. However, the sword of Cassiopeia needed the condensation of sword will. Obviously, he would not give 7 sin the time to do so. In the first sword strike, he had immediately resolved the battle. But was it true that 7 sin's sword contained fatal flaws? The answer was no. No cultivator in this world was perfect and without fault. No matter the ability of cultivation, there would always be weaknesses. Perhaps the only weakness of 7 sins was that for the sword of Cassiopeia to be released, it required a significant amount of sword will to turn it into an invincible sword. The sword of Cassiopeia would get stronger and stronger. Before, when all 13 swords were deployed, even someone as strong as Zhuazong of the Dali Academy was unable to resist. Moreover, he could be stronger still. But it did require some time for the sword will to condense, and did that matter? With the sword will that flowed upon 7 sins, even if there was no sword of Cassiopeia, his offense and defense were still solid. Not to mention, he had incorporated spatial will and integrated it into the sword will so that it could tear the void in its progression. Previously, even Zhuazong's might of the Great Path was unable to trap him. So, how could this be considered a fatal flaw? But at the moment, the 7th swordsman did not allow 7 sins to strike with the sword. And before the sword of Cassiopeia could be unleashed, he had cut the formation of the sword short. Because the sword of the 7th swordsman was not any weaker than the sword of Cassiopeia, and he was also an expert in spatial will, by locking onto the body of 7 sins, the sword broke through the void. Hence the brilliant sword strike that everyone witnessed. If 7 sin had time to gather multiple swords of Cassiopeia, it would be difficult to know who was strong and who was weak. But since the 7th swordsman could deter him from launching his sword, that itself proved that the way of the sword of the 7th swordsman was more convincing than that of 7 sins. Excellent, Li Sun praised. Though there was only one strike fro the sword, it was a superb one. Not only Li Sun, everyone around looked at Yi Futian with a slightly changed attitude. This first swordsman from the lower worlds, with just one sword strike, convinced all the top figures who were present to recognize his strength. Before, many had thought that this battle was, to Yi Futian, to seek the way, to learn of the sword, and to observe the swords of Jian Wu and 7 sins. But obviously, the 7th swordsman was proving that his sword was not inferior to anyone, even if it was someone as strong as 7 sins. As he said before to Li Sun, he ought to be included among those at the peak of swordsmanship below Saint Plain. Liu also looked at Futian with some shock. Even though she knew that he was strong, she did not expect that he was this strong. 7 Sins was someone who had defeated Zuozong of the Dali Academy. When Futian stepped out, he was ignored by the people of Daily Mountain. But then, when the two significant cultivators of Daily Mountain faced him, each was only able to release one single sword strike. Even at this moment, all the top figures of Dali who were present focused their attention on him. Jian Wu, at this moment, the shadow-bearing sword saint spoke, "Your turn?" In the direction of Sword Mountain, Jian Wu's sight directed toward Futian from a distance. He stepped forward. Shadow-bearing sword saint had asked him to fight some swordsman from the lower worlds, and it was not something he was willing to do. However, the shadow-bearing sword saint was his elder, so he still obeyed. When he saw the sword of 7 sins today, he thought that his opponent would be 7 sins. But Futian proved his worth with his sword, that he deserved an exchange. Jian Wu walked out, and each of his steps contained a terrifying sword will. The swordsmanship clouding the sky and causing a sword storm of sword chi. Jian Wu, the first disciple of Sword Mountain, the first sword below Saint in the Dali Imperial City. 7th swordsman, the first person below Saint Plain in the lower worlds. Both of them used sword in their name. Jian Wu's body levitated and appeared upon the void, standing opposite Futian. With the sword will wrapped around him, and real, physical swords bloomed between heaven and earth. This storm headed directly toward Futian. However, Futian was also protected by the same force, so the two storms of swordsmanship collided, and a truly suffocating might now filled this space. Some cultivators below the Saint Plain felt that if they came between the two, they may not be able to withstand the sword will and might be torn into pieces. At this time, Jian Wu extended his palms, and suddenly, in front of his palms, the sword will gathered, turning into swords, and transparent swords surrounded his body. "Water of autumn," Jian Wu said, and the sword broke through the sky and moved toward Futian. On top of Futian, burning flames hung high above the sky as a sun. His hand reached out, and suddenly, a sword gathered in his hand. A sword of burning flame. The sword unleashed, and fire dragons roared and burned through the void. "Blazing sun," Futian also commanded, and the two sword wills circled and colliding. Jian Wu seemed not to have noticed, and the sword will once again condensed and gave rise to a sky full of swords. Between heaven and earth, there appeared a starry sky. "Meteor." Jian Wu pointed forward, and suddenly, another sword broke through the sky, descending with meteor sword will. Futian looked up at his surroundings, and there was another will of frost materializing around him. "Hail," a voice commanded, and the sword of ice went toward the sword of meteor. Heaven and the earth seemed to be frozen, which blocked the meteor from falling. Jian Wu's body floated in a forward movement, both of his hands stretched out. Above the sky, a great and stunning sword will manifested everywhere. The moment, cued by the command, swords came out to attack, and the affectation of the moment was everywhere. Boom! Futian took a step forward, and the sword whistled in the sky, and a storm of destruction raged. Storm. With the strike of the sword, the horrible storm of horror seemed to flood this space. Chiju's swordsmanship of Sword Mountain. All the cultivators of Dali gazed upon the battlefield. Chiju's swordsmanship used 7 kinds of sword wills to manifest and depended on each swordsman's cultivation. The results were not all the same, but Chiju's swordsmanship gradually increased in layers. Its power was shocking, and every time the sword struck, it was to gather sword force so that the sword strikes towards the end were more terrifying. Chiju's sword realm contained all the swordsmanship. At the moment, above the sky, there was an infinite number of sharp swords falling. In its succeeding gloom, this space had completely turned into a world of the swords, Jian Wu's Chiju's sword realm. All in all, Jian Wu's eyes were extremely sharp, and from those eyes came a terrible light. Of the 7, 4 had already been dispersed. When the sword struck out, it turned into all, and contained all. It was everywhere, omnipotent, and could destroy all. Above Yi Futian, a terrible thunderstorm exploded, sweeping the entire space, shattering all things. He stepped out again, and this time went toward Jianwu. In the battle between swordsmen, the only way was forward, and there was no retreat. Thunder. Another sword emerged, and heaven and earth seemed to be destroyed by way of the sword. Thunder's sword strikes smashed the void and cleaved open the great path. Densify. Jianwu's eyes turned into sword eyes, and inside his pupils, the space of the sword realm was reflected. Yi Futian only felt that this sword realm was unreal, just like a hell made of sword way. Heavy swords condensed and came into being, immense and incomparable. Each step he took shook the void. The heavy sword broke through the air and blasted into all 8 directions of the land, suppressing the sword realm. The end of day. Jianwu unleashed the 6th sword, and the Chiju's sword realm turned into real doomsday. The infinite sword will intended to pierce the sword realm and madly moved to attack Yi Futian. Yi Futian waved both hands, his feet upon the void, and sharp swords surrounded him. Infinity. Rolls of sword veil swung out, seemingly infinite, annihilating all swordsmanship. Everyone who was watching the battle looked at the scene of horror in the void, and many people trembled in their hearts. Was this the battle of the peak swordsmanship below the Saint Plain? Whether it was Jianwu or the 7th swordsman, they were both fearfully strong. But at this moment, the 7th swordsman was shrouded by Chiju's sword realm and was significantly restricted by it. Even so, he was still able to block the 6th sword with his sword of incomparable aggression. However, the space seemed to be shattered and destroyed. How sharp would the next sword be? Just then, Jianwu closed his eyes and seemed to have integrated into the sword realm, and his body was spinning. Suddenly, the infinite sword will between heaven and earth gathered together and merged into the sword realm. This entire sword realm seemed to be turning and crushed everything within. Funeral of the gods. A sharp voice came from inside the sword realm, and the sword will of destruction suddenly shattered the void. The funeral of the gods was precisely that. Even the gods would be buried in the Chiju's sword realm. Yi Futian stared at this devastating storm. The sword realm buried all things and shattered all things. Even the clothes on his body were shredded. His swordsmanship seemed unable to defend this force. At the moment, the aura upon his body had already reached its peak, and the sword force of heaven and earth seemed to gather together. In this storm, he held a sword, and with every step that was taken, the sword force was still climbing higher and strengthened further. There was a sword mark between heaven and earth, tearing up the void. Wherever Yi Futian passed, everything seemed to be pulverized. The storm became stronger, rushing toward him. Finally, Yi Futian's sword was unleashed. This sword would end all things. When the sword struck, a storm broke out, and his body moved with the sword, using the sword to tear apart the funerary storm. Sizzling sounds were heard, and the sword will madly teared and destroyed. The sword realm seemed to have been opened, and then tore apart bit by bit until the sword realm was fully opened. All saw that sword rocket upward, like a sacred sword, a true sword strike that could cleft the sky in two. The sword light crossed the heaven and the earth, and a sword opened up the sky. With a loud boom, the storm of destruction raged between the sky and the earth, and the Chiju's sword realm was broken. In the sword realm, there came a groan. Jianwu flew out backward, and at the corner of his mouth, there was a streak of blood. The first person in the younger generation of Sword Mountain, the sharpest sword below Saint in the Dali dynasty, Jianwu, was defeated. Of course, he was no longer the strongest sword below Saint in Dali Imperial City. The 7th swordsman had replaced him. At this time, the aura on Yi Futian's body was slightly shallow. Jianwu was already incredibly strong, but the final sword of end all appeared as one strike, but gathered the momentum of all the sword attacks before it. With his terrible power integrated within, along with the space-shredding rules, he had turned the end-all power of the halberd of time and space into the swordsmanship that would end all things. Therefore, there was that beautiful sword strike, opening the sword realm of the other. The shadow-bearing sword Saint looked at Yi Futian, speechless. For this arrogant but pure-hearted swordsman of the lower worlds, he had asked Jianwu to come down from the mountain to defeat him. But now, Even Jianwu of Sword Mountain was defeated in battle. Just as the seventh swordsman had said, would this confirm that he learned from all things of the world to comprehend the swordsmanship of all things, which was more suitable than the swordsman of the Sword Mountain? Then, why go to Sword Mountain at all? Could it be that this seeker's destiny was not with Sword Mountain, after all? No one would have thought that the seventh swordsman from the lower worlds would triumph over the two mighty swordsmen Seven Sins and Jianwu. The young man who had come to the Dali Academy to seek instruction once upon a time now used these two battles to prove to the world that he was the first sword under the Dali dynasty. After this battle, below the Saint Plain, there is nothing more to ask regarding the swordsmanship. The road ahead can only be the divine path, Futian said. Although the words sounded proud, they were the truth. He had reached the apex of the sword way below the Saint Plain in Dali. From now on, what lied in front of him could only be the divine path. Li Sun looked at Futian with a smile. Our Dali dynasty is full of talent. Even the people of the lower worlds are standing at the peak below the Saint Plain. I am looking forward to the future of Dali dynasty. Li Sun looked at Futian with a smile. Our Dali dynasty is full of talent. Even the people of the lower worlds are standing at the peak below the Saint Plain. I am looking forward to the future of Dali dynasty. Next to Li Sun, the imperial advisor of Dali also looked at Futian. The fortune of Dali was changing, and there could be turmoil in the future. However, he could not yet see the cause of the change in fortune. Dali dynasty was prosperous. It had many strong cultivators in its command. Even though he had had words with the two kings of Dali, he would still avoid the conflict with the two kings at all costs. Their ideologies slightly conflicted, but they were all acting in the best interest of Dali, and no one dared to trespass. Otherwise, even the two kings would not be able to afford the anger of the emperor of Dali. This seeker was a wild card and came from the lower worlds. Would he be the one? Seventh swordsman, the imperial advisor called out. Suddenly Futian looked toward the imperial advisor of Dali. This was the first time he looked at the imperial advisor. Because the other had called out to him, he could look back at the imperial advisor with good reason. I heard Lu Chuan saying that you cultivated in the lower worlds and were enlightened. You comprehended the swordsmanship in 30 years, with nature and heaven and earth as your teacher? Asked the imperial advisor. Yes, Futian nodded. His battle techniques had integrated the way of all things in the world into his swordsmanship and turned it into sword arts that was without weakness. The sun, the ice, the storm, the thunder, and lightning. Even the way of space contained all things of the universe. Although it seemed that his talent was rather particular, among the many cultivators of the Dali dynasty, having such one genius was not surprising. Your life spirit, let me take a look, the advisor of Dali said. He hadn't seen Futian's life spirit. What kind of life spirit could comprehend the way of all things in heaven and earth? Futian's heart trembled slightly. At this moment, he was a little nervous. He was unambiguous that possessing such talent would naturally cause the curiosity of those in power in Dali. To cultivators, the life spirit was vital. The request from the imperial advisor of Dali to see his life spirit was not because he doubted his identity. No one would see a genius and immediately suspect that this person was a fraud. This was not a rational thought process. Perhaps the imperial advisor of Dali wanted to know how this swordsman from the lower worlds was so outstanding. He also knew what came next would be the key, and he had already thought about it. Very well. Many thoughts that flooded his mind, but Futian did not hesitate to agree. In the Life Palace, a sword shuttled around the ancient tree of the world. A rustling came from the ancient tree. Curious aura blended into the sword will and surrounded the sword. Subsequently, the sword whistled and rushed out of the Life Palace. Outside, a brilliant sword rocketed upward, and this sword was incredibly radiant. The instant he appeared, the worldly spiritual chi could not resist but gather together. It was as if this sword had an affinity with all the other spiritual chi of the universe. The sword crossed in the void and was gone in a flash. Then it buried itself into Futian and returned to his Life Palace. The attention of the imperial advisor of Dali landed on Futian. In this instant, although Futian stood there quietly, he was very nervous inside. He did not know whether or not the will of the ancient tree of the world that he had integrated into the sword will had any flaws. He had tested it before. In his opinion, there were no issues. The cultivators of the world were endless, and it was the same with life spirits. Many people's particular life spirits carried with them various attributes. No matter what power of attributes his life spirit was carrying, it was also entirely reasonable. The sword spirit in harmony with nature and heaven and earth is a considered full attribute. You are indeed suitable to be taught by all things in the universe and refine the all-method swordsmanship. If you could render harmony between them, there would be no sword you could not master. The imperial advisor of Dali nodded slightly and was not surprised. It was as if the full attribute sword spirit was completely expected. Otherwise, how could all things of the universe be its master? Moreover, Futian's sword spirit not only had an affinity toward the full attribute, but he also perceived an incredibly fantastic force. It was as if he was born to fit into the way of the world. His perception was not incorrect, but what he sensed belonged to the life spirit of the ancient tree of the world, which caused him to misjudge. Imperial advisor, it seems that Lu Chuan brought us an amazing genius of the swordsmanship from the lower worlds. He smiled and said, "Seventh swordsman, are your parents still in the lower worlds?" "I don't know who my parents were." Futian's tone was a bit cold, and it seemed to reflect a faint sadness, but it was the truth. It was true that until now, he still did not know who his biological parents were. That old guy, Baichuan, did not tell him anything, and now he was missing. And his godfather had never mentioned it either. It was as if he was an orphan. Li Sun nodded lightly and did not say anything more. "You may go," the imperial advisor said. Futian nodded, and then returned to his seat on the side of Li Yu in a flash. When Li Yu looked toward him, there was a strange color in her beautiful eyes. She said with a smile, "It seems that I underestimated you, the first swordsman below St. Plain and Dali. The road of cultivation is without end, but the first sword below St. Plain and Dali is nothing to be boastful of," Futian said calmly. Li Yu blinked her eyes, and this dignified and noble princess revealed her side as a lady. "You are a sword idiot." Li Yu laughed softly, and her beautiful eyes stared straight ahead. Zuozong, Seven Sins, Jianwu, and Futian had made exchanges. For the forum battle of the Dali Academy, who else would now dare to step out? The few people before were already peak figures beside Dihao and Dongchun. Even if they stepped onto the forum platform, they would not exceed anyone's expectations. This space was silent for some moments, and many eyes looked at the two figures. One stood in front of the crowd of the Dali Academy, while the other, in front of Daly Mountain. Next would be these two battling for glory. Today, Daly Mountain came to visit and seek instruction. These people came to Dali Academy to serve as witnesses of this moment. At this moment, Dihao stepped out. He did not reveal any expression from beginning to end. Even though Futian defeated 7 sins in one sword strike, he still looked as if nothing had happened. He came today with only one goal, to defeat the best disciple of the Dali Academy, Dongchun. Dihao walked onto the forum platform and looked in the direction of the Dali Academy, and said, "Dihao of Daly Mountain, asking for your instruction." The clothes upon his body moved without wind. A solemn atmosphere shrouded this space. Soon after, everyone saw that Dongchun had stepped out and stood opposite Dihao. There was no breath released from either one of them, but there was an invisible wind blowing, which was caused by both of their auras. Dali Dynasty, below the St. Plain, 2 figures at the peak. At this time, an invisible storm swept out and beat on Dongchun's body. He felt that this force oppressed his soul and was extremely suffocating. Dihao was still standing there, but it seemed that he was everywhere. At this time, Dihao stepped forward and walked out. Dong! A bell ring sounded across the land, causing a devastating spiritual storm between heaven and earth. When it swept through, Dongchun closed his eyes slightly and felt that his spiritual will was shaking. He felt a very strong sound wave blast out, intending to erase his spiritual will. God-burying bell. Many elders from the Dali Academy had seen and known many things, and in just a moment, they had identified the kind of magical power of this sound wave attack. This was a kind of sound magic. It could disregard defensive forces and shatter the spiritual willpower of others through the air, destroying others' minds. It was incomparably aggressive. Although the others' understanding of Dihao was limited, they did not doubt that his power was great. Otherwise, no one would have named him the first person below St. Plain and Dali. Now, when they heard this god-burying bell, many knew that Dong Chun was in big trouble. The god-burying bell was an aggressive mental attack, capable of greatly damaging the spiritual power of Dong Chun, thus weakening his combat effectiveness. It was not probable for this to be the only kind of ability that Dihao was an expert in. There must be other extremely strong methods he had at his disposal. Dong Chun closed his eyes, and there was a mighty storm of spiritual power that appeared upon his body, which blended with the heavens and the earth. It echoed with the great path. Suddenly he was covered with dazzling brilliance. Dong! Another bell ring rocked the world, sweeping toward them. In front of Dong Chun, the invisible spiritual attack materialized and turned into half-shadows of the ancient bell. It blasted toward him. This was a compelling and mystical method of the Dali Academy, which could make the spirit will power materialize. Dali Academy was built by Emperor of Dali, according to the specifications of the Imperial Advisor, and contained many mysterious and compelling methods. Dong Chun was the first person of the younger generations of Dali Academy, so he cultivated many great and powerful abilities. Dihao continued moving forward, and the bell kept ringing. The invisible storm turned into bell rings that continued to attack Dong Chun. At this moment, Dong Chun's fingers stretched out, and above the 5 fingers of his right hand, radiant and mysterious brilliance encircled them. At the moment, the half-shadows of the ancient bell attacked. His fingers pressed down toward the front, and there seemed to be hundreds of thousands of fingers of catastrophe that reached out, blasting upon the ancient bell and destroyed it into smithereens. But at this point, Dihao's aura had already elevated to an extremely dominant level. Both of his hands stretched out, and suddenly, there was a large sacred tripod, hundreds of meters high, that appeared behind him. The sacred tripod rotated, and there was a crushing atmosphere appearing above the firmament. On the area above the forum platform, many tripods appeared at the same time, suspended in midair. It was as if they were all controlled by Dihao. The tripods spun at the same time, gathering a terrifying storm of suppression. From those tripods, images of the dragon and elephant could be faintly detected. Its might suffocated the sky, and everything was on the verge of being flattened and overruled. Tripod of dragon and elephant. The cultivators of Dali Academy looked up. It was yet another aggressive attack. The tripod in itself was a symbol of suppression. Most cultivators who cultivated in the method of tripods were experts at suppression rules power. And the tripod of dragon and elephant was the most excellent method among them. The tripod integrated the power of the dragon and elephant and could even suppress the great path. Many of the disciples of the Dali Academy and Daily Mountain felt that their feet were floating. Those whose cultivation was weaker felt their legs slightly trembling. Even if they were not located below, they still felt oppressed and had difficulty breathing. Many of the disciples of the Dali Academy had a look of unease on their faces. Dihao's strength was simply beyond imagination. Was this the might of the way that someone in the sage plane could release? It was just like the might of the divine path. Dong Chun was just underneath the might, and the pressure he felt was naturally the strongest. Dong Chun was just underneath the might, and the pressure he felt was naturally the strongest. The radiance on his body was still brilliant, and the thousands of fingers of catastrophe pointed to attack the invisible ancient bell of the great path. But at this moment, the bell and the tripod both hummed. The bell shattered the souls of men, annihilating the divine spirit. The tripod crushed everything, oppressed the physical body. The tripod of dragon and elephant suppressed the great path. Both of Dong Chun's hands made the mudra, and suddenly, there was a crisp clinking sound from his body. There was a terrible radiance shining upon him. And suddenly the battle form of Vajra appeared, which grew larger and larger, reaching as high as hundreds of meters, just like the battle form of the great path. Moreover, the battle form of Vajra gave birth to many arms, and the will of the great path flowed, and all the arms simultaneously struck. The immense palms contained horrific mudra method. The elders of the Dali Academy nodded slightly. Dong Chun was the premier disciple below Saint Plain in the Dali Academy. Now he combined the battle form of will and two other magical means to create a perfect blend of power, exploding amazing power. Dong Chun, whose comprehension of the cultivation had always been strong, so he could understand the true meaning within. The tripod of dragon and elephant dropped down and wiped out everything. The great palm of Vajra blasted upon it and caused a violent hurricane. The clothes of those who were around watching the battle had fluttered uncontrollably, and the might of the path blasting toward them. Those sages whose realm were lower were blasted backward, and it was difficult for them to remain standing. Dong! Dihao was still moving forward, and the bell rings shook the sky. The tripod of dragon and elephant, like a divine tripod, with golden rays came out of it, just like the light of the great path, directed toward Dong Chen. At this moment, everyone seemed to be able to perceive just how strong the oppressive force that Dong Chen was enduring. That immense and incomparable Vajra battle form seemed to be on the verge of being crushed. Dong! A loud bang, and numerous lines of light appeared on Dong Chen's battle form, extending along the battle form toward the arms. Above the sky, numerous arms blasted out at the same time, creating an extremely brilliant golden pattern from which endless brilliance exuded, and collided with the light from the divine tripod. The two forces were jousting with one another. Dihao stretched out both of his hands, his robe fluttered, and a mighty aura bloomed from him, which then turned extremely sharp. With his body as the center, there was a sudden storm of sword will, and behind him a glorious golden sword appeared. He is also good at swordsmanship? Everyone looked on with shock. Dihao had already released 3 major life spirits. All of them were martial spirits: bell, tripod, sword. At the moment, he stood on the forum platform like the king of the divine soldiers. When the sword will was whistling, the infinite sword will once again gathered in front of him. Under the gaze of everyone, the sword of Kasayapa that was previously used by 7 sins was once again manifesting. Sword of Kasayapa, Dihao knows it too. Many disciples of the younger generation were trembling in their hearts and extremely shocked. Moreover, the sword of Kasayapa from Dihao was even stronger than that of the 7 sins. Many people showed a look of curiosity. Everyone had thought the battle of the swordsmanship had ended, but no one expected Dihao was also good at the sword. However, the sword spirit was only one of Dihao's life spirits, of which he had 3 major ones, and each one of them was extremely aggressive. If Futian claimed that his previous fight with 7 sins, there were flaws with 7 sins, then Dihao was undoubtedly perfect without any faults. The bell rings suppressed the spiritual willpower. The tripod of dragon and elephant suppressed all things. And now with the rebirth of the swordsmanship, how tyrannical was this strength? The people of Daily Mountain appeared calm without any look of surprise. Naturally, they knew how strong Dihao was. Even 7 sins was observing the battle calmly. His own strength was already incredibly strong. There were few rivals below the Saint Plain who could be his equal, and in the entire Dali Imperial City there were hardly anyone who could counter him. This was why he could defeat number 2 of the Dali Academy, Zhuozong, with overwhelming advantage. However, Dihao was someone that he admired greatly, and was also someone that he felt he could never surpass. With Dihao around, everyone else could only fight for the second spot. Although he was very strong, if he had fought with Dihao, he would be defeated very badly. Whether it was from the beginning or allowing him to release the Sword of the Peak, he would be crushed either way. There was no need to stop him from gathering the Sword of Kasayapa as the 7th swordsman had done. Imperial Advisor, Dong Chun seemed to be under great pressure. Li Sun said to the man next to him, "I had no idea that uncle had adopted such a powerful godson." The Imperial Advisor of Dali looked at the battlefield quietly. The strength of Dihao was indeed at the apex below Saint Plain. Such ability was nearly invincible. Swords of Kasayapa now gathered and manifested. Unlike 7 sins, Dihao could gather multiple swords of Kasayapa, and in an instant the swords whistled in the sky. The bell was still ringing, and the tripod of dragon and elephant was still in a deadlock with Dong Chen. And with such terrifying swordsmanship suppressing, it could only be imagined just how much pressure Dong Chen was facing. Dong! A loud bang, and the many arms of Dong Chun were unleashed at the same time, and the currents upon his body were extremely aggressive. He then went in the direction of Di Hao. Not only did he not retreat, but instead he headed toward the other. Go! Di Hao's fingers pointed toward the front, and the sword of Cassiopeia penetrated the void, reaching the limit of speed. Buzz! At this moment, there were many afterimages appeared in front, and they were all images of Dong Chun, and these images seemed to be as real as could be. The swords of Cassiopeia whizzed by, and all the afterimages were shattered, and yet other images were constantly condensing and appear, and seemed to be increasing. Not only that, but above these condensing illusions, there was also an extremely powerful spiritual will. Di Hao actually felt threatened. Suddenly, the tripod of dragon and elephant flew back and appeared in the area above him. The vastness of the might descended. He continued to move forward, and the bell and the tripod sounded at the same time. His palms pushed out, and the swords of Cassiopeia that were whistling suddenly ran through the void and madly slaughtered in the space, wanting to smash and pulverize the space and destroy all the images of Dong Chen. Above the sword of Cassiopeia, there was a great murderous intent hidden within. This was the powerful murderous will that Di Hao had refined from his experience on the battlefield. Dong! The Vajra battle form exploded from an afterimage, blocking the sword will that was madly attacking. At the same moment, the battle form rushed forward and directly oppressing Di Hao's true location. Di Hao showed no fear. The tripod of dragon and elephant descended from the sky, destroyed everything, and blasted toward the battle form. The many arms of the battle form raised up to support the tripod of dragon and elephant. Dong Chen's body carried the radiant glory with him as he moved forward. He was surrounded by a sacred light, as if it was not below the saint plane any longer, but had already entered the presence of the divine path. Di Hao's hands closed together, and the swordsmanship surrounding him hummed together. The sword of Cassiopeia broke through from the sky. With the body of Dong Chen as the center, it was attacking instantly, fast as can be. Many disciples of the Dali Academy clenched their fists tightly and revealed a look of worry on their faces. At this moment, the sword of Cassiopeia and millions of sword will came together, shattering the void, and was completely indefensible. But Dong Chen did not pay any attention to it and just continued moving forward. When the sword came for the attack, it passed through his body. Just as the sword about to descend on Dong Chen, it stopped abruptly. The glory on Dong Chen shrouded the space within it. The sword screamed wildly, and Di Hao stepped forward again. His fingers extended, continued the command for the sword to attack. A loud sound was heard, and in this moment, Dong Chen's body split once again, producing bodies outside of bodies, colliding directly with the swords of Cassiopeia, and was crushed by the swords. Buzz! The might of Great Path descended in front of Di Hao, and a phantom image penetrated the attack of swordsmanship and came in front of Di Hao. Dong Chen's body seemed to be unreal. His fingers pressed down toward Di Hao, who was in front. In an instant, heaven and earth were suffocated. Everything seemed to be at a standstill, with only this one finger existing. When this one finger went down, the Great Path descended, and Di Hao only felt that his soul was going to be broken. He knew that Dong Chen's strongest attacking technique was the God Destroyer. The powerful spiritual will that he released was shattered. The invisible force enveloped his body and seemed to take apart his soul. Dong! A glorious ancient bell surrounded his body, as if it was one with his body, and like Dong Chen, one of his fingers also pointed forward. With this finger, the heaven and earth resonated. The Great Path connected, sharper than sword, and contained supreme way of suppression. The fingers of the two men collided together and suddenly formed an atmosphere of total destruction. The flesh and the spiritual will seem to be crushed. Bell, tripod, and the sword all hummed, intending to shatter the Great Path. Boom! A loud bang. The light of destruction swept out, and the people only saw the two bodies were shocked backward at the same time. Di Hao retreated unsteadily and let out a groan. Dong Chen's body flew backwards. It seemed that there was a murderous sword will that penetrated the body, and inside the body there came a roaring sound. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of blood, looking pale. Dong Chun, defeated. The hearts of the people trembled. Dong Chun, the first person below the Saint Plain from Dali Academy, was defeated. Di Hao of Daily Mountain, godson of King Tiandao, the first person below Saint Plain in Dali Dynasty. Much obliged, Di Hao put his hands together and bowed. His clothes fluttered as he said to Dong Chen, although he had won, but he still respected Dong Chen's strength. Dong Chen also saluted, then retired, without saying anything more. Defeat was defeat. In this battle, he had shouldered great responsibility, but he still lost. Daily Mountain came to seek the way and triumphed over the first holy land of cultivation in Dali Dynasty, the Dali Academy. After the shock, many people looked at the imperial advisor, only to see him sitting there, looking casual, and no one had any idea what he was thinking. This battle can be said to be the battle of the peaks below Saint Plain in Dali Imperial City. Di Hao took a few steps forward, looking at the imperial advisor of Dali, and bowed gently, saying, I heard that the imperial advisor wanted to take on apprentices, so I came from Daily Mountain, asked to be instructed by the Dali Academy. I would like to be accepted under the imperial advisor as an apprentice. When Di Hao finished speaking, everyone was stupefied in a moment. Dong Chun came to the Dali Imperial City when the imperial advisor had wanted to accept disciples, and everyone thought that Dong Chun would become a disciple of the imperial advisor. In the eyes of many, Di Hao's arrival was undoubtedly to provoke trouble. But at this moment, Di Hao claimed that he had come to Dali Dynasty to seek the way, and that he wanted to be the apprentice of the imperial advisor to continue to cultivate. How could the people not be shocked? Dong Chun was even more pale, but he sighed. He was defeated and had no qualification whatsoever to apprentice under the imperial advisor. Once again, everyone looked to the imperial advisor. As the first person below Saint Plain, Di Hao had requested to be his apprentice. Would the imperial advisor agree? The imperial advisor of Dai was also surprised by Di Hao's request, but he soon recovered. Obviously, this was also not unexpected. There were many cultivators in Dali Academy, but at that moment, they were all quiet, and most of them were looking at the imperial advisor and Di Hao. No one had expected this to happen. The disciples of Dali Academy were all in extremely low spirits. After all, they had lost terribly as Daily Mountain came to seek the path. There were many cultivators in Dali Academy, but at that moment, they were all quiet, and most of them were looking at the imperial advisor and Di Hao. No one had expected this to happen. The disciples of Dali Academy were all in extremely low spirits. After all, they had lost terribly as Daily Mountain came to seek the path. Although they had won the first battle of lower-level sages, after the seven sins had come forward, it had seemed that that battle had only happened for the purpose of educating Kuang Shao. He had used the sword of Kasayapa to defeat Zuozong. Next, Di Hao had defeated Dong Chen and had asked to be taken as the disciple of the headmaster of Dali Academy, the imperial advisor of the Dali dynasty. This was naturally hard to bear for the disciples of Dali Academy. However, Di Hao had wanted to be taken as a disciple and had let everybody know it. Even though Dali Academy, which he founded, had been defeated, he was still second only to Emperor Li. Why else would King Tiandao have sent his adopted son to be trained by him? No matter what their goal was, this was a recognition of the imperial advisor's power and position. The imperial advisor looked up at Di Hao and asked him, "If you want to become my disciple, you must tell me, why do you seek the path?" Di Hao stared at him. His adopted father, King Tiandao, had once told him that he looked at the imperial advisor as an opponent, but at the same time, he still respected him greatly. That was because people of talent appreciated each other. Thus, he had sent him to become the imperial advisor's disciple, learning from him and seeking the path with him. That was why he had come here for today's battle. I seek the path to be able to sweep over the battlefield and plan victory from 1,000 miles away, to be able to protect the Dali dynasty from within and sweep away all external threats, and make the Dali dynasty prosperous, said Di Hao. All the people of Daily Mountain had trained in the army, and so his thoughts were naturally those of a soldier. He wanted to conquer the world, sweep away all threats, and seize resources of the Great Path. Oh! The imperial advisor nodded slightly, then looked away. Di Hao felt himself relax quite a bit. Before, When the imperial advisor had been looking at him, he had felt like he was under a lot of pressure. Under that pressure, if he had spoken insincerely, the imperial advisor would have perceived it. As for whether or not the imperial advisor was satisfied with what he had said, he did not know. The imperial advisor had cultivated himself so highly that he could see right through him, but he could not see through to the imperial advisor's thoughts. Dong Chun, called the imperial advisor. Dong Chun suddenly stepped forward. Headmaster, he said. The imperial advisor was also the headmaster of Dali Academy, and so there was nothing improper about calling him headmaster there. Lift your head, said the imperial advisor. Dong Chun lifted his head, and in that instant, felt the same thing that Dihao had. An invisible pressure. Those deep and wise eyes seemed to pierce right through him, looking into his very soul. Even if he was not purposely putting pressure on him, the force that Dong Chun felt was still great. When one had cultivated to the peak of the saint level, if he willed it, his every move would be like the authority of heaven. And you? Why do you seek the path? Asked the imperial advisor. When they heard what the imperial advisor said, the disciples of Dali Academy had hope once again. When choosing a disciple, he would not just rely on talent and power. Perhaps Dong Chun still had hope. I seek the path to seek knowledge. I want to see great things and be like you, teaching the path to the people of the Dali dynasty to increase their levels of cultivation, said Dong Chun with a bow. The imperial advisor was an idol to the students of Dali Academy, and they worshipped him. Even Dong Chun, the #1 junior at the academy, was the same. His respect and worship for the imperial advisor were no less than anyone else's. Thus, Dong Chun's goal was everything that the imperial advisor had now. He wanted to become like the imperial advisor, and so he took him as a model. Oh! The imperial advisor nodded again, just like with Dihao. No one could see if he was pleased or displeased, or which one of them he favored. Everyone felt a bit uneasy as they saw the imperial advisor turn his gaze and look into the crowd. Finally, his eyes fell upon Futian. He said, "Seventh swordsman, Lu Chuan has praised you highly, and Sword Mountain has come for you. Why is it that you seek the path of swordsmanship?" A shocked look came over everyone's faces as they heard this. The imperial advisor was questioning seventh swordsman. Could it be that he was considering him as well? Futian looked up at the imperial advisor and then stepped forward. The imperial advisor looked at him, and suddenly he had the same feeling that Dong Chun and Dihao had had. I seek the path of swordsmanship to reach the highest level of swordsmanship, master, answered Futian. He avoided the imperial advisor's gaze, keeping his head down. The imperial advisor kept looking at him, then said calmly, "Look up at me. You seek the path only to improve your swordsmanship?" It seemed that he knew Futian had not spoken the truth. Futian could only look up into the imperial advisor's eyes. He had a feeling that if he spoke falsely, the imperial advisor would see through him. At that moment, Futian thought of his cultivation, not just his swordsmanship. Why did he seek the path? The incident at Donghai, the unstable situation at Nandu, the chaos at East Baron College, the disaster of the Baron State. As he thought of this, Futian's heart was like still water. He looked at the imperial advisor and said, "When I was young, I was often bullied, and thus I put my whole heart towards cultivating. You asked me why I seek the path. I do so that one day I can be carefree and happy. And on that day, even if I don't cultivate, I will still have the right to choose freely." Everyone looked at Futian. It seemed that seventh swordsman also had this side to him. Of course, this also appeared to be the wish of the vast majority of common cultivators. The people of this world all face a difficult choice. Having the right to choose freely is not easy at all, and if you don't cultivate, then even if you don't try to get involved in the affairs of the world, you might still be affected, said the imperial advisor. Your requirements are a bit high. Futian nodded. That is indeed the way it is, and that is why the only option is to seek the path. He did not speak of the path of swordsmanship. He just talked about the path, openly and honestly. Dihao and Dong Chun both care about the cultivation of all the people in the world, but when you seek the path, you do it only for yourself, said the imperial advisor. Man first loves himself, then may he love others. He first establishes himself, then he may talk about doing good for humanity, answered Yi Futian. Is this the boundary that you are cultivating towards? The imperial advisor seemed a bit interested as he continued to ask Yi Futian questions. Yi Futian thought of Mr. Du's wishes and thought of his path of cultivation so far. He looked at the imperial advisor and said, "The great path knows no boundaries." The imperial advisor nodded and said nothing. Li Sun looked at Yi Futian with a smile and said, "What you have said is quite interesting, Seventh Swordsman. The poor think only of themselves, while the distinguished work for the good of the whole world. No? And as for the great path having no boundaries, the whole world is bounded. How can there be no boundaries?" "What you have said is so, Your Majesty. I was speaking foolishly." Yi Futian would naturally not contradict him. He was an imperial prince. They were on entirely different levels. To each their own. What you said was not foolish. In fact, I think it was very interesting, said Li Sun with a smile. Who will you choose as your disciple, imperial advisor? Today, the imperial advisor of Dali dynasty would choose a disciple to teach personally. He was very curious. Would it be Di Hao, or would he still select Chen Dong? Dong Chun was the one that most people had expected him to choose, and his ideals were well suited to everything that the imperial advisor had done up till now. Of course, Di Hao had defeated Dong Chen and had actively asked to be accepted as a disciple. His goals for cultivation took different roads to the same place with Dong Chen's. There was not a huge difference in their characters. As for Yi Futian, people generally thought that he was best suited for Sword Mountain. Pursuing the path of swordsmanship comfortably and naturally was their way. I will announce my choice in 3 days, said the imperial advisor. Everyone looked surprised. He had originally intended to choose his disciple today, and yet he had pushed the time back 3 days. Could it be that he was hesitating? But no one dared to question the imperial advisor's decision. Excellent. Your disciple will one day be at the top of the Dali dynasty. You should indeed take your time to choose, said Li Sun with a nod. Thank you for coming here today, everyone. If you wish to stay here at Dali Academy as a guest, you may do so as you please, said the imperial advisor with a bow. Then he walked over to Li Sun and the others and said, Your Highness. Let's leave it here for today, said Li Sun with a bow. They said their farewells and dispersed. The people from Dali Mountain also gradually left, and the shadow-bearing sword saint walked over to Yi Futian. Elder, said Yi Futian, bowing. You won't go with me to Sword Mountain? Asked the shadow-bearing sword saint. You said that if I won, I wouldn't have to go, said Yi Futian. If he was cultivating at Sword Mountain, how could he kill Li Yao? It would be difficult to find a chance. He had to stay in Dali Imperial City, and given his performance today, someone would undoubtedly come to find him. Fine, said the shadow-bearing sword saint with a nod. It will be good for you to stay in the city and cultivate. You will certainly have a good future. Until we meet again. Until we meet again, said Yi Futian with a bow. The cultivators from Sword Mountain left. Jianwu gave him a final look. You're going to refuse him? Li Yu asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian smiled and said, Let's go. And on saying so, they left. The people who had attended the sparring session at Dali Academy quickly scattered throughout the city. Di Hao's fame was like the sun at noon. He had defeated Dong Chun and had earned the reputation of being the best cultivator under the saint level. And he had asked to be the imperial advisor's disciple. At the same time, Seventh Swordsman's name was also resonating throughout the city. He had defeated Jianwu of Sword Mountain. If it hadn't been for Di Hao, Seventh Swordsman probably would have become the most shocking figure of the day. Many people were speculating about who the imperial advisor would choose as a disciple, Di Hao or Dong Chun. The 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, as many people kept speculating. On that day, Yi Futian was cultivating as usual. It was just like he had said. All that was left before him was the divine path. Is Master Seventh Swordsman here? Came a voice from outside his residence. Yi Futian opened his eyes and said, Who is it? The household of Marquis Qingyi has come to pay a visit, came the voice. It seemed to be someone whom the Dali dynasty had made a marquis. Please come in, said Yi Futian. A group of people walked in. They walked up towards him, and an old man at the front smiled and bowed to him. I am always hearing the name Seventh Swordsman. Your swordsmanship is unmatched. You are truly a dragon among men." He was extremely familiar and friendly. A maid came up behind him, holding a brocade box. It seemed that they had brought a gift. "You are too kind, but to what do I owe the pleasure?" said Futian with a bow. There was another extremely beautiful woman beside the old man. She was slim and graceful, fair and lovely. "My daughter loves swordsmanship, and when she heard of you, she wanted to come see you. I'm sorry that we had to bother you, so we brought some gifts to congratulate you on your victory," said the old man with a smile. Futian looked at the woman beside him and saw that the shy look in her eyes made her even more delicate and charming. Futian was stunned. With this kind of expression, how could Futian not understand what his visitor meant? With this kind of expression, how could Futian not understand what his visitor meant? It was just that he did not know why a marquis show him such goodwill. Where did his appreciation for him come from? "The Shui family of Dali Imperial City has come to visit. Is Master Seventh Swordsman here?" came another voice from outside. Futian was stunned, then said, "Please come in." He then watched as another group of people walked into his residence. They came up to him and said, "Congratulations, Master Seventh Swordsman. The household of Marquis Yang has come to greet you. The Lin family has come to greet you." Voice after voice came from outside. Futian invited them all in one after the other, and in the blink of an eye his residence was full of people. And everyone who had come were people of status. Among them, many of the families had brought their family beauties along with them. All of them were lovely and elegant women, so beautiful as to make fish sink and birds alight. They were a feast for the eyes, and Futian's eyes feasted on them, but it was all a little awkward. Could it be Master Seventh Swordsman? At that moment, another beautiful figure flashed over. Li Yu and Li Yang had come directly to him. They were familiar with each other, so they did not need to be announced. "Greetings, my princess." Everyone bowed when they saw them. Although King Li was the absolute master of the lower worlds, his influence was quite weak in the upper worlds. But he was after all one of the four kings. Futian looked up at the two of them and saw that both of them looked rather excited. They descended before him, and Li took a step forward, coming right up to him. "Master Seventh Swordsman," she said, "there is news from the Imperial Advisor's household. He has chosen you." In her excitement, Li Yu was leaning very close to Futian. He suddenly caught a whiff of the fragrance she was wearing. Seeming to see the strange look on Futian's face, Li Yu suddenly realized how close the two of them were. She blushed and took a step back, but there was still excitement in her beautiful eyes. Everyone had thought that the person that the Imperial Advisor chose would be either Di Hao or Dong Qin, but new information had come from the Imperial Advisor's household. The Imperial Advisor of the Dali dynasty would take Seventh Swordsman as his disciple. Everyone had been waiting for news from the Imperial Advisor for the past few days, and once it came out they were instantly in motion. That was why they had all come here so fast, and why everything that had taken place here at his residence had happened. The greatest swordsman of his generation had been recognized by the Imperial Advisor and chosen to be his disciple. His future path was hard to predict, but at the very least they could come to get to know him and congratulate him. There was nothing wrong with maintaining friendly relations with him, and if Futian noticed the beautiful women in their families, that was even better. Seventh Swordsman was still young and extremely talented. His swordsmanship was unmatched, and he was also very handsome. This kind of man was extremely rare. The disciple of the Imperial Advisor could even seek to marry a princess, and Emperor Li would not refuse him. Given what had happened in his residence, Li Yu's news was not unexpected, nor did it surprise him too much. In reality, he did not want to become the Imperial Advisor's disciple. When the Imperial Advisor had questioned him on that day, he had felt a strong sense of pressure and alertness. And Xiaqing Yuan had once reminded him that at the Imperial Advisor's side he would be under even greater threat. Of course, his status would also be very high, and he could come into direct contact with Li Yao. What does that expression mean? Li Yu saw Futian's aloof and unconcerned look and could not help but purse her lips. The Imperial Advisor had chosen him as his personal disciple, and he did not even look a little bit excited. Previously, the shadow-bearing sword saint had invited him to come to Sword Mountain to cultivate. But that was only Sword Mountain, and the master of Sword Mountain had not promised to take Futian as a disciple. However, now the imperial advisor did want to take him as a disciple. The two things could not even be mentioned in the same sentence. And moreover, even the master of Sword Mountain was of lower status than the imperial advisor. He was lower only than Emperor Li himself. "What expression should I have?" asked Futian. Liu said nothing to him. Her excitement seemed to have been ruined by his cold blood, and she just stared at him. At that moment there was another voice from the sky as another mighty group of figures came. They descended into his residence, and at their head was the imperial advisor's disciple Lu Chuan. Some of those who had come with him were members of the imperial family. For example, the prince of the Dali dynasty, Li Yao, was there as well. Seventh swordsman, called Lu Chuan as he walked towards Futian. "My master is willing to take you as his disciple and would like to ask your opinion on the matter. Are you willing?" Lu Chuan spoke directly and frankly. Futian looked at everyone around him. With the imperial advisor's position within the Dali dynasty, he had even been able to send Li Yao as part of the group inviting Futian. Under this situation, if he refused, he would have no chance to get close to the Dali dynasty. Li Yao would also get farther away. "I am willing to enter the imperial advisor's household," said Futian. Perhaps the threat was greater, but entering the imperial advisor's household to cultivate would bring him closer to Li Yao, and thus his chance of killing Li Yao would become greater. Liu let out a big breath when she heard Futian's answer, as if she had finally relaxed. She had truly feared that Futian might refuse. In the Dali dynasty, no one refused to enter the imperial advisor's household. Even Di Hao had requested to join him after defeating Dong Chen. But Liu could not get a handle on Futian. The guy was a mystery. But now he had finally accepted. "From now on you may call me brother," said Lu Chuan with a smile. "Brother Lu Chuan," Futian called out with a smile. He had stepped into his role quickly. Everyone in his residence bowed. "Congratulations, seventh swordsman. From this day forward, there would be another hero in the Dali dynasty." Seventh swordsman. At that moment, Li Yao walked forward as well and said, "Congratulations." "Greetings, your highness," said Futian with a slight bow. "No need to be so polite. I am also a disciple of the imperial advisor. I may not be personally taught by him, but from now on I will still call you brother. You can call me Li Yao, or brother." Li Yao seemed very polite. "Your highness, I wouldn't dare be so improper," said Futian, taking a step away from him. "Don't worry about it. You'll soon get used to it," said Li Yao with a smile. He seemed very easy to get along with. Seeing Li Yao's attitude, Futian relaxed a little. This way, he would not have to fear not getting his chance. The danger was greater, but it seemed that it was worth it. If he entered the imperial advisor's household, he would have a chance to kill Li Yao in the future. Of course, at this point he could not reveal even a little bit of his hostility. "Let us all go to the imperial advisor's residence together," said Lu Chuan. Futian nodded, and the group of them left together. As they were leaving his residence, he saw several people appear there. In the distance there were people watching him, which made everyone stop. "What are you doing, Li Xian?" said Li Yao. Li Xian bowed to Li Yao, then said, "Your Highness, I only came to ask Mr. Lu Chuan, why did the imperial advisor choose seventh swordsman?" "Does my master need to explain his choice of disciple to you?" asked Lu Chuan. "How can I dare question his choice of disciple? It's just that several days ago this man held a sword to my throat, and now the imperial advisor has taken him as a disciple. I'm a little hurt by that," said Li Xian. "So," said Lu Chuan, "it's nothing. I'm just a little hurt by it," said Li Xian with a smile. Then he stepped back. "Don't try to stir up trouble," said Li Yao to Li Xian. They all ignored Li Xian then, and looked ahead of them. Up there, a group of figures were standing proudly, with powerful auras. These were the cultivators of Dali Mountain, and the youth standing at their head was Di Hao. At that moment countless people were already gathered in the area. After the news had come out from the imperial advisor's residence, the people had flowed here like water. The whole city had been shaken. The imperial advisor had not chosen Dong Chen of Dali Academy, nor had he chosen Di Hao, the most powerful figure under the saint level. Instead, he had chosen seventh swordsman. No one knew what the imperial advisor was thinking, and they were all curious. They did not why the Imperial Advisor had done this, and at the same time they wanted to see what kind of person Seventh Swordsman was. Now they saw that he was incredibly handsome and extremely heroic-looking. But now, Di Hao, who had defeated Dong Qian and claimed the title of the most powerful person below the saint level, was there, standing in front of Yi Futian. The Imperial Advisor did not choose the defeated Dong Qian, but he also did not choose Brother Di Hao. Was it because he comes from Daily Mountain? Is that why he chose him? The seven sins stood beside Di Hao with sharp eyes as they stared at Yi Futian. My master had his own reasons for making his choice. Does he have to explain them to you? Lu Chuan frowned. This was the second time he had been questioned, and so his tone was a bit colder. No matter if they were from the Prince Regent's household or Daily Mountain, they had no right to question the Imperial Advisor's decisions, especially not who he chose as a disciple. Do not be so rash, Seven Sins, said Di Hao. The Seven Sins' eyes were sharp, and sword will wrapped around them as they stared forward. Di Hao took a few steps forward and said, Since the Imperial Advisor has made his choice, there is nothing that I can say. Today I am returning to Daily Mountain to cultivate. Before that, I would like to teach the Imperial Advisor's chosen disciple a lesson. Sword will swirled around him, and his majestic aura swept out. He stared straight ahead at Yi Futian and said, I am Di Hao of Daily Mountain. Show me what you've got. As he said this, the hubbub around them subsided, and all was silent. Di Hao was arrogant without question. He had no right to question the Imperial Advisor's decision, but before he left the city he would stand before the one the Imperial Advisor had chosen to be his disciple. At least he would leave something behind before he left. Countless gazes fell upon Yi Futian. Did he dare to accept the challenge? 3 days ago, Di Hao had defeated Dong Qian. Everyone thought that Daily Mountain meant to shame the Imperial Advisor, but afterwards Di Hao had asked to become the Imperial Advisor's disciple. But now it was different. The Imperial Advisor had chosen Seventh Swordsman. If Di Hao defeated him, or even crushed him absolutely, that would probably be quite embarrassing for the Imperial Advisor. This Di Hao had some anger in his heart. That was why he had come here to stand before Yi Futian. Di Hao was the only one who was angry. All of the people from Daily Mountain were. If the Imperial Advisor had chosen Dong Qian as his disciple, even though Di Hao had defeated him, they could still accept this. After all, Dong Qian was the Imperial Advisor's man. Di Hao would have left quietly. But the Imperial Advisor had chosen Seventh Swordsman. Yi Futian looked at Di Hao and was silent for a moment. Then he stepped forward and said, I am Seventh Swordsman. Show me what you've got. Yi Futian's body had sword while circling him as soon as he finished talking. He turned his eyes at Di Hao, looking calm and without a hint of irritation. Yi Futian's body had soared while circling him as soon as he finished talking. He turned his eyes at Di Hao, looking calm and without a hint of irritation. So the students of Daily Mountain are unable to sit well with the Imperial Advisor taking me in as his student? Futian thought. Well then, we'll have to fight it out. A bolt of lightning streaked through the air. Yi Futian shot to the sky like a sword. It was not Dali Academy, and there was no battle platform. As such, there was no need for restraints, and one could have fought in the sky to their heart's content. There was not even any need to suppress one's power. Di Hao looked up slightly after seeing what Yi Futian was doing. He stepped out and took to the air as well. The sound of the bell resounded with a big dong, shaking the eardrums of those below. Yi Futian felt his brain being shaken. A formless sound wave swept past and invaded his spiritual will right away. It was an overpowering move that caused his mind to be rattled. It was a sound wave attack of the Great Path, one which had no form. Yi Futian did not stop but continued flying upwards instead, shooting into the clouds. Di Hao pursued him, and both of them were flying at blitzing speeds. All three of Di Hao's life spirits, the sword, the cauldron, and the bell, appeared. Super powerful will of the Great Path swept through the air. He stepped in the midair, and the sound of the bell resounded throughout the sky, covering all of their surroundings. Formless ancient bells appeared around Yi Futian and bombarded him with the undying sound of the bell. Yi Futian's pupils turned extremely demonic. It was as if his eyes were able to see through everything. The formless bells were unable to escape his eyes. A sword appeared in his hand, and lightning storms rained down from above, which were fused with his sword like the calamity of the world. Attack! Futian lashed out with his sword. Dong! The sound of the bells rang throughout the air as the bells exploded and crumbled one after another. Boom! The cauldron behind Dihao grew in a frenzy to hundreds of meters tall, raining down, suppressing the will of the great path. Their surroundings resonated with his power as one cauldron after another came into being, sealing the space that Futian occupied right away. Extremely dazzling light was seen coursing all over Futian's body. Sword aura howled and circled about him. One heavy sword after another appeared, and every single one of them emanated terrifying power. The sword's spirit appeared before him dazzlingly. He held it with both hands, and boundless sword will float about, fusing into the sword spirit and transforming it into a 100-meter tall sword that weighed thousands of pounds. Down, Dihao said coldly. The cauldrons dived and pressed onto Futian like the might of the heavens. Futian burst with sword will, and the heavy swords shot up to the sky, clashing with the cauldrons. Loud rumbling noises that shook the heavens were heard. Dihao stepped out, and the bells rang in unison. That cauldron shot up and came right above Futian. Boundless light of the great path rained down on Futian. Countless shadows of the cauldron came down as well, making the space stifling. Futian swung his hand about, and the heavy swords hovered in midair, letting out high-pitched ringing sounds. He shot out with his hand and clapped on the heavy sword. One shadow of the heavy sword after another shot up, clashing with the cauldrons that were raining down. At the same time, Futian pushed the heavy sword while he streaked forward, mowing down everything that was standing in his way. The 100-meter-tall gigantic sword pressed forward with immense might, bombarding the cauldron's spirit. It burst with extremely dazzling glimmer, as devastating might of the great path washed all over the sky. Dihao looked at the one who attacked his cauldron's spirit with a sword and continued to move forward. Sword will howled behind him, and the swords of Cassiopeia coalesced, pulsing with light out to tear everything apart. The swords rang loudly as they were being pointed at Futian. Futian stepped out, and the air trembled. His aura was towering as he clapped the gigantic sword before him. Power from within his body burst, and the cauldron spirit was thrown far away with a loud boom. Go! Dihao uttered a single word. The swords of Cassiopeia shot through the skies as they spun, tearing through the space at great speed, arriving right before his opponent. Futian stepped into the air at almost the same moment, throwing out his sword right before him. A terrifying screen appeared in front of that heavy sword in an instant, ramming straight at the sword of Cassiopeia but unable to penetrate it. The light of stars dazzled on the screen, protecting Futian behind it. Dihao's expression was cold. He stepped once again, pointing with his finger, coalescing even more swords forward. The cauldron in the air was dropped yet again. Futian did not bother with that falling cauldron. He stepped forward once again, wrapping up the swords of Cassiopeia as he pressed on. His power of the swords becoming even more frightening as he streaked through the air. Boundless light of the sword from Futian flowed into that gigantic sword before him. He eventually slapped with both of his hands, and with a loud boom, the gigantic sword shattered the swords of Cassiopeia, ramming ahead straight at Dihao. Dihao shot up and evaded the attack in an instant, but Futian did not bother with it. He stepped forward and held the sword with both hands, flipping his entire body behind. He gathered overwhelming strength and swung the sword out with massive force. He melded extremely overbearing power from his whole being into that chop within that very instant. The enormous golden cauldron spirit came at him again as the heavy sword was swung. Clang! A terrifying rumble was heard, and the cauldron spirit rattled violently. Dihao grunted midair. He extended his hand and summoned the cauldron back to the air. Futian stepped forward and spun, throwing out another chop with the heavy sword. Clang! Yet another rumble was heard as the cauldron spirit was pinned down. Its sound resounded throughout the space as it kept rattling. Dihao's face was rather ashen. That was his life spirit. Furthermore, the power of the sword around Futian was still growing. Sword will continued to course about Dihao's body. The sword of Cassiopeia was circling around him before shooting down through the air, heading straight for Futian. Futian stepped around in the air and brought his sword down again. So long Dihao refused to come down, Futian would make do with pummeling his life spirits. Dihao descended. Endless killing swords shot through the air, intending to kill Futian. However, when Futian brought his heavy sword down, the entire space seemed to have been placed in a lockdown. That sword is not sharp at all, but it brought with it boundless heft. Boom! Despite his formidable powers, Dihao was thrown off by the attack. The swords of raging storms manifested around Futian and flew straight at Dihao, who looked troubled as he pointed forward, sword spirit in hand, intending to mow everything down. At that moment, Futian streaked through the air and brought the heavy sword down from above. Dihao disappeared from where he stood, turning into a beam of dazzling light. However, Futian disappeared alongside him after having him targeted. That sword attack moved along the space with Futian, heading straight for Dihao, just like that attack that he swung at Seven Sins 3 days ago, ignoring the movements in space altogether. Dihao was brought down by the attack from above. His body dropped to the ground in a straight line. Futian did not stop right there. He took one step and dove down. However, the heavy sword in his hand transformed in a heartbeat, dispersing into a sword filled with the will of the great path of space. It followed Futian down. He launched yet another attack at Dihao, tearing through the space as he went. Countless people from below looked up. They were only able to see countless beams of the sword flashing where Futian was, shooting in different directions. It seemed as if there were nothing but the aura of the sword in that space. A beam of the sword flashed as it dived, making it seem as if the space was being bisected. It was as if the place was being cut down by the heavens. At the very next moment, a beam of light shot down, and with a loud boom, 2 silhouettes were found on the ground, bursting with sword aura. Everyone turned their eyes in that direction. Sword will filled that space and rang. When the sword aura was dispersed, 2 silhouettes were seen. Dihao and Futian appeared clearly. In that instant, the place was dead silent without a hint of sound, other than the reverberation from wind and sword while howling. The hearts of many seemed to have stopped, and the mighty ones were ashen as they stared at the scene before them. How is this possible? The tip of Futian's sword was pointed at Dihao's throat. Dihao's clothing was in a mess after being torn apart by the sword aura. 7th Swordsman. The faces of the spectators were filled with fright and awe. He had defeated Dihao with his swords. The 7th Swordsman had defeated Jianwu of the Sword Mountain 3 days ago, making his name known throughout Emperor Li's city. However, Dihao had defeated Dongchen and became known as the most powerful person below St. Plain in all of Dali. Yet, the imperial advisor chose the 7th Swordsman to become his student instead. As such, Dihao came there. No one expected Dihao, who had defeated Dongchen and was known to be at the pinnacle below St. Plain in all of Dali, was defeated by the 7th Swordsman. Everything looked surreal. That is something. Li Yao, Lu Chuan, and the others were rather impressed. When the 7th Swordsman had defeated Jianwu and became known as the #1 swordsman below St. Plain, he did not make any other moves after that. No one would have expected that he was more powerful than Dihao. As for Li Yu, she was already gasping. Her eyes were locked onto 7th Swordsman, and she was utterly speechless. That swordsman from the lower worlds remained peerless even in the upper worlds. None below St. Plain in all of Dali Dynasty was able to win against his swords. You have a problem? Futian asked, his eyes locked onto Dihao. The imperial advisor decided to take Futian as his student, and Dihao showed up to provoke Futian. What do you mean by this? He thought. You think I don't deserve that? How about now? Do you have a problem? Dihao was speechless. Losers had no right to speak. He had defeated the most powerful student of the Dali Academy, Dongchen. He did not pay the 7th Swordsman any heed, even when Futian defeated the 7 Sins that day, as his target was Dongchen alone. No one would have expected that after defeating Dongchen, he, who was lauded as invincible below St. Plain, would have ended up being defeated by the 7th Swordsman. The 7th Swordsman did not belong to any force before. Even he was chosen by the imperial advisor. So the imperial advisor's eyes were really that sharp, then? Number one below St. Plain in all of Dali dynasty, huh? You should take my swords into consideration before claiming to be that, Yi Futian said, and sheathed his sword. He let go of Di Hao and stepped back, before saying to Lu Chuan and the others, "Let's go." Lu Chuan nodded and walked with Yi Futian, passing by Di Hao. Di Hao remained standing where he was, as did those from Daily Mountain. All of them were speechless. Countless watched Yi Futian and his party leave. Their hearts were still racing from the stunning scenes they witnessed. No one would have expected that the title of number one below St. Plain in all of Dali dynasty had shifted to someone else so quickly. The seventh swordsman would come to be renowned throughout the world as the personal student of the imperial advisor and the number one below St. Plain in all of Dali dynasty. His future became something foreseeable. No one would dare doubt how the imperial advisor chose his students. Many were impressed and came to wonder if the imperial advisor had long known that the seventh swordsman was capable of beating Di Hao. Yi Futian initially thought that the imperial advisor's residence would have been extremely magnificent and grand, due to its status as the residence of all who stood at such high positions in the Dali dynasty. Yi Futian initially thought that the imperial advisor's residence would have been extremely magnificent and grand, due to its status as the residence of all who stood at such high positions in the Dali dynasty. However, when he arrived outside the place, what he saw was but a rather common manor, which was in no way magnificent nor grand. Seeing Yi Futian stopping, Lu Chuan asked, "Surprised?" "Rather surprising indeed," Yi Futian said. "The value of a mountain is judged not by its height," Lu Chuan said nonchalantly. The title of imperial advisor's residence was more than enough. Yi Futian nodded and followed Lu Chuan into the place. Everyone else who were there to send them on the trip, including Li Yao and Li Yu, have left. The imperial advisor's residence was a private residence of the imperial advisor, with several personal students of his living within. While the place was not huge, but it was quaint and elegant nonetheless. The towers were placed in an artful manner. When Yi Futian saw the imperial advisor again, he found the elder standing before a tower. That place felt clean and simple to Yi Futian. "Teacher," Lu Chuan called as he bowed. "Yeah." The imperial advisor nodded and turned his eyes at Yi Futian. Yi Futian bowed and said, "The seventh swordsman hereby greets you, teacher. I don't have much of any rules around here. There is no need to be bound by mundane propriety. Do you find it surprising that I have chosen you to be my student this time?" The imperial advisor asked Yi Futian. "I'm rather surprised indeed." The seventh swordsman nodded. "The people of Dali all thought that you would have either picked Di Hao or Dong Chen. Why did not pick me instead?" He had indeed wanted to know why the imperial advisor picked him. The Dali Academy holds a forum every year to either discuss battle or the way of cultivation. After the battle between Di Hao and Dong Chen, I have asked all three of you about why did you seek the way, the imperial advisor spoke. Yi Futian nodded. He looked rather nervous back then. At that moment, after entering the imperial advisor's residence, he actually became more relaxed. He reminded himself to be conscious of his current identity, the seventh swordsman, and forget about being Yi Futian. He did not bring his enmity and vengeance with him, as it would have exposed him instead. He was already mentally prepared to play his character well when he was on the way to the imperial advisor's residence. Dong Chen and Di Hao answered in a similar manner. Both of them claimed to do so for Dali, but you sought the way more for yourself. People learn to love themselves before they learn to love others. I find that very agreeable. Faith is not something as simple as people often put it to be. When a person becomes cornered and forced to choose, faith would crumble all the same, the imperial advisor elaborated. But that shouldn't have sufficed to have you pick me as your student, Yi Futian added. Of course. The imperial advisor nodded and continued. What truly cemented my decision was the line behind. The great path knows no boundaries. People learn to love themselves before they could love others. People learn to be independent before they could be of aid to others. All of that coupled with the line, "The great path knows no boundaries," would have sufficed, the imperial advisor said. Yi Futian looked at the middle-aged man. He never once thought that what cemented the imperial advisor's decision would have been his words back in the Dali Academy. You spoke of selfishness with the lines before and altruism with the lines after. As such, I came to believe that if you were to become able to be independent, you would then be able to put the way that you believe in into action. The great path knows no boundaries. Futian was very startled to find that the imperial advisor actually came to admire that line. When the imperial advisor pinned him down with great pressure, he was unable to lie, and he did not want to. He never considered becoming a student of the imperial advisor in the first place, so he answered according to what he desired instead. However, the notion of the great path knows no boundaries was apparently different from what Emperor Li's realm adhered to. The crown prince, Li Sun, said immediately after that, claiming that the world was filled with boundaries. Emperor Li's realm, Emperor Xia's realm, and whatnot. All of those were boundaries, and he questioned how could the great path be of no boundaries. The Battle of Empty Realm was an excellent example, as it was a culmination of the conflict between the three imperial realms. His impression of the imperial advisor of Dali had been that of a great pillar who devoted his being to make Dali dynasty strong, whose pressure overwhelmed all. He was unable to understand why someone like that would have agreed to that notion. He was indeed puzzled. How about you? I have heard that you have refused the offer to join the Sword Mountain. What changed your mind about taking up my offer? The imperial advisor asked. You are one who stands at the pinnacle of Emperor Li's realm, and you are known as the number one below His Majesty, teacher. How could I have refused? Futian continued, furthermore, if I were to refuse, would there be a place in Dali dynasty then? Would Li Xian come to be up to no good with me instead? If he were to refuse, none of those top-notch figures would have dared to get close to him. If the imperial advisor had not extended his invitation, there would not have been any problems, as he could have simply took other paths. You are indeed practical. So, that is to say that you don't actually want all that much to study under me then? You would have straight-up challenged Di Hao otherwise. It was apparent that the imperial advisor knew that he had defeated Di Hao. Di Hao is powerful, comprehensively speaking, but his way of the sword might not have been more powerful than Jianwu. I have already defeated Jianwu, so I saw no reason to fight any further. And furthermore, it was like you put it, I haven't thought of studying under you before. To me, training could be carried out anywhere. Futian was honest with his words. None of what he said right there had been lies. You are indeed prideful. The imperial advisor smiled and said, You are now a student of mine. What do you wish to learn from me then? Futian looked up with pondering eyes. He was already half a saint at that moment, and was indeed one step away from becoming a saint. What he lacked was comprehension of the world and the right state of mind. Powerful figures would have been of little help in teaching him more. The only way forward with his training rested on him and him alone. I'd like to read the literary collections of the Sword of Dali, Futian said. All right. The imperial advisor did not hesitate, nodding in agreement to his request and said, You shall head to the library of Dali Academy together with your elder brother. There are countless books on cultivation in all of Dali, so there is naturally no lack of books on swords. Browse to your heart's contents. Furthermore, since you're versed in multiple types of will of the Great Path, you could learn from the different types of methods stored there, and incorporate them in your way of the sword. I understand. Futian stood and bowed. There should have been many top-notch training methods found within the library of Dali Academy. Pay a visit to your elder brothers while you're on your way to the Dali Academy, the imperial advisor said again. Will do. Futian nodded again. The imperial advisor was the chief of Dali Academy, so it was only natural for his students to all be studying in Dali Academy. Furthermore, all of them had been from Dali Academy to begin with only Futian being the exception. That was probably why everyone in Dali thought the imperial advisor would have taken Dong Chen as his student instead. You're dismissed. Lu Chuan would take you to your quarters. The imperial advisor said nothing else. Yes, teacher. Lu Chuan and Futian left together. Lu Chuan arranged for a place for Futian to stay in the imperial advisor's residence, which was in a quiet tower. Brother. Lu Chuan took out a storage ring and handed it to Futian. What is this? Futian asked. Some fragments of the ways of the sword, covering all attributes. While they might not be much, but you'd be able to train for quite some time with them to further your sword training, Lu Chuan smiled and said. I can't take this, Yi Futian said. This is a gift from teacher, Lu Chuan said. Yi Futian only stopped refusing and took it over. Rest earlier today. We'd head to Dali Academy tomorrow. Despite being a student of the teacher here in Imperial Advisor's residence, there is no need for you to attend to anything special. So you could just train here in peace and try to break into St. Plain as soon as possible, Lu Chuan said with a smile. Yeah. Yi Futian nodded and said, Thank you, senior. This is nothing. Lu Chuan then added, A younger brother used to live here, and there are some things of his still around. No need to mind them. Why would you let me stay here then? Yi Futian able to somehow speculate something was going on, so he asked. He died in battle. Lu Chuan sighed. Yi Futian was able to feel Lu Chuan's dejection and said, I'm sorry. He had not joined us for long and should have had a bright future ahead of him. Lu Chuan shook his head and left. We'll get the scores settled at a later date. He left after he was done talking. Yi Futian did not know what to think. Yuan Jin died by his hands after all. At that moment, he was arranged to stay in a place that Yuan Jin used to stay in. The Imperial Advisor and Lu Chuan. Yi Futian mumbled to himself. The Imperial Advisor agreed to the notion of the Great Path knowing no boundaries. He was still unable to fathom why, but he deemed that he would have understood given time. He sat cross-legged before the tower and closed his eyes to train, finding his mind in turmoil. He had used extremely little time to get to the heart of Dali and even get in contact with Li Yao directly. If he were to have no sense of preservation, he could have killed Li Yao right there and then. With his current identity, it became convenient for him to get in contact with Li Yao directly. Killing him became very easy. The problem, however, was how to escape in one piece after he was done. Yi Futian spent the day thinking, finding himself unable to quiet down. Dali Imperial City was just as restless as he was. The case with the Imperial Advisor taking in a student and the battle between the 7th Swordsman and Di Hao became the talk of the town. There was simply no one who had not heard of the 7th Swordsman by then. Lu Chuan returned to the Imperial Advisor, and he was seen sitting on the floor, training. The Imperial Advisor asked after seeing Lu Chuan show up, What is the problem, Lu Chuan? Teacher, the battle between little brother and Di Hao was a showcase of his immense combat capacity. Even I had gotten surprised, Lu Chuan said. What are you getting at? The Imperial Advisor asked. Is there a need to check things out in the lower worlds, teacher? Lu Chuan asked. There is no need for that. The Imperial Advisor then said, Remember, Lu Chuan, when I chose to make him a student of mine, he then became your little brother in training. Be it his past or future, there is no need to be bothered about it. I understand. Lu Chuan bowed and left, putting the matter aside. Even if he were to venture down to the lower worlds, he would not have been able to find out anything. There was simply no way to investigate a person that just appeared out of nowhere, as there were no leads to trace. The Imperial Advisor looked up at the sky after Lu Chuan left. The stars were all over the night sky. His eyes were incredibly deep, as if he was able to pierce through the void above and see how the stars move. In Emperor Xia's palace, after Xia Qingyuan knew that Yi Futian was taken into the Imperial Advisor's residence to study under the Imperial Advisor, the sacred beat gave the Black Wind Condor another round of beating. The Black Wind Condor was in tears, swearing that it would not be called a qualified bird if it were to not get back to the one who gave it a good beating. Yi Futian had been away from Emperor Xia's realm for quite a while. A lot had happened since, but Yi Futian was without a doubt nowhere to be seen. Yi Futian had been away from Emperor Xia's realm for quite a while. A lot had happened since, but Yi Futian was without a doubt nowhere to be seen. In a compound found within the Shao clan's manor in Emperor Xia's realm, Shao Sheng was coming to meet his father, Shao Qianhe. Shao Sheng had been forbidden from stepping foot into Emperor Xia's palace since the end of the Battle of Empty Realm. This essentially meant that he was completely cut off from the center of power of Emperor Xia's realm for good. His status with the Shao clan had plunged since then, as he was no longer nurtured to be the next leader of the clan. Shao Sheng experienced every bit of that difference in how his clansmen treated him, but he dedicated his efforts even more into his training to try to break through the obstacles posed by the plains. He would finally break into St. Plain to prove his worth to those of the Shao clan. He planned to venture out on a pilgrimage as soon as he stepped into St. Plain. However, despite having become half a saint by then, he was still unable to communicate with the great path of the world and become a saint. He came to Xiao his father's place on that day. "Father," Xiao bowed and called out. Xiao looked up at Xiao and sighed deep down. Xiao was the most gifted among his children. "Why haven't you gone to train in isolation?" Xiao asked. "I heard that the people of the Divine Cloud Valley are here. Are they here for the matter with Gongsun and I?" Xiao asked. Xiao took a look at him and nodded. "The incident you kicked up was the talk of the town, and given how you've been mesmerized by a woman into doing what you were doing, the people of Divine Cloud Valley considered it best to avoid the matter between you and Gongsun and I." Xiao said nothing. He did not show any signs of hatred or anger on his face. He had long expected that things would have ended up as such. Both parties had thoughts about a marriage alliance, and they had discussed it before. But how things were at the moment, there was simply no way the Divine Cloud Valley would allow Gongsun and I to marry him. A lot has been going on in Emperor Xia's realm as of late, but Yi Futian is nowhere to be found. It's been said that even when the Divine Cloud Valley was crafting implements for the people of the 9 states, Yi Futian still didn't show up. Many claim that he was training in isolation to break into St. Plain. I wonder if Yi Futian has been training in the Golden Hall of the Lotus in the royal palace all this while, Xiao said. Yi Futian was allowed free access to Emperor Xia's palace to train. He was even permitted to enter the Golden Hall of the Lotus, and that had been a compromise Xiao's aunt, Queen Xiao, made for his sake. Xiao, on the other hand, was practically in a ditch at the moment. The difference between the two men was very apparent. "Maybe," Xiao answered. "Why would the princess summon Yi Futian's demonic beast into the royal palace then? I have heard that the beast never left the royal palace since then. Is the beast training in the Golden Hall of the Lotus, just like Yi Futian?" Xiao asked. Xiao turned to look at his son as Xiao spoke. It seemed that even while he was training, Xiao paid close attention to Yi Futian's whereabouts. So much so that he had also paid attention to his demonic beast. "Some enmity you have there." "Indeed," Xiao thought. "What are you getting at?" Xiao asked. Yi Futian demonstrated his ability to enthrall demonic beasts in the Battle of Empty Realm. He was even able to control them remotely and did not need to be by their side. That black-winged condor steed of his was even able to receive his commands from far away. "Father, I'm wondering if that beast is training in the Golden Hall of the Lotus, or if it simply is still in the princess residence," Xiao said. "Seems you've come to your conclusions. But even if the bird is indeed at the princess place, what do you think that means? That Yi Futian is there as well?" Xiao then continued, "Even if Xiaqing'an has indeed let him stay at her place, it's still none of your business, given how even His Majesty is not bothered." His voice turned slightly serious. Despite feeling displeased with what had taken place, the incident was a lesson. Some matters were better left alone, regardless of how annoyed he was about them. Despite being her uncle, it was not Xiao place to butt into the princess business. "No," Xiao shook his head. "You should know well about the princess personality, father. He might not be at her place. If the princess kept the bird at her place, it would naturally be for communication. That leads to the speculation if Yi Futian is even in the royal palace. Hell, for we all know, he might not even be in Emperor Xia's realm at the moment." Xiao stared at Xiao. There was no doubt that vengeance would have served as good motivation at times. Due to harboring intense enmity towards Yi Futian, Xiao had been paying close attention to Yi Futian's whereabouts, and he came to an extremely accurate conclusion. "What are you saying then?" Xiao asked while looking at his son. "Even if Yi Futian is absent, there is still no need for the princess to keep his demonic beast. There is one other reason to be concerned." Xiao's expression became sharp. Yi Futian is now somewhere very dangerous, and that is why the princess needs to monitor him at all times. "Father, where do you think he ended up?" "You'd better keep the lesson from what happened last time," Xiao warned him. He felt that his son was about to do something perilous. "Rest assured, father. I've naturally learned my lesson." Xiao nodded and said, "I'll head back, father." He excused himself and left. Xiao stared at his back as he went. The old man was thinking, where is Yi Futian? Xiaoshang's expression looked unusually cold when he turned around. Some speculations could have been easily verified. Despite being gone for quite a while, there were still quite a number of the people from the 9 states staying around. Xiaoshang wanted to know if Yi Futian was still in Emperor Xia's realm. If he was not, then when would he return? Yi Futian came to Dali Academy once again, with Lu Chuan by his side. Many surrounded them when he stepped into the Dali Academy. The battle between the 7th Swordsman and Di Hao proved that he was the number 1 below Saint Plain in all of Dali Dynasty, and that he was stronger than Dong Chen. That, coupled with the fact that he became a student of the Imperial Advisor, naturally earned him a lot of attention. Many whispered among themselves when he walked inside the Dali Academy. Yi Futian paid no heed to those voices and followed Lu Chuan to a place of training. There were already several people waiting for them. It was evident that they knew Yi Futian was coming. The oldest student of the Imperial Advisor, Yin Yuan, was there. Other than Yin Yuan, 3 others emanated extraordinary bearing. "Greetings, elder brothers," Yi Futian called. He knew that those men were the students of the Imperial Advisor. "I suppose you know our eldest brother here. The one at the side is our second brother, Nanzhai. Third brother, Mu Chunyang. Fourth brother, Wang Zhong." Lu Chuan introduced them one by one to Yi Futian. Lu Chuan was the 5th, and Yuan Jin was the youngest, but at that moment, it was Yi Futian. "Our little brother here is indeed handsome. I'm sure girls will like you very much." Nanzhai, their second brother, smiled and said. What Yi Futian found peculiar was that Nanzhai was different from the other students of the Imperial Advisor. He was of very advanced age and sported silver hair and a beard, looking even older than the Imperial Advisor himself. His eyes were not large, and they turned to slits when he smiled, looking very amicable. In comparison, their third brother, Mu Chunyang, emanated a far sharper aura. He had shoulder-length black hair and wore black clothing. He wore a curved blade on his back, making it apparent that he was a blade wielder. Their fourth brother, Wang Zhong, looked extremely sharp in the eyes, which shimmered with golden light. He seemed very young, almost the same age as Yi Futian, but his real age was not so. Wang Zhong was a saint of true self at the 2nd level of Saint Plain. In truth, Lu Chuan had introduced him to them before they came. All 5 personal students of the Imperial Advisor were very powerful. Their eldest brother, Yin Yuan, and their third brother, Mu Chunyang, were both unblemished saints at the 3rd level of Saint Plain. Nanzhai, who was the 2nd brother, was inferior to the 3rd in terms of plane level, as he was only a saint of true self. However, since he became the student of the Imperial Advisor at an earlier date, he became the 2nd. Wang Zhong and Nanzhai were of the same plane, that of saint of true self. Lu Chuan was at the 1st level of Saint Plain, that of the doctrine saint. He was already at the pinnacle and would break into true self at any given moment. With Yuan Jin dead, the Imperial Advisor came only to have 5 students left. Even Lu Chuan, who was the weakest among them, had been someone whose name was the talk of Dali Dynasty 10 years ago. One could have only imagined how prestigious being students of the Imperial Advisor were. It was due to such prestige that Di Hao wanted to study under the Imperial Advisor. After the Imperial Advisor chose Yi Futian instead, all of Dali Imperial City was shaken. "Brothers, I seek only the way of the sword and have little interest in affairs with girls," Yi Futian replied. It was rumored that Nanzhai was of average talent, but he had a good state of mind. Despite being surpassed by Mu Chunyang, who had joined at a far later date than he, the incident became the talk of many. He remained unfettered and did not take it to heart. He was then 1 plane below his younger brother, Mu Chunyang. "It is good that you devote yourself to your seeking of the path, unlike your senior here, who gets distracted all the time and is now even surpassed by your third brother. Both you and Lu Chuan better not get too far with your training just yet. Remember to wait until your second brother here makes a breakthrough," Nanzhai smiled and said. Yi Futian felt somewhat speechless at his words. Was this how a big brother should behave? Don't listen to his crap. If you run into any problem with your training in the future, seek out our teacher. If that doesn't prove possible, you could ask second brother here, Mu Chunyang said. It would seem like the third brother still has a lot of trust in me still. Nanzhai nodded and quipped. You may not have much talent when it comes to training, but you are still an expert on empty talk, After all, Mu Chunyang replied. Cough, cough. Nanjai blushed and glared at Mu Chunyang. Leave some face for your elder brother, will you? I should go. Wang Zhong excused himself and left on his own. Yi Futian took one look at him, and Nanjai said, That's fourth brother for you. Don't mind him. Yeah. Yi Futian nodded. He had always felt saints to be on pedestals when he was still at lower planes, as if they were unreachable beings. However, when his plane level had gotten close, he quickly found out that other than being of different states of mind due to being on higher planes, there was not that much of a difference when it came to daily interactions. Saints and sages were but plane levels. They were still people. Seventh Swordsman, Yin Yuan said, if you run into any problems in training and you need answers, come to second brother. If you'd like to temper your body with the power of the saint, come to the third brother. Should you have any problems with mundane matters, feel free to look for Lu Chuan. If none of them can help solve your problem, come to me. I understand. Yi Futian nodded. Regardless of how exceptional and legendary Lu Chuan was, he was still the youngest among his fellow students. It reminded Yi Futian of the cottage. Regardless of how exceptionally talented he was the youngest brother. While his elder brothers and sisters cared for him a lot, they still liked to tease him when nothing was going on nonetheless. He had never expected to find a sense of familiarity in Dali. He did not know what to think of it. Thank you, brother, for helping me get out of the mess outside of the Dali Academy that day, Yi Futian said. He was naturally referring to the matter with Li Xian. Yin Yuan seemed neutral back then, but he was actually leaning against Li Xian to have him make compromises when Yin Yuan offered to help. Li Xian had ulterior motives, and I wasn't doing that for you. If he continues to harass you in the future, there will be no need for you to go easy on him. Just be mindful not to kill him, Yin Yuan said plainly. Understood. Yi Futian nodded and left, heading towards the library of the Dali Academy. The library of Dali Academy was one of the wealthiest places in all of Dali Dynasty in terms of the variety of books available. One could even say that if there was something more precious other than the palace of Dali Imperial City, it was the book stored in the library of Dali Academy. The library of Dali Academy was one of the wealthiest places in all of Dali Dynasty in terms of the variety of books available. One could even say that if there was something more precious other than the palace of Dali Imperial City, it was the book stored in the library of Dali Academy. Dali Dynasty was a royal force, and many of the most powerful books and records regarding the most powerful cultivation methods available were all found within the palace. Dali Academy earned the support of Emperor Li back then when the place was established all those years ago. As such, many of the books found within the library were copied from the ones in Emperor Li's palace. As the place had gotten increasingly established, the library of the Dali Academy had become something like a holy land among holy lands. Powerful books on cultivation were available in untold numbers to the students of Dali Academy for furthering their training. But then again, all students of Dali Academy couldn't have access to all of the books found within the library. Every single cultivator found in Dali Academy had a different level of clearance, and the forum event held every year at Dali Academy held the key to such clearance. However, Yi Futian skipped all of that and gained the highest level of clearance due to being a personal student of the Imperial Advisor. This allowed him access to any cultivation method found within the library. If the Imperial Advisor was to be said to be the supreme figure under Emperor Li in Emperor Li's city, then the statuses of the Imperial Advisor's personal students were about just below that of the princes and princesses. Even the descendants of the fourth prince dared not claim they had higher prestige than the students of the Imperial Advisor unless there were some exceptional figures on par with the students. Li Xian was a descendant of the Prince Regent, one of those from the third generation of the Prince Regent's residence. If he were to be compared with Lu Chuan or any of the Imperial Advisor's students, no one would have taken Li Xian's status to be on par with that of Lu Chuan and the others. Many were descended from the princes, yet there were only 6 students who studied directly under the Imperial Advisor. Due to the need for separating the level of clearance between the students, the library of the Dali Academy was divided into 18 floors, and the building looked magnificent. When Yi Futian came to the library, there were many students of the Dali Academy found there, who were either found browsing the books on the racks or flipping through them on the benches. Seventh Swordsman. Someone quickly took notice of Yi Futian. More and more people lifted their heads to look at him with sparkling eyes. The seventh swordsman was then the number one below St. Plain in Dali Imperial City. Seventh swordsman, how powerful was Di Hao? A beautiful female student asked with a smile. Yi Futian glanced at her and walked away without replying. The place was in an uproar right there and then. Many whispered and mumbled among themselves, finding him to be just as flippant and arrogant as he was rumored to be. However, none of them felt that there was anything wrong with him. He was the number one below St. Plain in Dali Dynasty after all, so it was only natural that he had the right to be arrogant. That was the seventh swordsman they knew. Aloof indeed. The woman who was ignored smiled and did not take his response to heart, thinking that he was extremely handsome and that his eyes seemed to be able to enchant people. He was indeed one of a kind among geniuses. Yi Futian went directly to some of the upper floors in the library, browsing through a good number of books on swordsmanship and then some other methods of training as well. The very reason why he chose to come to the library first was so that he was able to train in more powers, which he would then incorporate within his way of the sword, developing sword arts that were uniquely his. Furthermore, even if he were to use some other powers in future battles, nobody would have found anything off with him. Other than that, he was indeed genuinely interested in furthering his training to improve his powers and to comprehend the great path better. He was already capable of moving towards sainthood at present. After all, Godslayer's Sword, Sword Sutra of the Void. Yi Futian found several books on swordsmanship and flipped through them. All of them were sword arts that allowed the user to attack spiritual will directly. Among the techniques found within the Godslayer sword was the Godslayer sword matrix. Yi Futian thought that might have been something that he had experienced quite a while ago. The 9 mighty ones that Li Yao sent to participate in the sacred war all those years ago used that sword techniques, which allowed them to kill gods. He flipped through several other books on footwork, which he found useful for disguising the footwork of Xianyuan. Some of the methods found in the upper floors of the library were hardly any weaker than those found in the Golden Hall of the Lotus in Emperor Xia's palace. Due to having the highest level of clearance, he was able to browse the most powerful methods of training available in the library. Yi Futian spent days training in the library. When he came to develop some realization, he went on to sit in a corner and develop them further. While it was impossible for him to unleash any powers in the library itself, he was nonetheless able to simulate them in his life palace. Yi Futian walked out of the library after training for many days. Many of the students were astonished to find that the seventh swordsman was indeed a maniac of the sword, who was after nothing but furthering his path and his art in swordsmanship further. However, to Yi Futian, since he was already peerless below the saints at his current state, and he was also a student of the imperial advisor, there was indeed little that he sought after. Yi Futian looked for information on Nanzhai's training ground as soon as he left the library and came to the second brother. Yin Yuan once said that if he needed answers on furthering his path, he would look for Nanzhai. Nanzhai was painting and looking carefree and peaceful when Yi Futian came where he was. I heard that you were of supreme state of mind. You indeed look carefree and unbridled, Yi Futian mumbled to himself deep down, getting ready to evaluate Nanzhai's artwork. However, when he did come look at the painting that Nanzhai was working on, he felt as if he went to the wrong person. The strokes were unruly and in a total mess, without any rules or traditions that one was able to find in most artwork. He was unable to tell what Nanzhai was painting. What do you think of my work, little brother? Nanzhai asked. Good, Yi Futian said. How so? Nanzhai smiled and looked at Yi Futian. Good in the sense that I'm unable to see anything from it, Yi Futian replied earnestly. Nanzhai was dumbfounded, but then smiled and nodded. You speak truthfully. He then put his brush down and looked at Yi Futian, asking, I've heard that you've been spending days training in the library. What brings you here today? Brother, I've come to comprehend multiple wills of the great path in my training, enabling me to merge them to become my own and turn them into my attacks, but I'm still unable to get to St. Plain. I even think that St. Plain seems to be very far away from me, and I'm unable to find the way in. Yi Futian continued, I'm here to ask for your guidance. Sainthood is flawless. What does flawless mean in this case? My brother, Nanzhai then looked at Yi Futian and said with a solemn tone, You have comprehended many wills of the great path, and you are peerless below the saints. Why do you need to be in a hurry to reach sainthood? Seeking the path is tiring, and there are countless in the Dali Academy that talk about you. I'm sure that there are many very, very beautiful girls among the students who have taken a liking to you. If you're willing to talk to them about life, it would be wondrous. Don't you think? Futian felt that he came to the wrong person. Was this really that Nanjai, that second student of the Imperial Advisor, who was said to have a transcendental state of mind? Guess I'll just head to the library then. Futian turned around and was about to leave. Gosh, what a waste of those good looks. Nanjai shook his head sighing, then asked, so what do you think flawless means? One who has no regrets in their mind, and who is devoted to seeking the path. Futian asked. Saints notwithstanding, not even the Renhuang, could claim that they have no regrets. Nanjai said, what flawless illustrates is a state of mind. It doesn't speak of being devoid of regrets, but rising above them. Please enlighten me, brother. Futian came to seek guidance earnestly. There is no such thing as a truly perfect state of mind, be it at doctrine, true self, or unblemished states. None could truly achieve absolute perfection. Nanjai then elaborated, I don't agree to how such states of mind are said to be flawless. I think that the state of mind of saints should be illustrated as transcendental instead. What do you mean? Futian asked. Have you heard of the expression of the mind of a person is measured in square inches? Nanjai asked. I have. Futian nodded. That is the size of a person. There is only so much a place measured in square inches can hold. Although you have comprehended many wills of the great path and use your development for attacks in battle, you're still trapped within that piece of space measured in square inches, and that is why you cannot become a saint. Nanjai then continued, that applies to everyone. The saint plane is a plane that requires all-around elevation. As for transcendence, there are two types to it. One being of deep-rooted persistence, breaking through that space measured in square inches through sheer brute force and meld with the great path. Even if these people could achieve transcendence and become saints, every step they would have taken in the future would be hampered by their states of mind, making it difficult for them to get far on their path of sainthood. An overwhelming majority of such saints would have hit a dead end, their very limit, when they reached the state of true self, never able to move further forever. But then again, if some saints are indeed able to step even further, they would become terrifying beings indeed. Nanjai's words caused Futian to twitch. For some reason, that reminded him of one person, the glass saint. Her deep-rooted hatred and obsession allowed her to break through that space measured in square inches. Even if they were to get to the unblemished stage, such states would still actually be flawed. As such, I believe much more in the other kind of transcendence. Nanjai continued, it is a kind of transcendence that I find difficult to place with words. For instance, you seek the way of the sword. If there shall be a day when you find that you could do with the way of the sword, you would still be practicing the way of the sword, even if you were never to use a sword again, and that would be transcendence. Or for instance, there is someone who keeps pursuing one thing, but one day, they just found that they became able to put that one thing down, let go, and move on to encompass all. That, too, is transcendence. Or, yet, another example. Someone who spent their life seeking the way was then met with a life and death situation, but found that they became able to let go of everything and see their situation in a tranquil manner. Their state of mind transcended the state of life and death. That, yet again, would be transcendence. This is my take on the matter of transcendence. Everyone has their unique experience with it, but you are in a transcendental state of mind. You will then be able to break through that space measured in square inches, melding your mind with the great path, and achieve the towering, heavenly state of mind. The heavenly path shall then take notice and rain the catastrophe of the great path upon you. Nanjai elaborated slowly. Futian felt insightful and enlightened. He was able to recall several people from Nanjai's elaborations. The number 1 below saints in Lihan Heaven, the edge of pinnacle below Saint Plain, Wang Chuan. He lost to Futian at the 33rd layer of heaven in Lihan Heaven on that day. He struggled against his loss and pain, but then chose to let go. He then transcended and merged with the great path. He transcended his ego at that moment. His teacher, Dojan, fought a life-and-death battle in the Holy Ji Palace in the 9 states all those years ago. Huang Shi borrowed the will of Ren Huang in the imperial mausoleum to fight. Both of them put their lives aside and transcended everything, enabling them to achieve sainthood. As Nan Zhai put it, such transcendence was the true state of mind of saints. A space measured in square inches would not have been able to meld with the world. Thank you for your guidance, brother. Yi Futian bowed. That conversation made him realize that the second student of the imperial advisor, Nan Zhai, was the real deal. Well, we're a family, so no need to be polite about it. As such, don't fuss yourself over too much with seeking the way. Put it aside for a change and to talk to a girl about life. You might be able to achieve that required open state of mind and be on your way to sainthood. Nan Zhai narrowed his eyes to a slit, smiling, and said. Yi Futian became utterly speechless, then said, I'll look for the third brother next then. He left as soon as he finished. The third student of the imperial advisor, Mu Chunyang, had a totally different personality with Nan Zhai. His shoulder-length hair had a clean, clear-cut image. The third student of the imperial advisor, Mu Chunyang, had a totally different personality with Nan Zhai. His shoulder-length hair had a clean, clear-cut image. He was training with his eyes closed when Yi Futian came. Yi Futian stood at the side and waited quietly instead of bothering him. Mu Chunyang was an unblemished saint at the third level of Saint Plane. With extremely rare handful of holiness of nirvana, they were at the pinnacle of the top-notch figures to be found in the dynasty. Even Nan Zhai was of an inferior state than him. Mu Chunyang opened his eyes a short while later and said to Yi Futian, Little brother. Third brother. I've just came from second brother's place, and I've asked him something about sainthood. I'm here to experience the will of the great path, Yi Futian said. It was something Yin Yuan told him before. The eldest brother definitely had his reasons to put it that way. He was naturally able to tell that the eldest student of the imperial advisor, Yin Yuan, was of extremely high prestige, right below their teacher. Yeah. Mu Chunyang nodded. Your second brother is indeed more carefree, but actually, he proves more than adequate to teach you, and to have you experience the great path. Is second brother really just a saint of true self? Yi Futian asked. Nan Zhai felt to be carefree and unbridled, so his state of mind must have been in excellent condition. One state of mind was of utmost importance when training in Saint Plane. Nan Zhai should have had very high upper limit instead. Is he really just trapped by his lacking talents, preventing his plane from reaching higher heights? He really is indeed a saint of true self. While teacher said that second brother is rather slow in training and somewhat lacking in talents, but he had the best temperament among us all. If there were to actually be one who became enlightened in just a day, that would have been second brother. Perhaps he might end up being faster and making breakthroughs than any of us. Even I have to ask him for guidance many times after all, Mu Chunyang said. Despite being of higher plane than Nan Zhai, but he was apparently very respectful of the second brother nonetheless. Is that so? Yi Futian felt rather puzzled. At the very least, his current vista did not allow him to see that far. He was there at Dali Imperial City for 2 reasons, revenge and training on pilgrimage. The trip would have benefited him a lot, even if he did not end up being able to kill Li Yao. However, that short amount of time Yi Futian spent with the imperial advisor had surprisingly diminished his enmity against the older man. The imperial advisor that he knew back in Emperor Xia's realm and the one he came to know at present were different. That was not to say that the imperial advisor had changed, but that he was able to look from a different perspective due to being of different identity. If you want to experience the will of the great path, I'd like to know if you're ready now? Mu Chunyang asked. Yi Futian's expression had gotten somewhat more serious and then nodded. I'm ready. Mu Chunyang's expression changed entirely, looking extremely sharp. At the very next moment, Yi Futian felt as if everything around him changed, and the world was no longer the same. The will of the blade shrouded their surroundings, and he felt as if he became surrounded by curved blades. His robe billowed, and felt he was about to suffocate. The will of the blade rained down on him directly. The next thing he felt was as if extremely sharp blades around him were coming down him, streaking down on the heavens and landed right before him. His breathing stopped and was unable to breathe. The will of the blade had gotten increasingly strong, and his entire world, seemed to have been turned into the world of the blade. Formless blades bloomed before him and lashed out on him in a frenzy. Heavenly might rained down through the vast region of blades. Futian felt himself to be insignificant, as if he was but a chestnut floating at sea. However, Mu Chunying never budged throughout the entire time. He simply sat where he was. At that moment, he lifted his hand forward. Futian was able to sense clearly in that split second that the region of Blade's will was held by him in that very moment. He took control of that supreme power in that space simply by extending his hand. When one becomes a saint, their mind merges with that of the cosmos. The path is the nature and the person becomes the path, reigning over the heavens and the earth. Mu Chunyang's voice was heard. He flicked lightly with his finger, sending boundless will of the blade sweeping by Futian like devastating storms. However, all of that dissipated within mere moments, as if nothing had been there in the first place. Huru! Futian exhaled for quite some time, feeling refreshed. He had been in hell for one moment and in heaven the next. The saint plane was one of transcendence. The mind, which had been one measured merely in square inches, became towering, encompassing the entire world, mastering the way of the cosmos. "Thank you, brother," Futian said. Mu Chunyang's blade will felt exceptionally strong to him, and the impact was very direct. "Yeah." Mu Chunyang nodded. But then again, sages becoming saints are something that would naturally happen. It isn't something that happens overnight, and not something that comes just because one is extra hard-working at it. It'd be best that you place higher emphasis in how you develop your comprehension. You're now half a saint, and pure training is of little help by now. Futian nodded. That was how cultivation was. One might have experienced it, one might have seen it, one might have even been able to wrap their head around it, but one still might not have been able to achieve it. That was how mystical planes were. There would not have been countless who were stuck below saint levels, not being able to pass into the next phase otherwise. Futian was able to comprehend multiple wills of the Great Path, which was a testament of his uncanny talents at cultivation. It was worth noting that he had never ran into much obstacles at such stages, but countless in the 9 states were shut out altogether by those stages. "I should take my leave, brother. I would come here to comprehend further in the future," Futian said. "You're welcomed here any time." Mu Chunyang nodded, and Futian left. Since he had become a student of the imperial advisor of Dali, he would have gone with the flow and trained in silence, making his way to achieve sainthood. As for killing Li Yao, timing was of the utmost importance, as the prince was not someone he could have killed just because he wanted to. If he were to continue training under the imperial advisor, the chance would have presented itself sooner or later. At that moment, Li Yao showed up at Dali Academy. Futian ran into Li Yao when he was returning to the library of the Dali Academy. "Seventh Swordsman," Li Yao called. "What business do you have with me, Your Highness?" Futian walked up to him and asked. His tone was unusually calm despite his enemy being right in front of him, without any signs of emotional fluctuations showing. "Right." Li Yao smiled and nodded. "You remember the Sword of Kasayapa?" "Naturally," Futian said. Both the 7 sins and Di Hao used the Sword of Kasayapa, and it was indeed formidable. King Tiandao's people sent the sword techniques to the palace, and I specifically had it copied, ready to be stored at the highest level of the library. "Well, you're versed in the arts of space, and you could train in the Sword of Kasayapa's techniques. That should do a lot in strengthening and completing your way of the sword," Li Yao smiled and said. "Emperor Li ruled over everything in Dali Dynasty. King Tiandao was an elder brother of Emperor Li himself. King Tiandao had acquired the supposedly lost art of the Sword of Kasayapa, and both Di Hao and the 7 sins had used them in public. As such, it was natural that King Tiandao sent a copy to the Emperor Li's palace. However, Li Yao brought it to the Dali Academy shortly after. One could have only imagined how would King Tiandao have felt about it. But then again, King Tiandao's reactions were rather predictable. The people of Dali Mountain were irritated specifically because Dali Academy had too much access to cultivation resources of Dali Dynasty. As for Li Yao, he was originally a student of the Imperial Advisor in name. Yuan Jin died in battle for his sake in the Battle of Empty Realm as well. Under such circumstances, he naturally would have chosen to get closer with the Imperial Advisor's people. He had maintained a very amicable relationship with Yuanji. With Futian being the newest student and of the same generation as he was, he saw fit to get on Futian's good side and become friends with the newcomer. "Thank you for your effort, Your Highness," Futian said. "Well, let's head first to the arena instead of the library. We'll have you take a look at the sword of Cassiopeia first." Liao took Futian's arm and led him forward, as if they were really close friends, and he did not seem to care that he was a prince in the first place. Futian took one look at the arm and went along with Liao. If it had not been for what Liao did and that Futian was the seventh swordsman, the seventh swordsman might have actually become friends with the prince. However, some things were predestined. He and Liao were irreconcilable enemies, and only one of them would have came out alive if they were to clash. Liao's intention to kill him was not any less intense than his towards Liao. Futian sat on the ground cross-legged at the area, circled by sword wills all around him. The sword of Cassiopeia was particular about controlling sword will with one's will, materializing said will into tangible forms and fusing will of great path into it, enabling one's will to be able to wield the manifested blade perfectly. Futian possessed the perfect requirements for training in the sword of Cassiopeia, and he was a swordsman himself. It did not take him long after comprehending the sword techniques that the sword will around him coalesced in a frenzy, turning into dazzling, leaf-shaped sword, which rang as it pulsed with formidable will of great path of space. "Go!" Futian extended his hand and swiped. His will activated, and the sword of Cassiopeia streaked through the air. The will of his entire being flew with the blade, maintaining tight control on the blade's movements. "This is something," Liao exclaimed, feeling impressed. That sword of Cassiopeia that streaked through the air circled around him, ringing at deafening high pitches. At that moment, a beam of cold light flashed by, and the space seemed to have been torn apart, and a sword burst through the air. Liao felt his entire being shivering in coldness right there and then. Voom! The sword appeared right before Liao, mere inches away from his throat. It would have taken Futian only one intention to have the sword pierce right through the prince's throat. Liao's expression turned serious. His heart raced at that brief moment. He only let out a bitter smile and shook his head when he saw the blade flew upwards and circled around the space right above him. He was rather baffled by how shaken he was. It was impossible for the seventh swordsman to kill him right there, and then after all, "Your Highness, I was just thinking of showcasing how precise my control of the sword of Cassiopeia was to you." "I beg your forgiveness," Futian said, but his tone hardly sounded apologetic, behaving just as boisterous and unruly as the seventh swordsman had been known to be. In that brief moment back then, he had actually really wanted to stuck the blade into Liao's throat and taking his revenge. However, he bit down on the urge nonetheless. He had molded the wild, unruly image of the seventh swordsman specifically for Liao, but he had never expected Liao to deliberately get close to him and buy him over. It was different from how he planned it, but that hardly mattered. If he were to make a move right there and then and kill Liao, he would have succeeded easily, but he would have also died a horrible death for it. That was apparently not how he wanted things to be. "No matter." Liao smiled dismissively and said, "That attack is indeed fast, as expected of the sword of Cassiopeia indeed. If it was to be used in battle, one attack would have been enough to cut someone's throat off. Furthermore, that all comes from the first sword materialized. Your Highness, the sword of Cassiopeia requires extremely powerful control to wield. That was just one blade. If there were to be more, control wouldn't have been so easy, and I doubt control could have been at such precision," Futian replied. "Well, I believe you would be able to pull it off somehow with your talents." Liao gave his approval. Futian spent some more time training after that. When he came to have solid control with the sword of Cassiopeia, he left together with Liao. One could have only imagined how Liao would have felt about things if he were to found out that he was helping Futian train. When Futian was still training in Dali Dynasty, the countless beings went about their lives as usual in the vast, seemingly boundless Emperor Xia's realm. When Futian was still training in Dali Dynasty, the countless beings went about their lives as usual in the vast, seemingly boundless Emperor Xia's realm. There was a seemingly endless desert at the western end of Emperor Xia's realm, with one city after another built from dirt in it, and there were countless people training in the cities. That region was known for being chaotic. There were no top-notch forces ruling over the place, and as such, many barbaric forces continued to grow by practicing and living in their barbaric ways. There was a dirt city at the center of the seemingly endless desert region, which produced three extremely powerful figures little more than a year ago, who gathered people and ruled over the dirt city. Many claimed that all three of them were saints. However, the three were unusually low-profiled and never appeared in public, making them all the more mysterious. Still, there continued to be people who wanted to meet and train with those three mighty ones. Many brought precious gifts when they went to meet them. On that day, there was a figure who wore a conical hat who came to meet the three in the cave where they trained in. A group of people walked under the hot sun in silence. The cultivator with the hat and two other muscled cultivators who bared their upper bodies continued on their way. "Do you really have sacred spirit stones to offer with you?" The muscled man asked the young man with the hat. "How many lives do you think I have for daring to lie to the revered ones?" "I'm going on this trip to get myself a teacher," the young man with the hat replied. The other two nodded without asking anything further. They initially intended to offer the stones personally, but the young man with the hat refused, being on guard against them and insisting to offer the stones himself. As such, they had no choice but to bring him along. They came before a cave of cultivation which looked like a mountain in dirt yellow colors on the outside. However, the place was actually totally different on the inside, looking extravagant and was decorated such that the place looked like majestic palaces. They walked all the way to the depths of the palace, and a regal figure was seen sitting on top of the steps above. There were precious beverages laid before him, and he was attended to by voluptuous, alluring women. There were two other figures who sat by his side, and they, too, enjoyed themselves as well. "We heard that you have sacred spirit stones with you, no?" the man at the forefront asked the ones who came. The young man took his hat off and nodded, before extending his hand and showing a piece of dazzling sacred spirit stone. It was a surprisingly huge piece and of very high quality. The regal figure on the chair locked his gaze at the stone, then stared the smiling young man below and said, "Who are you?" The aura on the young man shifted and the expressions of those men changed, looking extremely serious. The aura of that young man continued to change, becoming increasingly powerful. "It's been quite an effort to find you saints. It's rather surprising to find that you still know how to enjoy yourself after coming to the upper worlds," the young man said with a smile. The aura that he emanated was that of the saints. The figure at the forefront was shaken to the core. The other two at his side stood up, their aura bursting intensely. "Out, all of you." The mighty one who was addressed as a saint by the young man ordered. All the others left the scene while he glared at that young man, asking, "Who the hell are you?" "I come in peace, seeking cooperation from you, saint. This piece of sacred spirit stone is a token of my sincerity." The young man offered the stone again and said, "You're rather poor at disguises, so this is how you show that you're sincere? By disguising who you really are?" It was apparent that he knew that the young man was not showing his real face. "I could say the same about you. The human face mask that you're wearing is just as poorly made," the young man jabbed sarcastically. Terrifyingly powerful aura shrouded the entire cave, and the others stepped forward. The young man glanced at the three, and the strength of his aura continued to rise. He then said coldly, "Saint Shihua, you'd better think things through, given how I actually dare to show up here in front of you. If you want to do it the hard way, I'd suggest that you think of the consequences." The figure at the forefront was none other than the Saint Lord of Shihua Sacred Mountain, Saint Shihua. There was no need to say much about the identities of the other two. After leaving the 9 states back then, all 3 of them came to train in the upper worlds. Futian's name became known all over the place later, becoming like the sun at high noon. They did not care to linger at the core regions of Emperor Xia's realm, and so they came to the western edges to train in seclusion, to advance their plane of training further. "What are you after?" Saint Shihua no longer asked about the young man's identity, and had instead inquired his intentions. "I'm sure you have never expected Futian to rise to fame that quickly. He is now held in high regard by the princess, and even his majesty took a liking to him. Well, it's not all that too difficult to comprehend why you're forced to hide your face from the world." The young man continued his sarcastic jab. But then again, do you think all you do here is of any use, Saint? You're only being kept around by His Majesty because he did not bother to lift a finger against you people. But as Futian's status continued to rise, how long do you think you could continue living like this? Saint Shihua's face was ashen. He had of course remembered the time when Emperor Xia gathered and talked with them. He had long suspected that he was possibly being watched. You should believe what I said, given how I'm able to locate you after all. The young man continued, as for my intentions coming here, it's pretty simple. Both the Sword Saint of the Void and the Glass Saint are now training in the upper worlds. The 9 states are left rather powerless. Why don't you ally with those of the Hall of Holy Light and kill the saints of the Holy Ji Palace? The sacred war is not over with them around. Even His Majesty would have to admit to that. Saint Jiang is at barren state now, and there are still other saints around. Saint Ji was placed under house arrest by Emperor Xia, so there was no way he would have dared step outside. Even without the Sword Saint of the Void and the Glass Saint around, do you think you could actually the barren state as they are now? Saint Shihua retorted coldly. Didn't you see that I've brought a piece of sacred spirit stone with me? That should be enough to allow you to recruit saints to help you people out. There are bound to be those who would get moving when the price is right. Furthermore, all of this are still within the boundaries set by His Majesty's rules, so long as you do not go on a killing spree against those below Saint Plain. The young man continued, even if you were to fail, all of you would still be able to escape right away. The stone would still be yours, and you're free to use it to further your training. Of course, you are free to refuse if you want to, Saint. But Yi Futian would then know of your whereabouts sooner than he should have, the young man said. Saint Shihua looked extremely glum at that point. Whether he liked it or not, he had to agree to it. What are you getting from doing all of this? Saint Shihua asked coldly. He wanted to know of the young man's identity and his reasons for doing all of that. Judging from his powers, is he having a grudge against the people of the barren state? All of that seems to be utterly pointless. I'm not getting much of anything out of this. It's all just a game to me. Just pretend that you have never met me. I'd need to see results within a month, or get ready to see Yi Futian showing up at your door with his men otherwise. By the way, don't mention anything about me if anything were to go south. It seems that you've sired an offspring after coming to the upper worlds, so you've seemingly planned things out indeed. If anything were to happen to you, I'd look after your kid in your stead. The young man smiled, before putting on his hat and left. It was truly but a game to him. Saint Shihua's face was all pale as he saw the aura of that young man continued to dissipate. Several shrieks of terror were heard from outside. Saint Shihua knew that there were people who were being silenced. Even if he had never even seen the true face of that man, the mysterious young man chose to simply just silence other unrelated ones around regardless, as well as threatening him to never mention anything about seeing him. It was an unnerving level of caution being practiced right there, leaving no tracks behind at all. If he were to act against the barren state, then it would have all been him acting for his own sake. He had a score to settle with the Holy Ji Palace to begin with after all. That was probably what that young man had his eyes on. Saint Shihua felt himself shivering all over at that moment. If there were to be someone who dared to pull something like that under the reign of Emperor Xia, then the man who dared to do so would have been a very terrifying background. Xia Qingyuan received news half a month later that Saint Shihua had returned to the 9 states of the lower worlds. She caught wind in her residence that there was someone who leaked that information and that her father had sent people to notify him. There were things that Emperor Xia found inconvenient to interfere after all. Relay my orders. Summon the ones at the cottage villa to the royal palace. We shall head to the lower worlds from the royal palace. Xia Qingyuan said. She then rose right away and made for the teleportation Grand Matrix. The battle was already raging when Xia Qingyuan and the others arrived at the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. The battles between saints took place right above the Holy Ji Palace. Other than Saint Shihua, there was another saint at second level of Saint Plain taking on Saint Jiang. The 3 saints of Shihua, Sacred Mountain, and 2 other saints of the Hall of Holy Light were taking on Dozhan and the others. Saint Ji of the Hall of Holy Light was placed under house arrest, and the mighty ones of the Hall of Holy Light never dared to step outside ever since. They came to deem that it would have been more advantageous to strike first instead of simply continue to wait around. As such, the saints agreed to Saint Shihua's proposal. Saint Shihua and his men naturally took notice of Xiaqing Yuan's presence. They all felt cold deep down. It was apparent that the princess had picked her side. "Princess, are we going to help them out?" Some mighty ones at Xiaqing Yuan's side asked, telepathically. "They are able to take care of themselves at the moment," Xiaqing Yuan replied. When Divine Cloud Valley crafted divine implements for the mighty ones of the 9 states, several really potent ones were sent to the lower worlds. The Black Wind Condor showed up at Xiaqing Yuan's side at the moment. As such, Futian naturally caught wind of the news. The Black Wind Condor then turned its eyes at Xiaqing Yuan and said, "Could you order your men to act?" Xiaqing Yuan looked at the bird and knew right away that it was Futian who was talking to him. She had long subjugated the bird, robbing it of the gall to be insolent around her. The rules of the sacred war of the 9 states were laid down by Father. Xiaqing Yuan looked at the bird, and the huge eyes of the bird continued to stare at her. Xiaqing Yuan turned her eyes away and said to him telepathically with a cold expression, "If there were to be anyone who was caught in a life and death situation, I shall make an exception. Right now, they could still take care of things themselves." "Thank you, Princess." The Black Wind Condor answered telepathically. Those huge eyes of the bird turned around to glare at Saint Shihua and the others. So this Saint Shihua had actually managed to get another saint down to the lower worlds and help to assault the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State then. Seems like Saint Shihua and the Hall of Holy Light would always be disasters waiting to happen if they were to be left unattended to then. "When would you be ending your training in Dali?" Xiaqing Yuan asked again. "No idea." The bird replied and dived forward, intending to join in the fray. Xiaqing Yuan's eyes flashed with a hint of anger as she saw the Black Wind Condor fly away. That **** guard. She heard last that the imperial advisor of Dali was being very nice to Futian and had not doubted him in the slightest. At the moment, he was getting ready to break into St. Plain in Dali Imperial City. Xiaqing Yuan was rather irked deep down hearing all of that. Several saints were fighting intensely above the Holy Ji Palace. The Black Wind Condor descended to the battlefield where Dojan was. Despite having yet to become a saint, the bird was only but a step away into St. Plain, so it was still able to help out nonetheless. Several saints were fighting intensely above the Holy Ji Palace. The Black Wind Condor descended to the battlefield where Dojan was. Despite having yet to become a saint, the bird was only but a step away into St. Plain, so it was still able to help out nonetheless. Seeing how the attacks were not getting effective and how Xiaqing Yuan appeared right before them, Saint Shihua came to realize something. Xiaqing Yuan would have probably not given him any chance. He came to resent the state of affairs at the moment. Xiaqing Yuan was the daughter of Emperor Xia, and if even her had already picked a girl, there was no way he would have been able to go against Futian. The balance of the sacred war had become skewed. When he chose to bail when he lost the battle back then, they were destined to stay as losers of the war. He had initially intended to just continue to train while staying hidden. But given how there were others who insisted on forcing him to act, he saw no choice but to comply. If the princess is already here, then Yaya and the glass saint wouldn't be far behind. Saint Shihua mumbled to himself and then said, "Retreat." He flashed and retreated right away. All the others retreated from the battlefield one after another, distancing themselves from the ones they were attacking. Saint Jiang and the others from the Holy Ji Palace did not pursue to assailants, as their current lineup was not really all that powerful. "Let's go." Saint Shihua and the others left right away. The Black Wind Condor's eyes were cold and pointed, flashing with a hint of puzzlement as it saw the figures leaving. They're going to leave just like that? Is it because of Xiaqing Yuan? It seemed that Saint Shihua was not hell-bent on getting his revenge and appeared rather cowardly. In actual fact, Saint Shihua never wanted revenge, but there was someone who forced him to act. Although he had no idea what the other party was trying to do, but he did what he promised to do. With Xiaqing Yuan showing up personally, he simply bailed right away, as he deemed it enough to fulfill his promise. The Black Wind Condor's cold eyes swept around the battlefield. There were quite a number of people injured. However, to saints, injuries would have been inconsequential so long as they were not grievous. The bird flapped and came to Xiaqing Yuan's side, saying to her telepathically, "Princess, do you mind doing me a favor? You want to know the whereabouts of Saint Shihua and the others?" Xiaqing Yuan replied telepathically. She naturally knew what Yi Futian was up to. The bird nodded. "Father was sending men to look into it. What you're doing now is asking me to violate the rules of the sacred war." Xiaqing Yuan then added, "Furthermore, Saint Shihua and the others still serve my father after all." Yi Futian naturally did not buy any of Xiaqing Yuan's bullshit. Saint Shihua probably harbored only resentment for Emperor Xia at that moment. If there was a choice to be had, he would have left Emperor Xia's realm instead. As for Xiaqing Yuan, he found it baffling that the woman was talking to him about rules. "I need only news. His Majesty and you, Princess, wouldn't need to lift a finger, so you would not be violating His Majesty's decree," the black-winged condor said telepathically. "You'll talk when you get back." Xiaqing Yuan glanced at the black-winged condor plainly. The bird glared at Xiaqing Yuan, feeling an urge to do something right there and then. "Boss, no." The black-winged condor sensed Yi Futian's intentions and became scared. The blue phoenix sacred beast was right beside Xiaqing Yuan after all. If Yi Futian were to actually do something right there and then, it would have been the bird to suffer the consequences instead. As for the matter of getting back at the blue phoenix, that would be something saved for a later date. "I'd like to request that you notify the Moon Saint and have him be on guard. I'd leave the matters on this side in your hands, Princess," the black wind condor said. Since he was still far away in Dali, the matters right there and then naturally fell into Xiaqing Yuan's hands. They needed to be on guard since Saint Shihua had actually made a move. As for him, it was naturally impossible for him to just return right away. All of his previous efforts would have been wasted otherwise. "All right." Xiaqing Yuan nodded. "So this guy finally learned some manners, huh?" Yi Futian, who was training in Dali Imperial City, opened his eyes, which flashed with a hint of coldness. He never expected Saint Shihua to actually appear out of nowhere after all that time. It was fortunate that the Holy Ji Palace had become extremely powerful at the moment, and they were not all that easily shaken. Even if Saint Shihua was able to actually hire a saint of true self from the upper worlds to aid him, it did not actually work as planned. Nonetheless, it would have been better if he were to be on guard from then on out. As such, he was ready to invite saints from the Yu clan to train in the Holy Ji Palace. By doing so, it would have allowed them to aid each other, before eventually taking out Saint Shihua altogether. Yaya, the Glass Saint, and the others ventured down to the lower worlds, staying behind to guard the Holy Ji Palace. Saint Shihua and his men retreated yet again. The scuffle seemed to have been a minor one, as the Holy Ji Palace remained unharmed at all. The Moon Saint actually came to train at the Holy Ji Palace after that, while Yaya, the Glass Saint, and the others returned to the upper worlds. All of it looked as if things had reached their conclusion right there and then. It all seemed to be an attempt of Saint Shihua at revenge, and nobody bothered to find out about the story behind his actions. Saint Shihua had a massive score to settle with the Holy Ji Palace to begin with after all. The scuffle was quickly forgotten by everyone else. It was something hardly even worth mentioning in the upper worlds. Xiao Shang continued to train as he did in the Xiao clan's manner, leaving the place only in rare occasions. In truth, most of his clansmen hardly bothered about him anyway. After that incident, he came to understand his fate from then on out, that he had become someone irrelevant and dispensable. So much so that even the ones from the Divine Cloud Valley came all the way to the Xiao clan to null the marriage arrangement. It was all a grave insult to him. Xiao Shang sent men to head to the Divine Cloud Valley that day, inviting Gongsun and I to a restaurant. Gongsun and I came to a prestigious corner of the restaurant regardless, as both of them almost ended up together after all. She was still willing to give him that much face, since he was the one extending the invitation. "I have heard that you've spent your time training in isolation as of late to break into Saint Plain. How is your training going?" Gongsun and I asked. Her sister, Gongsun Xian, was right beside her, and a saint was standing not far away. "Not bad, but I seem to be in a bad state of mind, so it's only natural that I have difficulties breaking through." Xiaosheng said, "How about you, Mississippi Gongsun? We haven't met for quite a while. How are you doing as of late?" "Hardly any different from how I used to spend my days," Gongsun and I answered, You have excellent talents, Mr. Xiao. I'm sure that you'd be able to make it out of your current predicament, making a breakthrough and becoming a saint. I sure hope so. Xiao Sheng smiled and said, looking serene. A man was drinking alone not far away from their seats, which was hardly more than a table away from them. Xiao Sheng. A voice was heard in Xiao Sheng's ears when he lowered his head. Xiao Sheng remained calm and unmoved when he heard that voice, continuing to chat with Gong Sun and I. Your speculations are on point. He didn't show up. If he were to be training in the royal palace, he would have ventured down to the lower worlds with Xia Qingyue. Yet, only the princess appeared down there. Even when the ones from the 9 states showed up later, he was still nowhere to be found. The other party continued to elaborate telepathically. Any useful news you were able to acquire? Like where he went to? Xiaoxing asked telepathically. It was the day where they were set to meet. They set the time and date of the next meeting, after every meeting they had. But then again, while Xiao Sheng would have been there every single time, the other party who showed up would have almost never been the same. If he were to have left from the royal palace directly, then it was probably done through the teleportation Grand Matrix. You should know of the places that the Grand Matrix was connected with. It's always been those several places. The other party continued, Xiao Sheng, where do you think he would have ended up? Is there anyone in the 9 states dead this time? Xiao Sheng asked. No one died, the other party replied. Are all the saints of the barren state present? Xiao Sheng asked again. They're all accounted for, the other party answered. Then test things out again. Xiao Sheng said, at least make the ones at the 9 states pay somehow. If he were to still not appear, then we could be sure that he is no longer in Emperor Xia's realm. I guess he's most likely in Emperor Li's realm if that turns out to be the case. How so? The other party asked. He left alone without the princess at his side. It was not that the saints were not allowed to be around due to him having gone to some secret, powerful places in Emperor Xia's realm, but due to him being wary of exposing his identity. If that was the case, then the chances of him being in Emperor Li's realm would have been extremely high. There was no reason not to take the saints from the 9 states with him otherwise. He's bold enough to venture into Emperor Li's realm to train? The voice of the other party sounded rather funny. If you bothered to know about him, you'd realize that he might be even bolder than that. Furthermore, the reason the princess left his steed in her place was so to know of his whereabouts at all times. You all could ponder on the implications of such an action. Xiao Sheng said, at the very least, I've yet to find out what is it that he is trying to accomplish in Emperor Li's realm. What is it that would have caused the princess so much concern that she needed to know of his whereabouts at all times? The other party was silent for a while, before replying, I've recorded every word you've said. The other party put down the cup on his hand after that reply and left the restaurant. Xiao Sheng continued to chat with Gong Sun and I, looking polite and amicable. One was unable to sense any hint of sadness and anger from him. All of that surprised Gong Sun and I somewhat, and she felt rather guilty for it. Xiao Sheng left the restaurant a while later. He and Gong Sun and I went their separate ways and returned to their own residences. It had been a month since Saint Shihua attacked the Holy Ji Palace. Longlinger and Phoenix were poisoned by someone in a restaurant at the upper worlds of Emperor Xia's realm. Furthermore, the poison used was extremely potent, hitting the internal organs and almost killed them. It was worth noting that Phoenix was versed in the art of healing, and yet even she ended up poisoned. It was a testament of the poison's potency and how well hidden it was. One could have even said that it was a poison at saint level. However, since everyone in the Holy Ji Palace was in high alert due to the incident with Saint Shihua, the village chief was tagging along when Longlinger and Phoenix ventured outside. The village chief did not return to the cottage when the two were poisoned, and had instead sent them into Emperor Xia's palace as fast as he had been able to. The news was hardly of any importance to Emperor Xia's realm as a whole, yet it was no doubt an extremely heavy blow on Futian. What the hell is happening as of late? Is it Saint Shihua again? However, according to Xia Qingyuan, Saint Shihua was not even around when they were poisoned. Futian it all to be an attempt at revenge when Saint Shihua attacked back then. But when Linger and Phoenix ended up being poisoned, he came to feel that someone was trying to do them no good, and that someone was trying to kill those from the 9 states. Futian still remained himself, shivering all over despite being at Dali Dynasty, as if he was shrouded by someone's schemes. The most important thing to be done in Emperor Xia's palace at that moment was naturally to keep Phoenix and Linger alive. Xia Qingyuan even brought the two of them to the bedchambers of Emperor Xia to ask directly for help from the emperor himself. Both of them were at the brink of death when the village chief brought them in, especially Linger, who was quite literally having one foot in the coffin and her life hanging by a thread, given how the poison was all over her systems. Xia Qingyuan, too, felt someone was trying to harm those from the 9 states. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.